Hi, and welcome back to my channel. I'm so excited for today's book. The Corporate Groom has a lot of my personal history, things in it. In the book, Kensington is the granddaughter of a dairy farmer. And coincidentally, I am the granddaughter of a dairy farmer, and I am super duper proud of that heritage and of having grown up in a rural lifestyle. I absolutely adore my rural roots and have done as much as I can to raise my children in that kind of an environment. We live in an area that is full of dairy farms and orchards and horses, and my kids' rodeo. You've heard me talk about that before, and all those things. And I love the lessons, the life lessons that my kids have learned. When it came to writing Kensington, there were a lot of those same values that I put in her life, like the hard work and things like that. Oh, I just realized that light bulb's out. Is it out or off? No, it's out. I have to get somebody to change that. Second thing that I'm really, really excited about in this book is that you get a glimpse into who Pamela is and her relationship to some of the other people in the office, which is super fun. In fact, I had no idea that I was going to do this when I started the series, but then putting them um, creating family relations within Pamela's office was a lot of fun. And so that just kind of happened. I wasn't planning on that, but it came about in this book to help the plot along, and I loved that it worked out so well. That was just beautiful. And then another fun thing about this book is the company that Kensington runs is called Hazel Dairy Delights, and their specialty is ice creams. And I spent one whole entire summer creating ice cream recipes. I did while I was writing this book, which was super yummy, so fun, and my kids really loved it. And I'm gonna have to go dig out those recipes, and I'll see if I can share them on here for you. I'm gonna stop talking about how much I love this book and just let you listen to it. I hope you have a great time, and I will see you on the flip side.
The Corporate Groom. A Billionaire Marriage Broker's Novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick. Chapter 1. You're the closest thing I have to a brother, Harrison. Kensington Donegal sipped lemon water and eyed her older cousin sitting across the white tablecloth. I'm asking you to help me save Grandpa's company. Harrison swiped his lips with the linen napkin and returned it to his lap in a clump. He may have dressed in an expensive suit, but that didn't take the farm boy out of his manners. I don't know what you expect me to do, Kens. I can't change his will without his permission. Kensington set her cup back on the table, wiping a bead of perspiration off the glass with her thumb. Tell me what I haven't read in Dad's will. There has to be some way I can ensure my position as CEO once he passes. Harrison's naturally dark, olive-toned skin paled. Not everyone in the family was as used to talking about Dad's impending expiration date as his three daughters. Around the Donegal house, death was talked about as casually as breakfast bagels. How is Uncle Albert? Harrison asked. Kenzie considered her audience before answering. The doctors give him 2 weeks. She glanced at the uneaten chicken marsala in front of her before leaning back and staring straight into Harrison's concerned gaze. He's oddly at peace. So much so that it freaks us all out. Harrison chuckled. You girls have him wrapped around your little fingers. Kensington maintained eye contact, doing her best not to let the years of jealousy over the attention her baby sisters sucked out of their father show in her face. Don't lump me in with the blonde brats. Harrison laughed at the mention of his long-standing nickname for her baby sisters, just like she'd hoped he would. The younger girls, full-grown women now, took after their mother with shiny golden locks, sweetheart faces, and pink lips. On the flip side, Kensington took after their father with light brown hair, which she had lightened to a nice honey shade on the shoulder-length ends. They were close in temperament too, driven, traditional, loyal. Maybe that was why Dad was so much harder on her than he was on the other two. He saw bits of himself in her hair, her classic blue eyes, and her tall forehead. No one likes to be reminded of who they are when they aren't happy with themselves. She smothered her smile and leaned forward in the cushioned seat. Seriously, Harrison, they're already talking about selling off the dairies, shutting down the retail sites, and renting the production facility to our competitors. I'm getting ulcers over the rumors, and I know they can't possibly be as bad as what Raquel truly has planned. Not to mention the freedom that kind of cash would give her baby sister, Lunette. Lunette may be a single mother, but she behaves like a spoiled teenager. Only the limits placed on their trust funds kept her physically close to home. Would the executive committee let them sell it all? Harrison asked. They wouldn't have a choice. It's a privately owned company. If either of them becomes CEO, everything Grandpa Charlie built will dissolve into thin air. He lifted one eyebrow. And the three of you will be wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. She huffed. Like they needed the money. Her personal net worth was well over $1 billion. We all benefited from great-grandpa's trust. Harrison liked people to believe his law degree was the reason he could afford leather shoes, but his family knew differently. At least you went out and made something useful of yourself. Her sisters weren't dumb. They were short-sighted in their goals. Hazel's Dairy Delights was a family tradition, and they wanted to carve it up like a birthday cake, giving themselves the corner piece with all the frosting. Harrison shoved aside his empty plate and leaned his arms on the table. He may not be the athlete he was in college, but he still ate like one. Not that it showed. At 6'2", he was the epitome of tall, dark, and handsome. I reread Albert's will last night in preparation for this meeting. Kensington fisted her hands under the table, her nails biting into her palms kept her from opting out of this conversation. A trick she'd learned in therapy when Dad insisted they talk about what he would look like as the cancer ate away at his body. She would rather have drunk long-expired milk than listen to the doctor's descriptions of skin color, contorted muscles, and the tainted smell of dying. When your dad passes away, the three of you will vote on who becomes CEO. Right, and since the two of them are thick as thieves, they'll both vote for Raquel. You sure? Yeah, she's the instigator. His lips quirked into a grin that was there and gone in a flash. If that happens, then you're outvoted and out of luck. Right. She nodded along. She'd read the will too. I'm hoping there's a clause I missed that can change that rule. There's no changing the rule. It's concrete. That's just great. She threw her hands in the air. She wanted nothing more in the world than to dedicate her life to the ice cream goodness Hazel's was known and loved for. There were so many beautiful flavors and flavor nuances yet to be discovered. Chocolate alone could keep her busy for 15 years. And then there were the add-ins, nuts, marshmallows, fruit, crackers, brownies. The possibilities were endless. Harrison broke through her wandering thoughts by asking, "Are you seeing anyone right now?" What? She brought her eyes into focus, certain she'd heard him wrong. Are you dating someone? She snorted in an unladylike fashion, showing that she too had some farm girl packed into her business skirt. Like I have time to date. He lifted one eyebrow, creating an air of mystery. What you need right now is a husband. Her arms fell limp at her sides. I'm sorry, are you evolved? I do not need a husband to make my troubles go away. Geez, Harrison. She snapped her napkin off her lap and folded it once, twice, and then a third time, making the fabric clap with each fold. I thought Aunt Pamela taught you better than that. Their aunt owned her own company, a brokerage of some sort. She'd taken Harrison on as a special project when he was a handful of teenaged craziness, seen him through law school, and offered him a job. On top of that, she and Harrison had spent many summer days slaving away on the dairy farm, and she'd lifted just as many hay bales, delivered as many calves, and hauled as many buckets of milk as he had. To think he'd held on to any level of sexism disappointed her to no end. He wasn't cowed by her censure. Actually, you do need a husband. If you want to become CEO. You're certifiable. He cocked his head. If you get married, your husband gets an equal vote in who becomes CEO. Her thrumming anger stilled like the waters of Galilee. Are you kidding me right now? She could remember seeing the heading for the marriage section of the will, but had scanned over the top of it because neither she nor her sisters were married. Was it possible that the answer had been right there on the page this whole time and she'd missed it? She held her breath for a miracle. I'm not kidding. The smell of lilac perfume invaded their space as a group of women passed on their way to the powder room. Kenzie leaned over the table and spoke in hushed tones, not quite daring to shine the harsh light of day on that molecule of hope for fear it would disappear under scrutiny. 2 votes for me would mean a tie. Harrison nodded slowly. And the deciding vote would transfer to the executive committee, he explained. Kensington pressed her fist to her lips as her mind raced. There are 5 members. So, no tie. Raquel would do her best to woo the committee to her side. I'd need to be equally persuasive. Schmoozing wasn't her strong suit, but she would swallow her pride and do all she could to save the company her father spent his short lifetime improving, growing, and expanding. A marriage would also improve your image. What's wrong with my image? She glanced down at her sensible business attire. She wasn't a toothpick, but she liked her curves. Her hand ran over her soft hair, pulled into a low ponytail. While she might not be as stylish as some, she was neat and clean. Nothing, but you talk about holding the company together. A marriage would speak volumes about your ability to commit, and if your personal life is stable, then the implication is that your business life will be stable as well. Kenzie rolled Harrison's points around like a lump of Play-Doh in her head. His argument for marriage had a leg to stand on. Albeit a thin, wobbly leg. Logic won out and she deflated. I haven't been on a date in 6 months. I'm not going to get married in a week. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. In general, Harrison thought highly of her, and she wasn't too keen on changing that image by admitting that she hadn't turned a man's head. Of course, when would she have found the time to date while overseeing her dying father's last wish to spend as much time as possible with his children? It's not like I can pull a fiancé out of thin air. A twinkle winked in Harrison's amber eyes, reminding her of her Aunt Pamela. I think I can help with that. Kensington fell back in her chair and folded her arms across her chest. I'm not sure I should trust you. He tipped his head back and laughed. It's not me you should be worried about. Oh. Then who should I keep my eye on? There went the twinkle again. Aunt Pamela. Kensington shook her head, more confused than ever. What does Aunt Pamela have to do with finding me a husband? Everything. Harrison signaled for the check, and their server appeared with a black leather folder. I've got this, Kenzie protested his paying for their meal. Harrison pulled out his wallet and tucked a black card in the folder. This just became a business lunch. It's on B&B. Kenzie's curiosity was piqued. Aunt Pamela was wildly successful and wealthy, but no one in the family knew more than fuzzy details about her business. Kensington and her sisters used to make up crazy stories. Everything from piracy on the 7 seas to an escort service. What kind of business, exactly, does Aunt Pamela run? The server returned, and Harrison removed the credit card and stood. Matchmaking. Now I know you're kidding me. Harrison shook his head and pulled out her chair so she could stand. Kenzie's heart thrummed with the idea that this might be the breakthrough she'd been praying for. Things weren't exactly sunshine and daisies between her and her sisters, even though they put on a good face in front of Dad. By unspoken agreement, they'd buried their past just deep enough that they could fill his final days with peace. He deserved so much more than that, but some wounds were too deep to cover. Still, revenge marriage? Was that a thing? She wasn't out to get married to avenge a past hurt, but to prevent a future one. So a preventative marriage. Bleck. That sounded perfectly unhealthy. Besides, she'd sworn that wild horses couldn't drag her to the altar after what happened last time she'd attempted the long walk down a church aisle. She lowered her voice as they made their way across the dining room. Dating is great, but you said I needed a husband. Is she capable of finding someone to marry me in less than a week? My dear cousin, Pamela excels in marriages of convenience. Oh my gosh, that explains so many things. Aunt Pamela was a woman shrouded in mystery. She'd been the only one in the family to tell Kenzie to turn down the proposal, said she had a bad feeling about the match. Kenzie hadn't listened to her because she was blinded by an English accent and a title. Oh, how she'd wanted to have the official title of lady attached to the front of her name. Had she known what Pamela did for a living, she might have paid closer attention to her advice. Harrison opened the door and held it for Kenzie to step through first. She stopped, not ready to greet the chaotic street beyond the glass panes and soft piano music. This is insane. I can't get married. Her ex-fiancé's parting words were, "You would have made a horrible wife." And while she didn't put much stock in a liar's opinion, brushing off his evaluation was difficult, considering he'd been the only man who had even considered her for the position. Harrison placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. You can do this, Kens. You can do this for Grandpa Charlie, for Dad, and for Uncle Albert. You can do this for the family, and you can do this for yourself. He was right. Ever since the wedding disaster, she'd been less of herself, smaller in ways that most people didn't notice, but that ate away at her confidence. She needed to find the missing pieces of herself that had grabbed onto the ring when she threw it in Clyde's face. She still wished she'd kept it, if only to sell it on eBay for a fraction of its worth. Now that was revenge. The old Kenzie would have done just that. She needed the spunk back in her life. Maybe marrying a man for all the wrong reasons would allow her emotional distance in the matrimonial process so she could keep a level head, therefore allowing an impartial evaluation of herself as a wife. She stared through the open doors. I'd like a meeting with Aunt Pamela. I believe that can be arranged. Harrison bowed at the waist, brandishing his arm in an after-you movement. Lifting herself to her full height, Kenzie strutted out the door and right into the unknown. Chapter 2. Nash Westport's tie flapped as he jogged up the rough-hewn steps and into the sleeping Iron Mountain ski resort. The lodge was built into the hillside with the entrance to the magical world of snow and ice and the restaurant on the second level. In mid-May, the kiddie hill was covered in wildflowers instead of a blanket of white, and the lifts were silent, their chairs stripped away and tucked into a shed for hibernation. He was headed to the top level to interview with his old buddy, and hopefully savior Rim Hoagland. He'd grown up in an apartment complex a few doors down from Rim and his mom, and the two of them had worked at the ski resort in high school. The very resort Rim now owned. Nash trailed his fingers along the handrail, feeling the dents made by a dropped boot or a fumbled ski. He took a left at the landing and was greeted by a receptionist, whose nameplate read Rebecca. She blinked up at him as if startled by his appearance. How may I help you? I'm Nash Westport. I have an appointment with Rim. She lifted an eyebrow. Nash cursed himself for dropping Rim's name like they were the best of friends. Rim was a bigwig, the head honcho, a millionaire, maybe even a billionaire, and this was business. And serious business at that. He brushed his hand down the front of his tie, shaking off the feeling that he was crawling on his belly. I'm sorry, but Mr. Hoagland is out. I can take him back, said a beautiful brunette who swooped past him, leaving behind a trail of expensive scents. She wore a pair of tight black pants and a blousey shirt. Her long hair trailed almost all the way down her back. Her eyes were tucked behind a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Yes, Mrs. Hoagland. Nash blinked. Yeah, he'd been out of the world for a while, but Rim was married? He brushed his hand down his tie again as he marched behind Mrs. Hoagland into a large office. Behind the gigantic walnut desk was a rock wall. Antique skis were mounted on a rack above a mantel, as were some newer models. A pair of powder skis leaned against the corner. Large windows offered a view of the Kitty Hill and an opportunity to check ski conditions in the winter. Nash itched to once again experience a powder day, when thick snow blanketed the mountains, making it quiet and peaceful. "It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Hoagland." He held out his hand, feeling out of practice in the basic niceties that kept the business world running. "You too, Mr. Westport. And please, call me Amber." She settled herself into the plush leather seat behind the imposing desk, motioning for him to take the seat across from her. "Only if you'll call me Nash." He did his best to form a charming smile on his lips. She pushed aside 2 pens and put her palms flat on the desk. "I'm sorry Rim couldn't be here. He's tending to a family matter." "His mom? Is she sick?" Nash mentally punched himself in the face for butting in. "I'm sorry. It's none of my business. It's just, I grew up with Rim, and his mom was the only family he had, so I assumed." He let the sentence trail off and hang there like a pair of underwear static clinging to the back of his shirt. "Nash." She held up both hands. "Relax. Rim updated me on your shared history. Thank you for your concern on his mother's behalf. Rest assured, the family is healthy." "That's good news." He glanced around the room, taking in the beautiful view out the giant windows and the distinctly masculine feel in the dark leather and iron accents. Amber turned to the computer screen and brought it to life with a touch of her finger. She tapped several folders and his application appeared. "He also gave me your application. I have to say, I'm impressed." "Thank you." The information that wasn't on the screen kept him on the edge of his seat, his back straight. He needed a new start, which was why he'd reached out to his friend. Rim knew him from before the fallout, the bad press, and the courtroom appearances. He'd hoped his old friend would believe he was still the guy who returned a $200 tip because he didn't feel he'd earned it. Nash wanted to believe that about himself too, and he wanted a chance to turn that belief into knowledge. A job at the resort was below his pay grade and training, but he didn't care. He needed to be where he felt safe again. "It says here you were on the board of Stevens and Charles for 3 years. That's quite an accomplishment for someone fresh out of college." He'd been young and gullible. "I saw an opportunity and I took it. As I look back, I wish I'd had more experience. I may not have taken the position if I'd been wiser to the ways of the world." His best defense was youthful innocence, and it sounded pathetic even to him. She scanned the screen. "I'm afraid we don't have an opening at the resort for someone with your area of expertise. Translation, you're tainted and we don't want your orange jumpsuit to rub off on us." He stood quickly. "Thank you for your time, Amber. It was nice to meet you. And congratulations on your wedding." Amber stayed seated, considering him as one would a crossword puzzle. "What is it you hope to find here? What did you really want from my husband?" He wondered what he had to lose as he replied, "Redemption." She glanced back to the screen. "I'm not sure working as a lower-level manager would have given you what you seek." He tucked his hands in his pockets. "No matter what you've heard, I'm not a crook by nature. I don't need fame and I want out of the spotlight. A lower-level business manager position is my version of heaven." "Well, not quite, but it would do." Amber's eyes softened. "I'm sorry we can't be of more help." He swallowed the bitter pill. "Considering your credentials, there is one person I know of who may be able to offer you a position." She opened the top middle drawer of the desk. It was shallow, and beyond a few pens, there was only a single business card. She plucked the card out and handed to him. She's unconventional but gets results. Amber's eyes glowed with the knowledge she held back. She's located in California. His heart sank. California was the last place he wanted to be. That's why he'd driven to Park City. The farther away from his past, the better. He glanced down at the card. Pamela Jones. B&B. Her phone number was listed on the bottom. That was it. No address. No logo. No company slogan. Is this an employment agency or something? It's something. Amber stood and came around the desk, holding her arm toward the door, indicating their time was done. She had a warm smile though, and for that he was grateful. He didn't get a lot of genuine smiles these days. Call Pamela Jones and tell her Amber sent you. That should be enough to get you an interview. The card and the reference were more than anyone else had done for him since the judge's gavel pronounced him guilty. He'd take it and be grateful. Thank you, Amber. Good luck, Nash. I hope you find what you're looking for. He lifted 2 fingers in a small wave and made his way past Rebecca, the startled secretary, and down the long flight of stairs. Once he was standing in the sunlight, he loosened his tie and pulled out a pathetic excuse for a phone. The model was inexpensive and within his limited budget. His savings would only last so long. He dialed and drew in a big breath. B&B, this is Tina. How may I help you? Hi, my name is Nash Westport. Amber Hoagland gave me Pamela's card. She said to use her name when I called to set up an interview. He ran his hand through the side of his military-cut hair, letting it scratch his palm. He was still getting used to the conservative look after 3 years of hair falling in his eyes. Of course, Mr. Westport. When are you available? He gulped, thinking of the long drive he'd made to get to Utah. If he turned around and went right back, he could be there Sunday. How's Monday morning? Perfect. Ms. Jones has an opening at 10 a.m. I'll be there. They said goodbye and he ended the call. Yes. It wasn't a job, but it was hope for one. Hope was pretty much all he had left. The business world was unforgiving and cruel, and he'd been chewed up and spit out. But he wasn't beaten down, and he believed that he could prove himself the good guy if given the chance. This was his chance, and his soul buzzed with the knowledge. He hurried to his car, ready to hit the long road back to California. Chapter 3. The distinct flavor of intrigue hung in the air like the heady scent of lilac trees in the spring as Kenzie walked into the sleek and stylish offices of billionaire marriage brokers. What time is good for you? The receptionist, a petite redhead with vanilla milk skin, glanced at Harrison, asking with her eyes if he needed her help. He waved in greeting and ushered Kenzie down the hall to his office door. I have to hand it to you, this place does not look like a wedding planning business. Where's the pictures of blushing brides? That's not our focus. He pulled a chair out around a glass circular table. Nice subliminal message for a lawyer to plant in his clients' heads. Glass equaled see-through equaled honesty. Before I can tell you anything else, you'll need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. He went to his desk, typed for a moment, and the printer began spitting out pages. And it just kept going. Harrison, my dad's will isn't that long, and it covers all of his worldly possessions. Never let it be said that I am not thorough. But you don't mind if I call you boring? He smirked. Just don't say it too loudly, Trish might hear you. Trish? The Trish? Kenzie leaned back in her chair in an effort to look down the hallway. She'd heard snippets about Trish for years and years and years. Harrison denied that there was anything more than a professional friendship between them, but Trish was the only woman who lasted longer in Harrison's life than a football season. The printer heaved out the last page as if it had run a marathon. Harrison gathered them up and tapped them twice to align the pages. He settled next to Kenzie at the table. "I'll walk you through this fast." "I shouldn't, but I trust you," she said, hoping to move this along. What's not to trust? 20 minutes later, Kenzie could feel the padlock click shut on her lips. She was allowed to disclose the nature of her marriage to family, but she wouldn't. The whole point of this was to keep the marriage off Raquel and Lunette's radar until after the vote. Even then, she wasn't going to tell them the lengths she'd gone to secure her place as CEO. It was the old "what they don't know won't kill them," or make them want to kill her. As I said before, Pamela is a matchmaker. What I didn't tell you is that she specializes in the billionaire market. I know what you're thinking, why would a billionaire need a matchmaker? She placed a hand on his forearm. Actually, Harrison, I've known my fair share of billionaires, and a surprising number of them are introverts who wear ill-fitting t-shirts and flood pants because they are so wealthy no one has the guts to tell them how badly they dress. It's not just that, although Trish. He paused, warning her with a look not to jump into that subject again. Has no problem telling people how to dress. A light went on inside Kenzie's head. She picked out your shoes, didn't she? Harrison's neck darkened to a nice shade of embarrassment. The point is, sometimes a man needs a wife, and sometimes a woman needs a husband, but they don't need them for long. Kenzie wrinkled her nose. I'm not sure I understand. Well, we had a case a year or so ago where a man left a ski resort to his grandson. However, the grandson hadn't run a ski shop, let alone a resort. He needed a life coach, a crash course in business management, and a makeover. Pamela matched him with a highly trained woman who got him through the first year of business and even managed to save his resort from being shut down. But why not just hire her? Why marriage? For each couple, the reason is different. Some need the proximity. In this case, marriage was a requirement for the man to inherit. Huh. A matchmaker for the ultra-wealthy? For some reason, the image both fit Aunt Pamela with her strong sense of intuition and mysterious, though slightly eccentric, ways and didn't fit Aunt Pamela and her sleek business, no-nonsense demands for high standards. Shall we sign the official retainer? Harrison passed her a much smaller stack of papers. She stared down at the first line, whereas, Kensington Donegal, heretofore referred to as bride. Her hands began to shake. She'd been a bride once, and that didn't work out so well. This whole thing was absolutely batcrap crazy, to borrow one of her father's expressions. What had she been thinking? A wedding. Marriage. A bride. Anne. Gulp. A husband? The half of her lunch she'd eaten threatened to return all over the top of Harrison's glass table. Thanks, Harrison, she said, pushing the papers back to him. She pushed and pushed until her elbow locked and they were as far from her as possible. I think I'll pass. I'm not ready to throw myself on the altar, so to speak. It's not for everyone. His face closed as if guarding a secret. Kenzie glanced at the tabletop, wondering if things were really as clear as they appeared. I signed the non-disclosure, so you don't have to worry about me telling anyone about this place. He stood and pulled her chair back, ever the gentleman. I'll walk you out. He'd not done things like that until after she'd returned from England. She reflected on the differences in their relationship as the elevator sank to the bottom floor. They'd always been as close as siblings, but something changed in her time away. They grew up. His pulling her chair out and holding doors was like losing Peter Pan, though she wouldn't have him turn out as anything but a gentleman. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. He smiled and pressed the button to take him back up to billionaire marriage brokers and a business she still couldn't believe existed in the modern world. Her driver managed traffic splendidly while she answered emails and reviewed reports. She was behind on approving new flavors. That needed to change, but there were so many other items on her to-do list. Besides, approving flavors had been Dad's job since before he took over for Grandpa. Signing off on them would feel like she had already given up on Dad. Not that there was any hope of recovery, but there was no sense in jinxing the time he had left. 2 weeks was a teardrop. She entered the corporate offices, taking a deep breath of the earthy smell. Though the building was new, most of the furniture and the flooring was made from reclaimed wood. Dirt and sweat, and even a little bit of that rustic animal smell, stayed with the pieces. The scent reminded her of summers spent on the dairy farm, learning to drive a tractor, feeding the animals, and caring for the calves. Those were simpler times, but they were important to her. The farm was where she'd learned to work hard and gained a sense of responsibility for the hundreds of animals relying on her for food. That knowledge easily transferred over to the business, and her heart sank as she thought about all they stood to lose and what selling would mean for their employees. The sound of her heels on the softwood floors and the vanilla-scented candle burning at the receptionist's desk were all that greeted her upon arrival. The need to tiptoe tugged at her consciousness as she kept her eyes on the wooden slats. They were full of nicks and gouges and were just about the prettiest floors on earth. "Oh, Miss Donegal." Ben, the receptionist, startled to his rather long feet. "You made it. They started 15 minutes ago." He jerked his head toward the conference room with a look of urgency. One of the sliding barn doors was partially open, allowing her to see Guy Trado, the COO, at the far end of the table. He had his laptop open and was leaning back in the chair, his weight resting on his right arm on the chair. Kenzie took a hesitant step in that direction. Had she missed a meeting? That wasn't like her. In fact, no. Her calendar was clear for the rest of the afternoon. "What am I missing?" she hissed at Ben. His eyes went wide, which was disconcerting since they were already spaced too far apart on his face. His alarm turned him into a cartoon fish. "Just go." He shooed her forward. Lifting her chin, Kinsey marched into the room, her eyes sweeping over the attendees. Lunette was in the first chair, wearing a navy suit and a lace shirt. She had on enough makeup to turn a bunny into a cat with claws, but not enough to hide the red that crept up her cheeks when she noticed her big sister enter the room. Next to her was Everett Verab, the CFO. He was the very definition of bald and beautiful, though many employees found his shiny head and large stature intimidating. He leaned in his seat as if trying to be close to Lunette, and she leaned his direction as well. The man was old enough to be their cool uncle, and Kenzie squashed the thought that there was something between the two of them. That was borderline improper. Kenzie kept her gaze sliding down the line to Hugh Sebald, the head of human resources. Hugh dropped his glance to the table, where he had a yellow legal pad covered in notes. The slope of his shoulders hinted at shame and gave her pause. Whatever was going on in here, she wasn't supposed to know about it. Sweeping right past Guy Trado and the empty seat next to him, she stared at the back of Leon Rostro's head. He fiddled with his pen, his new wedding ring glinting in the light. As head of production, and because he spent most of his time in their production facility, he chose to dress in business casual instead of the suits required for the rest of the executive committee. The tips of his ears were red, giving further evidence that something was afoot, and she needed to get her head in the game. The last of the committee was Julia Lotties, head of public relations and marketing. Kenzie didn't know Julia well, since the woman had started less than 3 months ago, and Raquel had taken it upon herself to mentor her through the new hire transitional period. Normally Kenzie would have spent time getting to know a member of the executive committee, however, with her father's health failing, there was only so much of her to go around. Even now, she felt guilty for not being with him when every last moment counted. The place her gaze stopped was on her sister, Raquel, who stood at the head of the table. Her cornstalk hair was swept back into a low ponytail, allowing her pouty red lips to consume her features. She tripped over her words until she fell to a stop. Kenzie took advantage of the element of surprise and sat herself in the empty seat. "I apologize for my tardiness. Please continue." She gestured for Raquel to speak. You can't be late to something you weren't invited to, Lynette murmured. Although why she bothered to lower her voice was beyond Kenzie when the sound of a robin landing in a tree could have been heard in the silence that descended upon Kenzie's arrival. Kenzie smiled without showing any teeth. An oversight, I'm sure, since the three of us share father's responsibilities at the moment. And you're here, which is weird because you haven't set foot in the office in years, she added silently. Raquel smiled like she was running for Miss Dairy USA. We don't have time to cover everything again for you, so try to keep up. Her jab hit Kenzie right in the old worry box. Her middle sister always had a bit of a manipulative streak inside of her. Kenzie could usually see it coming, but the game she played today was on a new board, with new rules and a new deck of cards. Raquel turned to Leon. The appraiser will start Monday. He'll need a couple hours of your time. Appraiser? Asked Kenzie. Her stomach did an impression of an ice cream churn. As I said, we don't have time. A spark of Kenzie's old spunk flashed. She grabbed at it, hoping to start a blazing fire. I think you can spare a second to tell me why we need to put a dollar sign on our production facility. Raquel's brown eyes narrowed. It's for estate tax. The estate lawyer requested the information. Bull. The three of them had attended the same meetings with the same lawyers with Dad. His ducks were in a tidy row. Kenzie mentally ran through her options in the small amount of time it took to stare down her sister. If she threw a fit now, and exposed Raquel for lying in front of the executive committee, they'd look like a bunch of feuding females ready to tear into one another at the slightest provocation. That wasn't exactly the kind of image she hoped to portray, nor would it instill confidence in her ability to handle a crisis when she became CEO. On the other hand, if she played along, Raquel would think she was in the clear. Though Kenzie didn't want her sister to move forward with her plans. Whatever they may be, it was the only way to keep her from taking more drastic measures. She dropped the stare down and did her best to look humbled and sad at the same time. I appreciate you setting that up for him. Raquel's posture softened. She gave Kenzie a sympathetic smile, the kind shared between siblings when caring for a dying parent. The look was there, and then it was gone. Raquel flipped her attention to Everett. We'll need last quarter's profit reports as well. She continued to hand out assignments for documentation that would make selling the company as easy as making blueberry pie ice cream. Kenzie wasn't the only one who noticed. Tiny beads of sweat stood out on Everett's bald head, and Hugh tugged on his tie like the small slip of fabric was responsible for removing the oxygen from the room. No doubt they were each pondering what would happen to them if Hazel's Dairy Delights was parceled off. Kenzie couldn't let that happen. She retrieved her phone from her purse, the meeting continuing around her. I'm in. She sent the text to Harrison and swallowed the lump of fear that lodged in her throat. Harrison responded quickly. I'll set everything up. Come in tonight to sign marriage license. Kenzie shook her head at the absurdity of what she was about to do. A marriage would surely show how desperate she was, and she didn't like laying those cards on the table for everyone to see. But she was desperate. All signs pointed to Raquel selling the company, even if she didn't say as much. No one bothered to ask her outright why she was putting them through the motions. Thank goodness they didn't have stockholders to answer to, they'd storm the mansion for answers. On top of her worry for the company, she added her worry about being a bride. Her heart couldn't handle rough use. It was as tight and tender as a sore muscle. Some would say to knead the pain away, but that wasn't how a heart worked. You couldn't apply pressure and have it release all the acid inside. At least she'd know this guy was only after her for her money. That was a reassuring thought. Until she had a ring on her finger, Kenzie's best play was to keep her head down and cover her assets. Later that evening, after most of the office emptied out, Kenzie rushed into downtown to sign a marriage license and talk to Aunt Pamela. Pamela welcomed her with open arms and a bemused expression. Harrison explained the situation and then left the two of them alone to hash out the details. However, the meeting wasn't progressing as smoothly as Harrison had made it sound. Kenzie crossed her legs and eyed her mysterious Aunt Pamela, with her perfect skin and blonde hair that looked like she'd styled it 2 minutes ago instead of spending the day working. Pamela was in the process of letting her down gently. "Kensington, dear, I can't possibly help you. Inserting myself and my business between you and your sisters would be a conflict of interest. Not to mention, I don't think my ailing brother would approve. No one would be surprised if you took my side, Auntie, we all know I'm your favorite niece." Kenzie was fairly confident in that assumption, considering the number of care packages Pamela sent to her while she attended university and the monthly phone calls and weekly emails they continued to share. Aunt Pamela may not have approved of her engagement to Lord I'm Too Good For You, but she'd never said "I told you so." Which was huge for Kenzie, considering the things her sisters had said to her in the wake of her crumpled engagement. Pamela lifted her eyebrows, amused if not slightly entertained by Kenzie's cockiness. Kenzie pressed her advantage. "Besides, it's not about the three of us. It's about Grandpa's company. The girls will parcel it off faster than you can say fudge ripple and peanut butter swirl. Grandpa and Dad have worked too hard for me to let that happen." "And you're willing to marry a stranger to save Hazel's dairy delights?" Her question gave Kenzie pause. Marriage wasn't something to take lightly. Her dad was 12 years older than her mother and they'd had a sweet marriage. The kind that Kenzie had planned on having. She'd grown up watching Dad open doors, bring Mom the Sunday paper in bed with a side of over-easy eggs, and kiss her palm as if she were royalty. That's what Kenzie yearned for in the deepest parts of her heart. However, she was beginning to wonder if gentlemen like her father existed in the world. If she couldn't have a noble husband, then she might as well have control of the company she'd loved her whole life. "I am. Well." Pamela steepled her fingers in a pose of deliberation. "This is an interesting twist indeed. Are your sisters willing to take equally drastic measures to get what they want? They'll lie, cheat, and gossip, if that's what you're asking. And you don't consider an arranged marriage while your father is on his deathbed as underhanded as their dealings?" Kenzie dug her nails into her palms. "Dad wrote the will, I'm simply playing by his rules. There isn't a stipulation that I have to know the man for a certain amount of time. I don't even need to like him." She drew in a breath, warming to the argument. "And my marriage won't hurt a soul. I'll neither have to disparage my sisters nor break company bylaws to become CEO." Her words were certain and clear, yet her thoughts were as chunky as their #2 best-selling flavor, pecans aplenty. If she could pull this off, and that was a big if, there would still be consequences. Pamela tucked her blonde hair behind her ear. "My dear, it's not your sisters I worry about. It is you. Marriage involves the heart and the soul, even temporary nuptials come with some emotional collateral. At the very least, the couples I match become good friends. I don't believe you are the type of person who can enter into a professional union and come out unscathed. If I did, I would have hired you as a bride years ago." Something sparkled in Kenzie's periphery vision. She turned quickly but didn't see any reason for the change in lighting. Strange. Turning back to her aunt, she smoothed over her anxieties before replying, "I'm tougher than I look. You get that from me." Pamela winked. Kenzie did her best amused if not entertained impression of her aunt. "Besides, you can't afford my bridal fees." Pamela's laughter pealed through the air like wedding bells. All right. All right. I'll find you a husband." Kenzie allowed her grin to burst forth. For the first time since her father had taken ill, she had hoped that she might just be able to do what her whole heart pushed her to accomplish. She rubbed her hands up and down her goosebump-covered arms. "I intend to make Grandma Hazel and Grandpa Charlie proud, Aunt Pamela. Hazel's Dairy Delights will remain an industry leader under my supervision. I've no doubt, darling. You're tenacious. I get that from you too. Kenzie brushed off her palms. Now that the if was settled, they needed to concentrate on the details. There was no time to indulge in a case of nerves. A case of double chocolate for lovers? Possibly. At least she didn't have to diet to fit into a wedding dress. When's the wedding? She couldn't bring herself to say, "When's my wedding?" Tuesday. Her heart tripped over Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That soon? A shadow clouded Pamela's usually unmarred complexion. I was under the impression time is of the essence. Her lowered tone was one usually reserved for Dad's sickroom. How insensitive of me. Kenzie was losing a father. While she was sitting here planning a hostile takeover of the company, Pamela was losing her brother. I'm sorry. Have you seen Dad lately? Retrieving a tissue from the corner of her desk, Pamela nodded. Just yesterday. He's positively gray in the face. She dabbed under her lashes. Kenzie stared at the box of tissue, sure that it hadn't been there a moment before. Then again, she'd been so focused on getting Pamela to agree to this crazy charade that she could have missed it. The doctor says 2 weeks, if we're lucky. Pamela crumpled the tissue in her hand, and Kenzie imagined her insides were crumpling too, though her face stayed smooth. Pamela Jones didn't fall apart easily. She was like Dad in that way. They were both hard as nails, and yet there was an inherent kindness in them. Kenzie wanted to be just like her dad. She emulated him in everything from her college major to signature black suits. Pamela took in a deep breath through her pert nose. Tuesday will do fine. I have 2 grooms who would do, but I feel as though there's something on the horizon. Her eyes went over Kenzie's shoulder, and she stared for a moment before coming to herself. Tuesday morning. I'll have Tina set up the schedule and call you with the details. Kenzie got to her suddenly tired feet, noting that her legs were drained of energy as well. She locked her knees in place to hold her up. That should work. Don't go quite yet, darling. I'll need you to talk to Trish. Kenzie instantly perked up at the opportunity to talk to the woman Harrison quietly adored, even if he wouldn't admit it to himself. For what? Please let it be about Harrison. For a wedding dress. All our brides and grooms undergo a makeover before the wedding. It's standard procedure. Kenzie once again took in her sensible business attire. Her aunt was the second person that day to suggest her image wasn't what she thought it was. That was it. She was going to burn this outfit. And a wedding dress? She'd rather wear a bikini, and she was a woman who loved ice cream. Her hand clamped into a fist. She had a wedding dress hanging in the farthest back corner of her 900 square foot closet, where the light bulb had burned out and she'd told the staff not to replace it. There's no need for that. Pamela walked grandly around her desk. Her white teeth gleamed and her skin glowed as she slipped her arm around Kenzie's shoulders. With deliberate steps, she ushered Kenzie toward the receptionist's area. Of course you do, dear. You are my top client, and I won't have anything but the best for my niece. There's not time. I confer with Dad's doctor and nurses on Saturday, and we have the family brunch Sunday. I'll have to work late Monday to take a few hours off for the wedding on Tuesday. She shrugged like there was nothing she could do about her busy schedule. Don't be silly. You can carve out a few hours tomorrow morning. But, Pamela lifted both her eyebrows. I won't take no for an answer. Kenzie dug her 2-inch heels into the carpet and stopped their slow progress toward the elevators. I don't want another wedding dress. At her sharp tone, the receptionist's red head popped up. Pamela glanced her way, and Tina's cheeks dusted coral. She ducked her red head again. Kenzie's embarrassment climbed her neck like ivy, slowly choking her. What her aunt must think of the girl who ran away from the handsome and highly sought-after Clyde Edwards. heir to the Edwards fortune and future Earl of Dymock. Thankfully, their whirlwind romance and subsequent disaster of an engagement was mostly limited to the English tabloids and gossip rags. She wasn't important enough in America to warrant more than a few online articles that glossed over the details. Pamela's eyes narrowed a fraction. It's not the dress's fault that man was a wanker. Kenzie snorted a laugh and threw her hand over her chest. Why, Aunt Pamela, I'm utterly shocked. Where did you learn English slang? Pamela winked as she pressed the down arrow button for the elevator. England, my dear. You aren't the only one who enjoyed time abroad. The door dinged and opened. True. But I didn't expect you to keep company with individuals who used such language. Pamela gently nudged her into the elevator and pressed the lobby button. I find it's always best to insult someone with a small mind in their own language. That way, the meaning is never lost. The door slipped shut as Kenzie wiped the tear of laughter out of the corner of her eye. Oh, how she loved her aunt. She continued to chuckle as the elevator descended. Her phone beeped and she checked the text. This is Trish from B&B. I will pick you up at 8 a.m. tomorrow for shopping. Dress comfortably. Kenzie shoved her phone into her purse with a grunt. Pamela had pulled a sleight-o hand getting her to laugh. On top of all the words she could use to describe her aunt, determined, tenacious, kind, intelligent, and professional, she could now add sneaky to the list. She sighed, grateful Aunt Pamela was on her side. But now that she knew what her aunt was really capable of, she was even more unsure about putting her future and the future of Hazel's dairy delights into her professionally manicured hands. Chapter 4. Monday morning came in like a bear at the first light of spring. Nash had spent the weekend driving, eating gas station food, and sleeping in hotels he would tell his mother to avoid. If his mother was speaking to him. The elevator moved slowly, drawing out the anticipation of what he'd find at the B&B offices. He'd done some online research and found zilch. The company was locked down tighter than Fort Knox. Whatever they did, it was way away behind the scenes. Which was fine with him. Anonymity was his friend. Except that he needed a reputable reference when he left this place. First things first, get a job. After that, he could worry about people taking note of what he'd done, the ladders he'd climbed. He shook out his shoulders. Success was a habit he'd cultivated for too long to let it go easily. The office was high-end, though nothing in the waiting room spoke of the type of business conducted within the hushed walls. There was a strange vibe in the building, a combination of hard-nosed professionalism and a fantasy world where dreams come true. He could certainly use a large helping of both. The exotic floral scent in the air only added to the sense of anticipation. He was greeted by an energetic, red-headed receptionist and told to have a seat. The couch was comfortable and the magazines lined up like soldiers on the coffee table. He resisted the urge to bump one out of alignment and see what the receptionist would do. Mr. Westport? A man who carried himself like an ex-football player crossed the room, his hand outstretched. Call me Harrison. If you'll follow me, we can get started. Nash shook his hand, fighting the urge to wipe it on his pants when they were done. This guy had lawyer written all over him, from his Boy Scout haircut to his fitted dress shirt rolled up at the sleeves, and his tie was perfectly centered and pushed up to his chin. I'm sorry, I thought I was meeting with Pamela Jones. Nash pulled his shoulders forward, straining the back seam in his jacket. After not wearing a suit for 3 years, the collar and jacket felt new despite the fact that he'd pulled them out of storage less than a week ago. There was a time when he'd worn suits from the moment he got up to the second he dropped exhausted into bed. There was also a time when he worked with lawyers on a daily basis. The lawyers he knew inspired him to learn every lawyer joke he could get his hands on, because they lived up to every punchline. Harrison walked a half step ahead of him to show the way. We need to go over a few things before your meeting with Pamela. He motioned for Nash to enter the office first and take a seat at the round table. He did, keeping Harrison in his peripheral vision. It would be a cold day in Bermuda before he'd allow a lawyer to sneak behind his back again. Nash sat down and leaned back, doing his best to look at ease despite the weight in his stomach. His gaze skimmed across the table, and he saw a folder with his name on the tab. At least they were expecting him and prepared for this interview. He'd worried that Amber Hoagland had started him on a wild goose chase. Names on folders were a good sign and lightened his anxieties over the strange introduction to BMB and the fact that he was in a closed room with one of his worst nightmares. Harrison sat opposite him and removed a stack of papers from the folder. "This is our standard non-disclosure agreement. What we do here is of a sensitive nature, and it's imperative that our clients' interests and privacy are protected. If you'll sign here." Nash pulled the papers to the edge of the desk and started reading. The quarter-inch thick stack would take time to get through, but he was determined to read every word before putting his name on the line. Harrison placed the tip of his pen at the start of the first paragraph. This section outlines the names used in the document. BMB is titled Company, and you will be referred to as employee. Initial here. He moved his pen to the small line below. Nash read the paragraph before signing his initials. Harrison's pen moved to the second paragraph. This section. It'll probably be easier if I just read them myself. Harrison's jaw tightened a fraction. There's over 30 pages here. Nash dipped his chin. I don't sign anything I don't read. It's a standard document. I don't sign anything I don't read. If you have a problem with that, then I should go. He set the pen next to the papers. Harrison's eyebrows climbed his forehead. Nash waited out his initial surprise. He couldn't afford to bend on this one. He'd already done his time as a stooge, he wasn't going to sign up for a second round. Finally Harrison waved his hand. By all means, then, read on. He stood and pushed up his sleeves. I'll be back in an hour to check on you. Nash chose to ignore his superior tone. There was no point in starting an argument with a possible coworker over this. Truly, he'd leave if this was going to be a problem. He opened his mouth to say so, but Harrison was already halfway out the door. He was probably going to tattle to the boss about Nash's stubbornness and stupidity in needing to read a standard document before signing. Turning back to the task at hand, Nash hunkered down and got to work. At least his new boss would know he was thorough, and if asked, that's how he'd explain his desperate need to protect himself from legal entanglements. "You've flustered Harrison," were the first words out of Pamela Jones's mouth just under an hour later. "That wasn't my intent," Nash answered honestly. The stately woman wore a dark purple fitted jacket with a large flower in the same shade on the left lapel. Her blonde hair was cut just below her chin and had enough volume to give her a playful edge, though every strand was in place. Her office, too, was tidy, borderline OCD. The folder with his name on the tab was the only item that stood out against the dark wood desk. Pamela leaned forward conspiratorially. "It's good for him." Nash leaned back, unwilling to be taken into her confidence so easily. A lips-only smile was as much as he could go in the direction of agreeing with her. What was good for Harrison was probably not dealing with a slightly hostile new employee. He should have lightened up, but lawyers scratched him like a cheap wool sweater in July. Pamela appeared unfazed by his lack of response. "I'm sure you're curious, now that you've had a chance to read through Harrison's verbose document, what exactly you'll be working on." "I had wondered." He smiled, showing his top teeth this time like he wasn't cringing inside at the myriad of horrible alternatives that had crossed his mind as he sorted through legal mumbo-jumbo. "Everyone does, dear. We're a specialized brokerage firm." He sat up straighter. A brokerage firm was promising. Respectable, even. And if the chapel-like hush over the office was any indication, they worked with wealthy clients. It wouldn't take long to prove to them. And himself. That he was an honest, hardworking man who wanted to live the quiet life. His hands grew moist and he stopped himself from wiping them on his pant legs. Wealthy clients wouldn't want an ex-con near their account. His chances of getting this job were slim to none. But they were the best chances he had. We line up a client's specific needs with our employees' skill sets. Our success rate is 98%. Her right eye twitched, making him think that the 2% failure rate kept her awake at night. That's an impressive success rate. She smiled, though it was forced. You have an interesting skill set, Mr. Westport. His hands went from damp to soggy as she perused his application on her screen. An MBA, 2 years as a mid-level manager at a shoe factory. 1 year as an executive. She dropped her chin as if looking at him over a pair of glasses, even though she didn't wear spectacles. And then 3 years in prison. And there it was. His shame laid out like a nightmare buffet. He cleared his throat and tried to lighten the heaviness in the room. I don't believe my prison sentence was on the application. Pamela tipped her head to the side, considering him. She wasn't the first person to do that. You and Amber must have worked together for a long time, he said without thinking. Why do you say that? She looked at me the same way you just did. Pamela lifted one eyebrow. Something sparkled in the corner of the room. Nash jerked to see what flashed, only to find a potted plant. The hair on his arm stood at attention and a tickle crossed his neck. He shook off a strange sensation and refocused on the interview. I'm going to hire you, Mr. Westport, to be a groom. Nash lurched forward. I'm sorry, I thought you said groom. I did. She tapped her computer screen and then swiveled it around to face Nash. This is Kensington Donegal. Nash stared at the woman with nutmeg-colored hair, blue eyes like his childhood summer sky, and an impish nose. Her straight hair was pulled back into a low ponytail, and she wore a blue business dress that did wonders for her eyes. He swallowed against the speechlessness that threatened to hold him prisoner. Kensington has an urgent need for a groom with your specific skill set. Why, does she need to break out of prison? He quirked a smile, shocked that he'd been able to make the joke in the first place. Pamela was not amused. Her stare pinned him to the back of the chair like an industrial-grade nail gun. Since you rose quickly through the ranks at your last position, I believe you will be an asset to Kensington as she works her way into a new position as CEO of Hazel's Dairy Delights. The ice cream company, with the over-the-moon cream cheesecake flavor? Pamela cocked her head like a proud peacock. The very same. My mom bought a half-gallon of that every Saturday the whole time I was growing up. I can't remember a Saturday night without a cone. He dropped his ankle off his knee and inched forward on the chair. They're a tradition. He wondered briefly if his parents kept that up, or if their tastes had changed in the last 3 years. I'm happy to hear you're a fan. As Kensington's husband, you would be her support, confidant, and counselor in matters related to the business. The inches he'd gained on the edge of the chair disappeared. I can't marry her. You certainly can. Marriages happen twice as often as divorces. He tripped over her logic for a moment. Then he shook his head to clear his thoughts. No, you don't understand. I'm never getting married. He was soiled goods now. No woman deserved to be lashed to his past. It was his and his alone to carry as a heavy burden. Nash. Pamela said his name with authority, as if she had a right to tell him what was good for him. His grandma had the same tone, though Pamela didn't have enough wrinkles to pass as a grandmother. A marriage is your best bet and the fastest way to gain credibility in a skeptical business environment. A man's character is everything. His gut twisted at her words. I agree. The Donegal family is one of the most respected families, not only in the frozen treat business, but in the world of business as well. They have built a family-oriented company from the ground up. A smile tugged at her lips. Even deeper if you check out their farms, which have roots all the way to Kentucky. Aligning yourself with them will go a long way toward clearing your name. Who says I want to clear my name? You wouldn't have driven from Park City to my office in a weekend if you weren't looking for redemption. Her emphasis on the last word reminded him of his embarrassingly honest conversation. You spoke with Amber. You correctly deduced that we'd worked together for quite some time. Amber would not have sent you my way without at least calling first. He blew out a breath. And I wouldn't have met with you without Rim's glowing recommendation. Like his grandfather before him, Rim has a way of seeing into someone's soul and finding the nugget of truth. Nash's throat tightened and he had to squeeze the words out. Rim vouched for me? That he did. Rim believed in him. After all these years and all the headlines, his old buddy was still his friend. That was huge. His eyes darted to the picture of Kensington Donegal. She looked like a CEO, though a young one. Could he really marry her? Why marriage? There is an inherent level of teamwork brought on by saying I do. And a marriage clearly defines lines of loyalty. The bonds of matrimony allow for a sharing of confidences and sensitive information. And a married couple lives together, making communication that much easier. But what would I be doing? He insisted on a clear answer. The last thing he wanted to add to his application was escort service or arm candy. Whatever Miss Kensington needs. Most of your duties will be business-related, though some may be of a more personal nature. He rolled his eyes. I'm sorry. I'm not that kind of a guy. Pamela chuckled. And I'm not that kind of a marriage broker. Intimate relations are not a requirement. Harrison has written a whole subsection protecting you both from assuming a physical relationship. I'm sure he had fun writing that up, Nash groused. He was going to have to read that thing. Pamela popped her lips. I'm not going to lie and say that this is a run-of-the-mill contract for me. I'm personally vested in the outcome, which is why I've chosen you as the groom. You stand to gain just as much as Kensington. He trapped his sarcastic remark behind his lips. Truly, he had more to gain than Miss Donegal. He could buy himself some time to let the buzz over his release from prison die down, and he'd be working in a respectable company. One that was beyond reproach. He shook his head. I'm afraid the cost is too high for Miss Donegal. She would be married to a man who served time, her good name would be dragged down with mine, and whatever bad light shone on me would also shine on her. I cannot, in good conscience, foist that upon her. With all due respect, darling, I'm good at what I do. I have a good feeling about you, and I don't believe you're the disaster you profess to be. I wish I could join you in that belief. He spoke so quietly he wasn't sure she had heard him. Do this for me, Nash. Be this groom for a year. And when it's over, we can meet up again and take an honest look at who you are. A year? Less time than he'd spent in a cell where he'd contemplated the man he'd become. What was one more year of his life? And he'd give this Kensington the chance to back out at any time. If she so much as hinted that he was a burden, he'd leave. It's against my better judgment, but I'll do it. Wonderful. Pamela beamed. She pressed a button on her phone. Harrison, will you bring Kensington's marriage contract into my office, please? I'm sorry, did you say Kensington's? Harrison's lawyer voice was deep and full of more than just a question, it contained a hefty dose of questioning authority, too. I did. Pamela replied with the grace of a swan. Can we talk about this? Pamela picked up the receiver, and Nash was left with half the conversation to listen to. It's not up for discussion. I understand. I am aware. Yes, I still want the file. She hung up the phone, threaded her hands together, and laid them in front of her on the desk. I'm sorry for the delay. She smiled warmly. A trickle of sweat ran between Nash's shoulder blades as the clock ticked. He wasn't surprised by Harrison's reluctance to accept him. The stink of prison was hard to get past. Would Kensington have the same reaction? For some reason, he wanted his wife to think higher of him, even if she was his boss. Sometimes he caught his mom looking at his dad like he was the cool kid on the block, and he'd always hoped his wife would look at him that way. Who was he kidding? He'd given up any hope of admiration from someone he married the minute he'd snapped up his orange jumpsuit. That was who he was now. They might not have tattooed his inmate number on his arm, but they had branded him a failure for life, and there was no way to hide it. Which was one more reason to take this ridiculous job as a groom. Because it was absurd that someone as pretty and accomplished as Kensington Donegal would need to hire a husband. There had to be more to her story, and heaven help him, he looked forward to discussing it with her. Chapter 5. Don't you find this a bit ridiculous? Kenzie stared at the racks of designer clothing, the ivy tightening around her chest once again, keeping her from drawing in the appropriate amounts of air to, live. I find it invigorating. Trish threw her arms out to the side as if she were inviting the entire store over for a giant group hug. Her green eyes danced. Okay, Kenzie could see what Harrison saw in Trish. She was stunning and lively, and what people called a breath of fresh air. She was also a relentless morning person, which would be a perfect fit for Harrison. Kenzie wasn't going to get out of this shopping trip. She'd tried once already, offering Trish anything in her existing wardrobe as a viable wedding dress option. Except the actual wedding dress, which shan't be removed from the plastic garment bag. Trish would have none of her skirts, her dress slacks, or her Sunday dresses. Honestly, if it was good enough to pass muster by a priest, it should have satisfied Trish. Alas, it was boutique shopping or bust. Kenzie preferred bust. She hadn't slept a wink last night as the heaviness of what she was about to do to her family and to herself smothered her like a down comforter in the middle of a heat wave. Her family walked a tightrope of cooperation as it was, throwing another betrayal into the mix, could snap the rope. Trish hooked her elbow and pulled Kenzie into the fray. Pamela explained your aversion to wedding dresses, so I've brought you to one of my favorite fun and flirty stores. She plucked at Kenzie's cobalt blue button-up shirt. You're used to dressing for business. Is this what you wear on your days off? I don't get days off. Tina stopped and put a hand on her hip. Saturdays? Meeting with my father's doctors and managing his household staff. Although the staff thing only happened if Lunette wasn't feeling up to the task. Sundays? Family brunch. Inappropriate garden dress. Followed by church where we sit in the family pew. Modesty required. The 4th of July? Company picnic. Christmas. Tina's lips pursed in a self-satisfied smile. Formal family dinner. And by formal, I mean tulle, lace, or satin. Trish sighed. Your family sounds heavenly. Kenzie bit her lip, knowing she was about to push a sensitive button. Harrison doesn't seem to mind us. Trish tucked her jet black hair behind her ear. The hair didn't really match. Well, it did in that the color was superb and the exact shade to set off her complexion, but this woman was not severe enough for black hair. She was much too bubbly and joyful. Kenzie conceded that Harrison might have a good reason for falling for Trish. However, as one who'd had family tangle with her love life and had come out worse for it, she zipped her lips. Trish began sifting through the dresses made of stiff fabrics and silky linings. Aside from Harrison, your family sounds like my ideal clients. You would love my sisters. They are both fashionistas. Is that why you don't want a wedding dress? Are you scared you'll pick the wrong thing? You don't have to worry about that with me around. I'll make sure you look stunning. Kenzie dropped her eyes to the floor. Her sisters had never made her feel inferior, because she chose more conservative looks for the office. And just about every other occasion. They weren't catty by rule. In fact, they'd grown up quite civil to one another. It's not that. Then what is it? Kenzie hesitated, not sure where to begin or if she could even put her fear into words. Clyde had been able to put things into words. So many of her faults were catalogued so easily by his brilliant mind. I'm not good wife material. I'm far too independent. I don't respect traditional roles in a marriage, and I am not soft enough to nurture children. She rattled off some of Clyde's favorite themes as if they were a top 40 hit. Trish held up a seafoam green wrap dress. First of all, there won't be any children in this marriage, so that's not something to worry about. Second, there's no such thing as traditional roles anymore. Not in this country, anyway. Women support families, men change diapers. Marriage has become a partnership where each half uses their unique skills to better the whole. She held the green dress under Kenzie's chin and tipped her head to the side, considering. Third, being independent in a marriage is a good thing. Too many spouses wait for their significant other to make them happy, and they stay miserable. Be in control of your own happiness whether you're married or not, and you'll be fine. Kenzie pushed the dress away, rejecting it. It's fine for you to say those things. It helps me understand why Harrison hasn't been able to catch you in his web of ex-jock hotness and gentlemanly behavior. And I appreciate you trying to make me feel better, but the reality is that not all men are that evolved, and giving your heart to someone means they have a say in your happiness. Trish narrowed her eyes and pulled out an ivory dress with a flowing skirt that draped to the floor with elegance. Kenzie wagged her finger at it. Maybe for entertaining clients at a nice dinner, but not for a wedding. Trish draped the dress over her arm and huffed. We can debate a regular marriage all day long, but B&B marriages are far from ordinary. Your roles will be well defined in the prenup, and you aren't giving this guy your heart. Do you think you could find a dress for that kind of a ceremony? Kenzie pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm sorry, I'm being difficult and argumentative. I hadn't noticed, Trish said with enough flippancy that it was obvious she'd noticed. She continued to load her arm with dresses and muttered to herself. Kenzie smiled at her determination and admired her ability to focus on the task at hand while Kenzie had done what she could to distract her. She wandered off on her own, not really looking at anything. Trish was right. Even though the ceremony was called a marriage, the union she would enter into on Tuesday was as far as a person could get from her previous engagement. As long as the guy had a head on his shoulders and a conscience in his soul, everything should be fine. Harrison wrote skin-tight contracts that protected her and her mystery groom in all areas, including intimacy. Marital relations weren't forbidden, but they weren't expected either. That was a relief in and of itself. She didn't know if she could allow herself to become physically close to a man. Her lack of experience in that area had been another mark against her in Clyde's book. She really needed to stop thinking about Clyde. An all but impossible task, considering the nature of their errand this morning. The best way to dilute the memories of him would be to flood her head with new wedding experiences. Then, by the time she was ready to open her heart again, she'd have 2 engagements and a wedding under her belt. Hopefully this wedding would go well enough to look back upon fondly. Rubbing her hands together, she spun slowly, looking for something that was the opposite of her last wedding dress. The opposite of white was black. She pressed her lips together. The store didn't seem to have one black dress. Curses. Next best thing? Color. Bright. Vibrant. Color. She spun again, this time much faster, and then closed her eyes. The color painted against the back of her eyelids was hot pink. She laughed in her head. Clyde and his snooty British family hated hot pink. She popped her eyes open and headed right for the display. They had pink with white polka dots, white with pink chevron, plain pink with pleats, and a plaid that was right on the border of hideous and fantastic. The garment was one that, if worn on the red carpet, could either have the wearer in the best dressed category or the total flop article. There was no way to tell until the reviews were in. She went for the plaid. Trish wasn't far behind her. "You've got to be kidding me," she mumbled. "I'm trying this on." Kenzie found her size and headed straight for the changing rooms. An attendant with a jingling key ring and a horse's smile opened the far right door. Kenzie stepped inside and shut it quickly before Trish could even think about forcing her way inside the giant changing room that was complete with couch and three-way mirrors. "I'm going to hang these other dresses out here." Trish's voice carried a hopeful note. She probably thought the plaid dress was a total flop. "Sounds good." Kenzie closed her eyes as she pulled the dress up and zipped the side zipper. It felt snug in places her suits didn't hug tight. Ever so slowly, she turned around to face the mirror and opened her eyes. With a body inside the dress, it looked completely different than when it hung limp on a hanger. The pattern on the fabric had been cut perfectly to match up in all the right places. She pressed her hands flat over her breasts, a little embarrassed by how good the dress made them look. And her waist? She ran her palms over the silky fabric. She was trim. The fabric was a little stiff, which helped the dress flare out above her knees. "How's it going?" asked Trish. "Are you ready for me to hand you something else?" "Nope." Kenzie grinned at her reflection. The dress was well made and fit her as if it had been designed by her own personal guardian angel seamstress. But more than that, it was whimsy. Nothing in her first engagement had been fun, it was all work, managing personalities, and falling short at every turn. She threw the door open and tossed her hands out to the side. "This is it." Trish stepped into the spacious changing room and circled Kenzie. "Okay, I can honestly say I'm shocked at how good that looks on you. I can honestly say I'm taking that as a compliment." Trish laughed. "Don't be mad. I was planning on hours of shopping this morning, and you're buying the first dress you tried on. You're spoiling the fun of spoiling a bride." Kenzie shrugged. "If it makes you feel better, I never would have bought this dress if you hadn't brought me here today. I'd probably get married in a black business suit." Trish shuddered dramatically. Kenzie laughed and turned back to the mirror. "I think I'm ready to get married now." It was Trish's turn to laugh. "What?" "Not quite. The dress is just step one." She backed out the door and shut it behind her. "I've got a full spa treatment for you Tuesday morning. By the time we're done, you'll positively glow." Kenzie rolled her eyes. A pre-wedding spa day had Aunt Pamela written all over it. She had blocked Tuesday morning on her calendar for the wedding. As long as she was in the office by 1, why shouldn't she indulge? It had been ages since she'd taken care of herself. She had calluses on her heels that needed a cheese shredder, and her nails were unhealthy. Yeah, a spa day would be just what she needed to keep her nerves under control. She needed to boost her courage before meeting the man she was going to marry. Her reflection paled. She was getting married. Somewhere out there in the city was a man who would soon give her his last name. Despite her head warning her against it, her heart was something of a romantic and hoped he'd be someone she could connect with. Friends at the least. But what if there could be more? Better not get her hopes up. Better to keep her thoughts on the business side of the union. Better for all involved if hearts just stayed out of it. Chapter 6. If it hadn't been her wedding day, Kensington would have thoroughly enjoyed Salon Lamanier's Primo Spa treatments. The spa was decorated in black and white with soft yellow accents. The hour-long massage had turned her into compliant jelly. Her massage therapist had explained what the different oils were for, but all Kenzie could remember was the release of long-held tensions and a sense that all was right in the world as long as that brook continued to bubble through the speakers and the scent of ylang-ylang and clary sage filled the air. However, once she stepped out of the massage room and into the salon, her inner peace chipped away even as her wedding day look came together. Because she didn't have the thick head of hair her sisters did, she kept her hair shorter. Just long enough to put it in a ponytail, which she did quite often. She'd lamented her hair allotment in life enough over the years and didn't expect much. Claire, a certified magician, waved her magical styling wand, and Kenzie had hair that looked thick with edgy waves that tickled her cheeks. She brushed her hand along the ends of her hair, which now sat just below her chin. I wouldn't have believed it was possible if I didn't see it with my own eyes. The woman looking back at her was part awe and part sassy, and she liked her. Claire batted her lashes. I can only do so much. You're pretty, and don't you forget it. Kenzie had a hard time taking her eyes off herself. This was the type of woman who stood up for what she wanted and didn't take no for an answer. Her yoga pants didn't do much on their own, but combined with the makeup, the nails, the pedicure, and the hair, well, she made yoga pants look good. An attendant ushered her to a changing room in the back, where her garish wedding dress awaited. She slipped into the plaid pink dress, letting the fabric caress her skin and the zipper cinch her up. She twirled once, feeling like she was about to reveal a whole new her to the world. She was ready. Ready to lay the trump card on the table and watch her sisters squirm. Once she had her husband's vote for CEO, she'd be able to move forward in her plans to woo the other executives and keep the family company in the family. Are you ready? Asked Trish, her voice muffled by the heavy wooden door between them and the plush lemon-colored fabric lining the walls. As I'll ever be. She winked once at her reflection. Kenzie stepped into Aunt Pamela's office and curtsied. She'd learned how to do the full curtsy for royal visitors while in London. Her aunt got a half curtsy thanks to the knee-length hemline. What do you think of my wedding dress? It wasn't until she stopped spinning that she realized she wasn't alone with her aunt. Harrison and Trish were there, as well as an older gentleman she didn't know. Trish beamed as if she had picked the dress. Harrison's eye continually turned Trish's direction. Her cousin had it bad for the fashion consultant. The older man was a mystery. He had gray hair, which he combed over his bald spot with determination, and a hook nose she could have sworn she'd seen on a depiction of Ichabod Crane. Heaven help her if that was her groom. Her sisters would never let her hear the end of marrying a man so old. Pamela took her time perusing the dress, the hot pink matching shoes, and her new hair. Darling, you're positively glowing. I couldn't have found a better dress if I'd gone myself. Kenzie tugged at the side seam and used to such heavy praise from her aunt. Or from anyone, for that matter. Her father considered a good job gushing, so it wasn't like she'd gotten a big head working with him. It's not too much. The color. She cursed herself for sounding insecure when not too long ago she'd worn a sense of empowerment around her neck like the Marie Antoinette necklace in its 181.1 carat diamond glory. The color is perfect and you know it. Pamela took her by the elbow and drew her into the office. This is the Honorable Jared Sutton. He'll be officiating today. Relief that this wasn't her groom spread Kenzie's cheeks into a giant smile. She shook his hand and exchanged pleasantries. Trish and Harrison will be our witnesses. Pamela motioned toward them. Kenzie stepped forward and hugged Harrison. Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be getting married today. Harrison was tense in her arms. Usually, he hugged her right back, but this time he patted her awkwardly. Don't thank me yet. What? She asked. What? He shot back. A small slice of worry worked its way into her resolve. She dropped her arms even as her head picked up a list of possible problems. What do you mean, don't thank you yet? Is there something in the will we missed? He shook his head. The will is fine. He tugged his tie. You'll be fine. I'm sure this will all work out to the best. Kenzie smacked his arm. You're scaring me, you doof. What is going on? Before she could squeeze an answer out of Harrison, a man stepped into the room and captured her attention as quickly as raspberry sorbet could be flash frozen. And what a man he was, in a light gray Tom Ford suit and a hot pink tie. His hair was dark and shiny and cut military short, and he didn't have so much as a hint of a 5 o'clock shadow. His skin was tan and his gray-green eyes sharp. He adjusted the knot at his neck. "I hope I haven't kept everyone waiting." Kenzie swallowed her tongue in an effort to keep herself from saying something stupid like, "I've been waiting for you my whole life." Holy cow! This was the man Pamela picked for her? She fanned her face, caught herself, and stuffed her hand behind her back. Wow. Just wow. You're right on time. Pamela motioned for him to stand in front of Mr. Sutton. "I'd like you to meet Kensington Donegal." "Kensington, this is Mr. Nash Westport." Kenzie noticed Pamela left off the "my niece" part of the introduction. That was fine. She didn't want special treatment from her aunt, and she especially didn't want special treatment from her husband because of who she was related to. She was done being judged incorrectly by those she was going to marry. Not that she'd had more than one fiancé before, but he'd turned out to be a tool. Trish prodded Kenzie forward. Her heel caught on the carpet and she stumble-stepped toward the handsome stranger about to be her husband. His hand clasped her elbow to steady her. Strange zigs and zags of energy shot up her arm and made her mouth drop open. "It's nice to meet you," she managed, proud of herself for her coherence. "You too. I've heard a lot about you." Kenzie giggled and slammed her hand over her mouth, mortified. "I'm sorry. It's not funny. It's just that this is the first I've heard of you and we're about to. She waved her hand in the general direction of the officiator. Nash smiled as if he did this every day. Maybe he did. A B&B marriage was only for a year, so for all she knew, he could have been married 7 times. She eyed him carefully and concluded he wasn't old enough for 7 marriages after college. 5, perhaps? She wiggled her toes, not sure how she felt about being Mrs. Westport number 6. Nash watched her carefully. "If you're having second thoughts or would like to take some time to get to know one another first, I completely understand." Kenzie considered his offer and rejected it. "I'm afraid I don't have the luxury of time." "Why not?" She felt 4 pair of eyes on the 2 of them. "Can I explain that to you when we're not standing at the altar?" Desk. I guess." She glared at Pamela's antique desk. What a crazy, messed up wedding day. Instead of the family pastor presiding over her nuptials, a stranger picked at his fingernails while he waited for her to get her act together. And instead of her father walking her down the aisle, Harrison glared at the floor. And instead of a white, flowing gown, she was wearing a hot pink plaid dress that brushed her knees. Nash cleared his throat, and her eyes lifted from the edge of the desk to meet his probing gaze. They really needed to have a conversation, but she begged him to trust her for a few minutes. Just long enough to get that ring on her finger and the vote in her pocket. Nash stared into Kensington's summer sky eyes that pleaded with him not to back out. He had no intention of walking away, but neither did he desire to force her hand. If she wasn't comfortable with a wham-bam ceremony, he certainly wasn't going to talk her into it. That was Pamela's job. Then again, Kensington was the one hiring him. What did she have to be worried about? You know, besides the fact that he was an ex-con with a bad reputation whose family wouldn't speak to him. But other than that. "If you're ready, I'm ready." She nodded, making the edgy waves in her hair sway across her cheek. Her picture hadn't done her justice. While her beauty was undeniable, the camera didn't capture the essence of spirit. And boy, did she have spirit. He remembered seeing a documentary on wild horses and being in awe as they ran across the screen, their manes and tails flowing, their eyes wild with the race. Kensington had that inside of her, even though the outside of her was polished and under control. Maybe she didn't understand the depth of her spirit. Or maybe she did and it scared her. It was a proven fact that more people were afraid of success than they were afraid of failure. He'd scoffed at the idea. Who wouldn't want success? Money? Power? And he'd taken bold leaps in his career, unafraid of falling because he just knew he could fly. Except he hadn't. He pushed the desire to bring out Kensington's wild side deep down in his belly, where it wouldn't tempt him. I'm ready. Her lifted chin accentuated the truthfulness of her words. Then let's begin, said Pamela. She moved to the right of Kensington, her rose-scented perfume trailing behind her like a delicate scarf in the wind. The officiator cleared his throat and clasped his hands in front of him as if he were a pious priest in front of a congregation. Nash couldn't remember his name at this point, because his thoughts were so focused on the woman standing next him. Kensington was an odd mix of woman, businesswoman, wildflower, and shooting star that had him intrigued. And there was that energy that flowed between them when he'd touched her arm, like a live current racing back and forth while drawing them together. We are here today to witness the marriage of these two individuals, the officiator droned on. His monotone voice was either a judgment about this quick marriage or a testament to the number of marriages he had performed. Nash didn't care either way. He was done seeking for approval. When it came his turn, he said the obligatory I do. Kensington's followed shortly thereafter. I now pronounce you man and wife. You may. A shrill ring came from Kensington's small purse. Her cheeks flushed, but she ignored the call. Pamela's phone began ringing before Kensington's had stopped, and Harrison's started as well. The three of them exchanged panicked looks. Kensington's head whipped from side to side. Her phone started ringing again. Without a word, she turned and ran out of the room. Startled, Nash stared after her retreating figure. What's going on? It wasn't clear who he directed the question to, and he searched each face for an answer. Harrison pointed at the door. Don't just stand there, you idiot. Go after her. Because Harrison was so sure of the action, Nash did exactly that. He caught up with Kensington at the elevator. What's happening? She pounded on the down arrow key. I need to leave now. And I guess I'm coming with you? She glanced at him. You're going to have to. The doors to the elevator opened at the regular pace, but the way Kensington threw herself between them, you'd have thought they were moving in slow motion. You definitely need to come. She nodded. Her lips pressed together in thought. You need to meet my dad. Why the rush? Nash boarded the lift. We need to get there before he dies. Nash's lunch lifted to his throat, and it had nothing to do with the elevator's descent. Chapter 7. Nash leaned his elbow against the window and covered his eyes with his hands. The sporty charcoal gray car purred along the highway faster than was allowed in LA traffic. Kensington had explained about her father's will and her plan to seize control of the family company as she maneuvered her way through traffic like an Indy 500 driver on steroids. He wanted to roll into a ball until his stomach stopped aching. But since he just signed a marriage contract, he may have over a year before that happened. His whole goal with this marriage was to rebuild his reputation. By aligning himself with Hazel's Dairy Delights, a company that had a spotless past, he could claim that he turned over a new leaf. But he couldn't do that if he was involved in a hostile takeover. Without knowing anything more about the family than what he could find online, he had no idea how they would react to Kensington's brash actions. They arrived at the estate in record time. Kensington tore off her seatbelt and was out of the car before the engine shut off. Nash turned the key and pulled it out of the ignition. He tucked it into his pocket and made his way through the door left hanging open. If the outside of the building had any impression on him, the inside of the home would have blown it out of the water. Stain moldings framed each wall, marble from exotic places lined the floors, and light was everywhere. There were windows over the main doorway, allowing light in from the west. There were windows across the open foyer, allowing light in from the east. And as if the natural light wasn't enough, a giant chandelier hung in the center of the entry. The modern piece was made with rust-covered pipes and glass. The swish of Kensington's skirts overhead drew his attention, and he caught sight of her disappearing up the curved staircase. Not wanting to have to explain himself for having walked into a stranger's home, he chased after her. At the top of the stairs was a large sitting room with formal chairs and sofas in shades of white and cream. The same rusty, hip fixtures were mounted on the wall. He followed the sound of his wife's footsteps and nearly ran headlong into a maid. She wore the traditional gray dress with the white apron and sensible black running shoes. Her hair was drawn into a tight bun at the nape of her neck, and her bright brown eyes took him in. "Excuse me." He dashed around her and came up short outside of what must be the master suite. In the large four-poster bed lay a round-bellied man. He had hair the same color as Kensington with gray at the temples. His skin had probably been olive-toned once upon a time, but now it was white with gray undertones. The red bedspread was pulled up to his chest and his arms lay on top. Kensington sat on the side of the bed, holding one of his hands. They spoke in hushed tones. Whatever was happening in there was between father and daughter, a family affair. No matter what his marital status was, he did not feel he had permission to enter into their private moment. Just as he was about to turn and find a seat on one of the overstuffed couches, Kensington shot to her feet. "This is your fault. If you had any sense of self-control, if you'd even tried, you wouldn't be in this bed right now. You'd be at work where you should be. But you had to be stupid and drink your liver to death." She flipped away from the bed, her dress and her hair flying out around her and reminding Nash of those wild horses. She got to the door and stopped. Looking pointedly over her shoulder, she grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door on her father's quiet pleas for her to return to his bedside. Nash stared in shock at his new bride. What kind of a crazy woman had he married? Nash had spent the last 3 years living with the last words his mother had ever said to him. For all he knew, they were the last words she would ever say. And they ate him like acid on skin. Are those really the last words you want your father to hear from you? Kensington seemed to shrink inside of herself. She swallowed once, the heaviness of it loud enough for Nash to hear. A tall, beautiful blonde woman stomped up the stairs. Her hair reminded Nash of corn silk. "No lawyers." She glared at Nash. "Dad said family only once the call was made." Kensington stepped in front of him. "He is family. He's staying." "Who is he?" the woman asked with a sneer. "He's my husband," Kensington said with finality. "Nash, I'd like you to meet my sister, Raquel." He held out his hand, feeling like a complete heel and an idiot for getting into this situation in the first place. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Raquel." He quickly made the connections between the story Kensington had told him on the drive over and the woman standing before him. Evil sister number 1. How long would it take before evil sister number 2 made an appearance? "You are not married." Raquel folded her arms and glared at Kensington, ignoring his outstretched hand. "We are. You can ask Harrison when he gets here. He was a witness." "I don't believe you." "You don't have to. Just because you don't believe something doesn't mean it's not true. The world doesn't turn according to Raquel's wishes." Raquel flipped her long hair over her shoulder. "I don't know what game you're playing, but I'm here to see Dad. He should be your focus right now. I can't believe you would do something like this. And you think I'm the selfish one?" With that final jab, she softly opened the door for her father's room and slipped inside. "That went better than I'd hoped." Kensington crossed the plush carpet to one of the large sofas and collapsed, leaning back into the cushions as if they were the only thing that could hold her up. "Then maybe you could catch me up on what's happening here?" Why were you yelling at your dad? Nash sat on the other cushion, keeping some distance between him and his wife. The story she told was believable, but up until this point her behavior wasn't much better than what she'd claimed her sister's capable of. He wasn't sure who was the good guy in the situation, and he needed to find out. Because if things didn't go well, he'd be the first casualty. She threw an arm across her eyes. Have you ever been to counseling? Not that I'd admit to, he half joked. In all honesty, he did 6 months with the shrink in the slammer to earn points toward good behavior. The time had done him well, though he was loath to admit it to anyone else. Well, Dad made us do grief counseling as a family once he found out his diagnosis was terminal. He wanted to be here to go through it with us. On one level, I think that was really sweet of him. On another level, it was kind of sick. I mean, we sat and talked about him as though he had already died while he was in the room. The whole point was so that we would pre-grieve his death, supposedly making it easier for us when he actually dies. Nash held his tongue. There was no right answer or comment to make at the moment, but there were a trillion wrong things to say. Shock. Denial. Anger. Bargaining. Depression. Testing. Acceptance. 7 stages of grief, all wrapped up in happy family counseling. She made a sour face. The counselor said that it's perfectly normal for us to go through all of the stages in order or to go back and forth between them. She lifted her shoulder. It's not something I'm proud of, but we promised to be honest about how we felt throughout this whole morbid process. Nash stared at the floor. This family was seriously messed up. Perhaps their business reputation was as spotless as Pamela claimed, but their private lives were splattered with instability. Who yelled at their father on his deathbed? The puzzle pieces were falling into place, and Nash had a much better idea as to why Kensington needed to hire a husband. A man with a stethoscope around his neck and a white lab coat walked up the staircase. He glanced over Nash and focused on Kensington with a familiarity that didn't sit right. I'm glad you're here, he said. We need to discuss the next few hours. Kensington gathered herself emotionally. The process was akin to watching a bird fluff her feathers and then settle them back into place, as smooth as if the storm had never blown through. Let's talk in the library. The doctor motioned for her to precede him into the room next to the master bedroom. At the door, she turned back to look at Nash. Her eyes were pools of determination, but there was something deep in there that whispered of vulnerability and tugged at his heartstrings. She disappeared inside the room, which was heavily loaded with leather-bound volumes and thick rugs over wood floors. The door swung, but didn't shut all the way. The soft murmur of voices came through the remaining 2 inches, but Nash couldn't make out what they were saying. He ran his thumb along the lifeline of his other hand, pressing into the fleshy parts to make sure he was really awake. His dumpy hotel room could fit inside the front foyer of the Donegal mansion. He'd grown up in a middle-class apartment complex. His dad was a businessman and his mom a teacher at the high school. They didn't have all this, but he'd never thought they were poor. The price of the couch under his rear end could pay for his brother's last semester of college. He'd stepped into the rabbit hole. Not fallen. No, falling implies a lack of control. He'd entered the world of crystal and crazy voluntarily, had signed his name on the line and said I do. He ran his hand over his eyes. I must be insane. The bedroom door whooshed open, spewing the scent of antiseptic and heavy perfume. Raquel stood in the doorframe, her hands on her curvy hips and her eyes made into slits. Who are you, really? She demanded as she came to stand in front of him. Nash's hands shook. Not because he was intimidated by Raquel. She had nothing on him. But because the words he was about to say were foreign and oh so binding. They were a job description and an identity all rolled up into 3 little words that were harmless on their own, but together they packed a punch. I'm Kensington's husband. He held up his left hand, willing it to stop trembling, and pointed to the ring on his finger. If Raquel could have shot lasers from her eyes, his hand would be a pile of melted flesh. "Harrison," she screeched as she made a dash for the stairs the doctor had come up. A nurse appeared at the open bedroom door, glared at him, and placed her finger over her lips before shutting the door. "My sentiments exactly," he muttered, rubbing the spot over his eyebrow where a headache had started to form. "Heaven help me get through my first day of marriage. The second one can't be as bad as this." He cleared his throat, hoping God still heard his prayers. He could sure use a bit of heavenly intervention right about now. Chapter 8. Kensington pressed her cool palm against her tall forehead. "I thought you said we had 2 weeks. The lines on the doctor's face were as serious as the grave. "It was an estimate. There's no formula to determine when a body will succumb to a terminal illness, especially one like cirrhosis of the liver. Dying is not an exact science." Dr. Lee leaned on the edge of the antique wooden desk, one leg slightly off the ground and the other holding his weight. He might have needed the support after tending to her dad for the last few months. Dad wasn't an easy man to make happy, although dying had softened him in ways Kenzie hadn't anticipated. Her stomach rolled, rebelling against her earlier anger that led to unfortunate behavior. Nash was right, she didn't want her last words to condemn the man who had raised her. It didn't matter that he'd stolen her father away drink by drink, that he'd taken a man she'd looked up to, idolized, and broken him. She should have held her tongue. But then, she'd wanted him to know how badly his choices had hurt her, to understand what his selfishness cost her. And after taking one look at his shriveled frame and loose jaw, she knew time was short. Placing blame was one of the stages of grief that she'd not fully explored. Why point a finger at Dad when he was pointing one at himself? The desk holding up the doctor was part of her father's Civil War collection and had once belonged to Nathaniel P. Banks, the first political major general appointed by Abraham Lincoln. The top of the desk was shiny, and there were grooves in the wood where an inkwell and pen once sat. The nicks and dings only added to the charm of the piece. Was it that way with people too? The shock and horror on Nash's face when she'd left Dad's room would say that no, humans didn't become more charming upon closer inspection. At least, she didn't. Perhaps others did. She hoped Nash would. The doctor continued, "He stopped taking liquids 18 hours ago, which means it could be any time." Kenzie wiped an errant tear. "Why is everyone so afraid to say the word die?" Dr. Lee shifted. "It's not good bedside manner. Death is a final verdict." Kenzie felt the anger surge to the surface again, frustrated that Dr. Lee felt the need to protect her and her sisters from something they'd been talking openly about for months. The word die was no less real to them today than it had been 4 weeks ago when they'd rolled the oxygen machine into her father's bedroom. "I'd appreciate it if you and your staff would. Aunt Ken's." Short-legged footsteps crashed through the side door and her niece, Hattie, threw herself into Kenzie's legs. Kensington bent down and scooped the child into her arms, squeezing her as close to her body as possible. "Hello, baby." The smell of strawberry shampoo and sunshine soothed away Kenzie's frustrations. She glanced at Dr. Lee. "I'm sorry for my anger." He nodded once and stepped forward to pat Hattie on the back. "Did you drink your veggie juice?" Hattie nodded. "Myrtle says it will make me strong." "It will." Dr. Lee gave her an indulgent smile before speaking to Kenzie. "I'm going to check on your father." Kensington patted Hattie's back. "Thank you, Dr. Lee. I don't know what we could have done without you." "You're welcome." His shoulders dropped a fraction. "I'll be here to the end, and then I'll make arrangements for him to be transported to the funeral home." A shiver ran down Kenzie's back at the thought of her father's lifeless body being carted out of the house. The idea was morbid and horrible, and she was full of guilt for thinking of his future remains in such a way. Yet she'd never done well with funerals and bodies, staying in the back of the room and as far away from an open casket as possible. The body never looked the same as the person had in life. The stillness was unnatural, and their pallid complexions more like wax figures than the people she'd known and/or loved. "I want to see Grandpa," announced Hattie. Kenzie took the doctor's place and leaned against the desk. It had survived the Civil War, and probably many a gentleman and lady had leaned against it for support. "I'm sorry, sweet thing. That's something your mama will have to do with you." She rocked gently, wishing, and not for the first time, that this little girl was hers. Myrtle, the nanny, pushed the door completely open and held out her hands for Hattie. "You little scamp. I turn my back for 2 seconds and you're running off." Though her words were rough, Myrtle's face was soft with love for Hattie, and the child went willingly into her open arms. A retiree with no family of her own, Myrtle had fallen right into their laps and answered Kenzie's prayers for a stable influence in Hattie's life. Hattie folded her chubby little arms across her body. "I want to see Grandpa." Myrtle brushed her hand down Hattie's head. "I know that. But we need to wait for your mama." "Where is Lunette?" Now that her hands were free, Kenzie used them to brace herself. Myrtle fidgeted with Hattie's hairband. "I'm not quite sure." Kenzie shoved off of the desk. "Don't worry. I'll find her." She had a pretty good idea of where to start looking for her sister, and she wasn't happy about the situation. Nash tracked Kenzie as she stalked across the sitting area and down a dark hallway without so much as a glance in his direction. So far, this marriage thing was not at all what he'd pictured. Not that he'd had much time to contemplate what an arranged marriage to a stranger would look like. Still, this was all too bizarre, even for his life, and he'd come to expect that his life would not to take the path he'd envisioned. Seconds later, an older woman, with hair as silver as the necklace hanging around her throat, carried a small girl out of the office and down the stairs. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted up the stairway, leading Nash to believe that the kitchen was below. As the woman's shiny hair disappeared from view, Harrison's face appeared. His tie had been loosened and hung at an odd angle. The lawyerly polish that irked Nash to no end clung to him like day-old cologne. He carried 2 sodas, one in each hand, as he navigated the steps. When he came to stand before Nash, he thrust one toward him. "I thought you might be thirsty." Nash accepted the drink with a wary eye. "Thanks. I thought only family was allowed up here." Harrison leaned back, throwing his arm over the edge of the couch and jerking his chin towards the bedroom. "Albert's my uncle." Nash grunted in response. That meant Harrison was Kensington's cousin. He shifted on the couch. Harrison took a swing from his drink. "I saw your file. And I looked you up." He rolled the can between his open palms. "It's not good." Nash's defenses went up and up and up, like a red balloon with an unknown direction. "Tell me about it. Aren't you at all sorry?" Yeah, he was sorry. But probably not for the things that Harrison thought he should be sorry for. When he didn't answer right away, Harrison brought his arm down and leaned closer. His jaw had gone hard and his eyes burned with an unspoken threat. The threat didn't remain inside of him for long. "You're not good enough for her." He stressed each word as if Nash were hard of hearing, or maybe he believed Nash slow on the uptake. Nash was many things, but he wasn't slow. He knew he wasn't good enough for Kensington. All you had to do was look around at the opulence that surrounded her every moment of her every day to know that he wasn't born to be a part of her world, and that he had done nothing in his life to earn him a spot. Harrison pushed Nash's shoulder. "I don't see in you what Pamela sees. But I do see that you can be scrappy. That's the only way I can explain how you ended up at B&B. How had he ended up in Pamela Jones's office? He had the world's worst luck, that's how. How else would he have stepped out of prison only to land in a situation where his hands were tied and he was yet again asked to lie for a business? Because that's what Kensington wanted him to do. She wanted him to pretend to be her loving husband so she could take over the company. Nash needed to deflect this line of questioning. How did things go with Raquel? He smirked. From what he'd seen, Kensington's sister could make a tornado run for cover. Even Harrison, with his overbearing protective nature, would find her a formidable foe. I handled it for now. Harrison got to his feet. Kenzie's got a long, hard climb ahead of her and she's going to need someone scrappy. You do your best by her, or I will destroy you. He tipped his soda can in Nash's direction before heading back toward the smell of fresh bread. Nash folded his arms. He wasn't scrappy. If he'd been scrappy, he would have gotten out of the way when the lawyers swept through his old company. Harrison's threat stayed with him, tasting sour in his mouth. What could the man do to him that hadn't already been done? Still, he didn't want to take Harrison up on his threat. And therein was his conundrum. He wouldn't lie. The request sat like a hippopotamus on his conscience. He'd made a vow to himself, and he needed to know he could count on himself to do what was right in this situation. Prison messed with his head, and he wasn't sure who he was anymore. He knew who he wanted to be. That had to count for something. Kensington had assured him that because her company was privately owned, none of the happenings were shared publicly. The family was influential in the area, and they had a good rapport with the local press and were rarely featured in the scandalous side of the society pages. They enjoyed their privacy. And as long as he played his part well, he would come out smelling like roses. The logic of her argument sat well, but the reality that things didn't always work out as planned loomed on the horizon. He wouldn't change who he was or wanted to be. Not even for his beautiful wife. Chapter 9. At 2:15 in the morning, Kensington stood from the side of her father's bed, where she'd been kneeling as the priest finished administering last rites. A prayer ran through her mind on a constant loop. Within the disjointed thoughts were hopes for herself and her sisters and her niece, wishes for her father's peaceful entrance through the pearly gates, and a need for reassurance that God was with them in this time of upheaval. Dr. Lee pronounced the time of death as 2:16 a.m. Kenzie scuttled back. She couldn't stand to be in the room with the corpse. Dad was with the angels now, and since he didn't see his way to linger any longer, she didn't see the need for it either. Her sisters huddled together, watching every move the doctor made as he positioned the body, now relaxed instead of contracted in pain, as if they were holding on to one more moment with the man who had raised them. Dad was gone. The sooner they realized this, the better it would be for all of them. Her lack of feeling would have alarmed her if her head wasn't wrapped in a thick fog of disbelief. No matter how many hours they'd spent in counseling preparing for this exact moment, there was no way to anticipate the sense of loss when her father's spirit had been freed from his damaged and limiting body. She'd sensed him rush through her, like a ghost, but more than that. He had become light particles too bright for her to see, but burning warm enough to feel in every part of her soul. And then he was gone. Just like that. Like God snapped his fingers and closed the small gate that allowed Kenzie to know that though Dad's body was lying in a bed, growing cold and returning to dust, Dad was flying with the angels and Mama. There had to be some comfort in that knowledge. She stopped to wrap her arms around both her sisters. The oldest of the three, she felt a responsibility to be an example as well as a strength, even as her heart was heavy with loss. Their tears dried and their shoulders stopped shaking. "I'm going to stay for a bit," said Lunette. I just need a few more minutes." "Take all the time you need." Kenzie squeezed her hand. Dr. Lee said he'd wait until the family was ready. "Are you staying too?" she asked Raquel. Her sister nodded, her lips pulled down and her eyes tight. "But you should go. I know you don't like this." They all hugged once more. "We're orphans now. Isn't that strange?" "I'm 25 and I feel like an orphan." Lunette covered her face and drew in a loud, labored breath. The responsibility to keep the family together fell on Kenzie's shoulders. Truthfully, she'd taken up the role when her mother died, coordinating with the cook to ensure Lynette's meals were dairy-free because of her food sensitivity and printing calendars for the driver so Raquel could get to gymnastics meets. The need to say something forced out the first thought that popped in her head. We have each other. We're sisters, and that's a bond that can't be broken. Raquel stepped back to look Kenzie square in the face. Not even when we get married? Kenzie jerked at the vulnerable note in Raquel's words. Marriage doesn't change the fact that we're sisters. I hope not, whispered Lynette. Kenzie gave them one last squeeze and then removed herself from the room. She'd done well avoiding looking at the bed, keeping her back to Dr. Lee and his final administrations. She should be stronger, braver, for her sister's sake, but she couldn't stay. She needed some time alone to process all that had transpired, and to cry. Crying in front of people was never a good idea. She wasn't a pretty crier. She exited the room, her gaze on the stairs that would take her to her suite. Movement caught her eye, and she glanced at the couch to see Nash hurrying to sit up. He must have fallen asleep. You're still here? While she hadn't forgotten she'd been married, she had forgotten that she'd left him on the couch. Had he been there all day and all night? For better or worse, he quipped as he stretched. His long, sculpted arms rose above his head, and she allowed her gaze to slide down them to where his shirt pulled tight over his firm chest and tight stomach. How great would it be to cuddle up to that tonight and cry her eyes out? Her cheeks warmed and she looked quickly away. I can promise you that the next week will bring out the worst in all of us. She motioned for him to follow her down the stairs. Her suite was on the east of the informal kitchen and dining areas. He would stay in the bedroom next to hers for the duration of their marriage. He got to his feet, gathering his suit coat that hung over the edge of the chair, and laid it over his forearm. Funerals and weddings do that to people. She used the handrail, needing something solid to hold on to. Why did you lump those two together? He moved easily alongside her, as if staying up until 2:30 in the morning was easy. Kenzie could only imagine the bags under her eyes and the flatness to her skin. Her wedding dress was wrinkled and well-worn. Her shoes were long gone. Several reasons, but mainly because weddings and funerals are life-changing events. He paused a moment before falling into step with her again. Let me amend that. They are relationship-changing events. The thought was an interesting one. Relationship changers. Like her relationship with her sisters had changed when she became engaged. It had pushed them all apart. She needed more time to process how Dad's passing would or could change their relationships even more before she answered. Kenzie pointed out the kitchen as they passed. I'm sorry I've been such a horrible host. Are you hungry? Nash shook his head. The housekeeper brought me a sandwich and later a turkey dinner. I'm sure I'm the world's worst wife, leaving you to fend for yourself right after the wedding. I wouldn't be surprised if you had second thoughts. She tried to joke, but her tone was flat with grief. Was it possible that she'd be able to pick up her usual lightness once again? Because it felt like she'd set it down next to her father's sickbed and he'd taken it with him when he passed to the other side. Nash's hesitation to answer did nothing to improve her opinion of herself. Maybe Clyde had dodged a bullet when he'd broken off their engagement. Everyone told her it was his loss and that she deserved better, but after today's performance, Clyde's assessment of her ability to fulfill the role of wife appeared correct. There are extenuating circumstances, Nash offered. Yep. Loser bride. They arrived at her suite, and Kenzie entered the code into the keypad before pushing the door wide open and revealing the living room area. She tried to see the room through Nash's eyes. Surely a man had different requirements for his home than a woman. Her father had given her carte blanche in decorating, so she'd run with her gut and created a place where she felt comfortable. The walls were a light cream color, which allowed the dark-stained exposed beams 2 stories above them to stand out in sharp contrast. The floors were hickory wood with a natural stain. To their immediate left was a circular breakfast nook, then the doors to the outside patio where she took her meals on warm days, and beyond that the pool and hot tub slumbered under a heavy blanket of stars. In front of them was the living space, with a leather couch banked by two fabric-covered love seats. In the center of the arrangement was a distressed coffee table, and on one wall was a stone fireplace, and above that a flat-screen TV. Her mantel was bare. She wasn't one for knickknacks, though she had a set of 3 iron candlesticks on the coffee table and a selection of throw pillows her niece used to make pillow forts. The end table was piled high with her to-read selections, and the leopard print blanket she used to curl up in was draped over the back of the love seat. Stone covered the left wall, outlining the breakfast nook and doorways to the patio and kitchen. Other than that, her walls were bare. She'd lived here for over a year, and yet it didn't look like a home. "What do you think?" Nash tipped his head back to look at the ceiling. "It reminds me of a ski lodge I interviewed at a few days ago." Oh. She didn't know he'd been looking for a job. In fact, she didn't know much about him at all, and here she was, inviting him into her home. "Aunt Pamela, I hope you know what you're doing. I worked there as a teenager too. It was good money and the perks were fantastic. Free skiing all season long." He lifted one side of his mouth in a quirky grin. Her heart flipped in her chest like a dolphin putting on a show. "I skied once." "Yeah? What did you think?" She felt his undivided attention like a tidal wave washing over her and threatening to suck her back out to sea. "It was fun. And little scary. Kind of like this moment right now." Her heartbeat thrummed in the small veins in her neck, and she hoped he couldn't see it throbbing away like a red warning light. "Were you any good?" She lifted a shoulder. "I fell down a lot." He chuckled. "That happens to most first-timers." "Well, my dad didn't like falling so much. So we never went back." "That's too bad." Kenzie didn't want to think about all the things she'd never do with her dad again. The normalcy of their conversation created a delayed effect in her head. "This is my room." She pointed to the closed door before moving on to the next door. "This is the bathroom. There's one by the back patio as well, behind the breakfast nook. But this is the one you and I will have to share." "I hope that's okay." They walked inside and Nash poked head inside the snail shower. "This looks great." "Is that a waterfall?" "Yes. There's also a rain feature if you prefer." She pointed to the shower head above them. "And these are massage jets." Nash glanced at the 5 smaller heads poking out of the side of the wall. "I hope you aren't planning to be in here anytime soon." "Why is that?" "Because this is where I plan to camp out. Once I go in, you may never find me again." She smiled. "After the night I've had, you'll have to fight me for it." "Done." He winked as he moved to the private water closet. She wouldn't have considered sharing a bathroom with her professional husband if the bathroom wasn't set up to give each individual as much privacy as possible. Not only was the entrance to the shower like a seashell, all curled in on itself, but there was a shaded glass door. She could be in the shower and be completely alone even if Nash was shaving at his sink. And there were 2 separate sinks. His was next to the door that led to his bedroom and hers was on the opposite wall, adjacent to her bedroom. "Speaking of bedrooms, this is your space." She waved him into his room. "I hope you like it. It hasn't been used at all, but the sheets are fresh." She'd asked the maids to prep the room for an overnight guest, not bothering to tell them that he'd be staying for 365 nights in a row. They were sure to talk amongst themselves about this strange new married couple who slept in different rooms, but she'd deal with that when or if it came up. Nash came through the doorway and let out a low whistle. He walked to the foot of the bed, trailing his hand along the bedspread as he went. She'd chosen dark woods for this space, because the panoramic windows along the length of the south wall let in loads of natural light. Right now, the accent lighting lit up the pool area below and, beyond that, the gardens. The perimeter of the property was lined with trees, sometimes 3 or 4 trees deep. On the other side of the trees, the houses were thick and the neighbors aplenty, though they rarely interacted with them. Nash stared out the windows, his face in shadow but his profile illuminated. He looked like he belonged in this room. It was rugged and wild. Like him. How did you find this much land in LA? Kenzie joined Nash at the window. This was where my grandfather's dairy farm was. Back in the day. He farmed here for years before moving the dairy an hour outside of the city. He had to sell half the property to make the move, but he kept this half because my grandma couldn't bear to leave the city she loved. Dad added on to the original house. I'll show you sometime. I'd like that. His voice was low and inviting. Once again, the idea of leaning into him for support tickled the edges of her rational thoughts. He continued to stare through the glass. I think your sister's onto us. She chewed her bottom lip. We'll have to find a way to play the marriage like it's real. If she suspects anything, she won't hesitate to call foul. How exactly are we supposed to make this look real? He turned to look at her rather than the stunning view. I'm not thrilled about lying for you. Had I known that was part of the job description, I wouldn't have taken the position. Kenzie closed her eyes against reality, not wanting to see the woman in the glass reflection. She didn't like her much lately, and respecting her became increasingly difficult as the consequences for her actions piled up. Nash was a stand-up guy, as clean-cut as they come. If she hadn't already been married to him and they'd met in a more normal way, she would have taken a second and possibly third look in his direction. I know. Everything's happening faster than I'd anticipated. I thought we'd have a couple weeks. A week at the least. To establish ourselves as a married couple. She gulped. I wanted you to meet my dad. Did he? An hour ago. Nash cursed under his breath. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought this up while you're in the middle of, he sighed heavily. It sucks. She half laughed, half cried in the face of his honest sympathy, the noise sounding like a strangled bark. She was able to maintain her composure and keep the tears at bay, but only just. It most definitely sucks. He gave her a sorry smile. She stepped quickly toward the door that led to the bathroom so she could escape into her room for the night. You're welcome to change anything you'd like in here. Just put it on my household account. Nash had a monthly stipend to do with as he pleased. B&B took the money out of her account and put it into Nash's personal checking once a month. On top of that, he received a large payoff after he'd completed the contractual year of marriage and the divorce went through. Why would I do that? This is perfect. A genuine smile tugged at her reluctant cheeks. His approval of the bedroom she'd designed made her feel like she was enough in a way few words ever had. She met his gaze and held it for longer than was appropriate. She couldn't seem to help herself, it was late, she was emotionally drained, and Nash was like an island of calm and strength in the middle of her life storm. I should go. She took a tentative step toward her room. Yes. She stopped, feeling all too eager to stay with him and hating that her eagerness came through in such a small word. I'm not sure where my suitcase ended up. I went out to the car earlier, but it had been moved. Oh, she looked around as if she would find it poking out from under the bed. I'm sorry about that. I'll send a text to the footman and have him bring it in first thing. He sighed and ran his hand down what was quickly becoming a 5 a.m. shadow. You're welcome to use anything you need. She waved her hand behind her, wishing there was some way to lessen the discomfort, pushing his shoulders forward and his eyebrows low. There's shampoo and soap in the shower already. He tugged at his shirt collar even though it was open, and she got the distinct impression that she'd pushed a level of intimacy with him too far too fast. How was she to know what was too far? It wasn't like there were lines in the sand, and Pamela hadn't given them a marriage manual. What they both needed was some time and space apart from one another. She hurried to leave. "I'm sleeping in tomorrow, but you're welcome to anything you can find in the kitchen." "Thanks. I may sleep late too." She ducked out just as quickly as she could, ready to fall into bed, though she no longer felt like sobbing herself to sleep. She changed quickly, choosing a pair of long slumber pants and a matching oversized tee. For a brief moment, she wondered what Nash would think of her pajamas. With a quick nip at the budding thought, she clicked off the light and fell into her pillows, intent on making her mind a blank slate and escaping into slumber as quickly as possible. Chapter 10. Nash slept until 9 the next morning. When his eyes popped open, he couldn't get them to shut again, seeing as how they were propped open by his overactive brain. He tentatively peeked into the hallway outside his room and found his bags tucked against the wall. Perfect. In less time than it took to send an email, he was in the pool, using long strokes to keep the current from pushing him back. He'd never swum in an infinity pool before, but found the process invigorating. Instead of having to make turns, he could lose himself in the rhythm, stroke 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 breathe, while his thoughts settled like a jar of pebbles. Kensington was obviously distressed and saddened by the loss of her father. She may have dealt with many of the emotions pre-death, but that wouldn't make the separation any easier. There was no way to prepare for not being able to hold a conversation with your parents. He should know. He hadn't spoken to his parents in 3 years and his siblings in almost 2. Not that he hadn't tried. He'd called from the prison phones, mailed letters, sent emails. He even sent flowers to his mom on Mother's Day. But it all went out into the void and disappeared, as if they didn't exist. Or, more accurately, he didn't exist. Was there any way to explain to another the sense of becoming nothing that happened when a parent pretends their child had never been born? No matter what he did in this life, he could never get back to what he'd once been in their eyes. There would be no birthday cakes or cards. No just checking in phone calls from his dad. He was an undiscovered island shrouded in dark clouds with no hope of making the map because he'd shamed the family name. His energy waned and his feet bumped the backside of the pool. He splashed awkwardly to standing. He shouldn't have let his thoughts wander so far off the path ahead. How many times had his counselor told him there was no use looking backward and wishing he'd taken a different road? This was the road he was on, and the only way to see the curves was to look toward the future. Well, he'd taken a curve in the road and it landed him on a path full of bumps and ruts. He had a wife who was emotionally unstable. As understandable as that was under the circumstances, it didn't lessen the need for him to be on his A-game. If what she said about her sisters was true, then she was headed for a firestorm. Her sister was another bump. Raquel was a fireball, not afraid to draw attention to herself, be it negative or positive. She had a mind of her own and a will to back it up. She'd be a formidable foe in the battle for Hazel's dairy delights. Lunette was a mystery. She walked like a beauty queen but hardly said a word. She hadn't even glanced his way yesterday. And Harrison? Harrison was a pothole. Nash smiled to himself as he dried off using one of the towels he'd found in the cabinet on the wall. An overprotective cousin, a lawyer cousin, could be a pain. He had no intention of hurting Kensington, but he could understand, given his history, why Harrison would feel the need to put him on guard. Heck, he would have done the same thing for his sister. Although, he wondered at Harrison's motivations. He had 3 female cousins, why take Kensington's side? Did he have stock in Hazel's Dairy Delights? The question waved at him, but the answer was too far out of his line of sight to figure it out plainly. He showered, doing his best not to enjoy the jojoba and coconut-scented shampoo. The deep, tropical scent was much too feminine and foreign, but he thought Kensington would wear it well. She'd worn her plaid wedding dress extremely well the day before. He'd had a hard time pretending he didn't notice the way the plaids folded to amplify her curves. In the bedroom, he stared into his suitcase and did his best not to drip on the rug. He chose business casual clothing because he wasn't exactly sure what the dress code was for billionaires when they were at home. The main area of the house was extravagant, to say the least. He'd lost track of the crystals on the chandelier, and the couch he'd occupied for most of yesterday was beautiful to look at but uncomfortable to sit on. It was well made and probably a custom piece designed for that specific place in the house. In fact, everywhere he looked, the furniture fit perfectly into the design. Even the small, 12-inch table sandwiched between the high-back chair and the wall was just the right size. Goldilocks didn't have a thing on the Donegal mansion. Kensington's wing of the house was stunning. He wandered into the kitchen and opened a few cupboards, finding plates and glasses in black and white. The walk-in pantry was organized, stocked with snacks and cereal, but missing staples like flour and sugar. He wasn't much of a husband. He hadn't dared hold Kensington last night when a tear escaped her eye. And he'd added to her worries by bringing up the situation with her sister when he could have kept his mouth shut for a few more hours. He needed to up his game. But what to do for his bereaved bride? Information on the company he was supposed to help save was tucked away, out of reach until he got clearance into their computer system. And he wasn't about to wake up Kensington to ask for files. Not after the night she'd had. He couldn't ask her sisters either. Keeping his involvement on the down low was top priority until it came time to cast his vote. He'd never felt so useless in a job in his life. He couldn't even clean her house or wash her dishes, because she had a full staff to do those things for her. There was only one course of action left to take. With a firm step, he headed out of the suite, hoping he didn't meet up with Raquel or Lunette as he prowled around their late father's house looking for a bag of chocolate chips. Kensington slept until just after 11. She woke up with a cotton mouth and a sore neck from holding her face toward the bathroom door all night. The shower had turned on at some point and she'd rolled over, not ready to get up and not willing to indulge in the thought of Nash all lathered up with her jojoba shampoo. The man was an employee, and there were lines that should not be crossed. Her father believed sexual harassment went both ways and made sure his daughters understood the hazards of a workplace romance. Dad. She fell back against the pillows as the events of the night before came crashing down. For a moment there, she'd existed as if things were normal. Shock. She'd gone backward in the grieving process. She'd gone through anger and denial last night, and she thought she'd had that spewed out of her system months ago. Grief was such a pleasant and predictable process. Not. With a grunt, she kicked off the blankets and threw herself into the bathroom to get away from the depression that was seeping into her sheets. The tiles were cold against her bare feet. Most mornings, she welcomed the jolt. It helped her to get going. This morning, it jump-started the rest of her senses. She sniffed the air. The room smelled different. A hint of jojoba lingered, but there was something else: shaving cream. Men's shaving cream. Nash's razor was on a stand near his faucet. She took a deep breath and enjoyed the spiciness he'd left behind. Resisting the urge to open the cabinet drawers and see what else he'd unpacked, she hurried through a shower. As she washed and rinsed her hair, she wondered about this strange new world she'd woken up in where her dad was gone and she was married to a man she hardly knew. After paying too much attention to her makeup for a day that would be spent at home, she made her way into the living area. The room was quiet, and there was no sign that Nash had been through there. He'd better not be trying to charm her sisters. Or even talking to them. Their focus needed to be on coming together as a family, not reprimanding her for marrying someone they'd never met. They'd be upset that she got married without them. Standing up for one another on their wedding days was an expectation they all carried. They'd talked in depth about it when she was engaged to Clyde. Having her sisters standing beside her, wearing matching bridesmaids' dresses, was a dream come true. Except it didn't come true thanks to Clyde. And it hadn't happened this time either, thanks to her unconventional situation. Crap. She wasn't even sure what to call the spot she'd gotten herself into. If she wasn't so certain that her sisters would harvest Hazel's dairy delights, she'd call the whole thing off and ask for an annulment. Sure, breaking the contract would cost her a pretty penny, but it would be worth it to restore some semblance of normalcy to her family life. Kensington bumped into the head housekeeper, Lena, in the hallway outside her suite. She was dusting the lighting fixtures. Because of the bare bulbs, they accumulated dust quite easily. "Are my sisters around?" Talking to them first seemed like the best course of action since Nash already knew his part in all this. Locked away in their suites. She patted Kensington's cheek. "But your man's in the kitchen. Is making a mess. But he is so handsome Jackie doesn't mind." Kensington hurried that direction, intent of saving Jackie, the cook, from her new husband. She could only imagine what charms Nash was using to work his way into the staff's good graces. The gentle whir of a stand mixer filled the air as she crossed through the formal dining room. Jackie's laughter was louder than the machine. The cook was always louder than necessary, probably from years of working around blenders and mixers and grinders. Kenzie entered to find Nash wearing a green and red striped apron and holding a cookie sheet with a hot pad. "What's all this?" she asked. Nash ducked his head. "A treat. He's making cookies." Jackie, a woman who was thick around the middle and put on a smile like it was part of her uniform, beamed up at him like he was her long-lost son. "It's nothing, really," Nash insisted. Jackie jabbed him with her bony elbow. "Tell her what you told me about your mama." Nash kept his chin tucked as he removed the cookies from the cookie sheet with a plastic spatula. They were chocolate chip cookies, nothing special. They looked like every other batch of cookies that had come from the recipe on the back of the chocolate chip bag. Jackie was being overly generous with her adoration of this guy's efforts. "You know how, after a funeral, people take food to the family?" "They do?" Kensington hadn't heard of that before. "We usually send flowers." "Yeah, we did that too. But in our neighborhood, we would deliver homemade meals. Maybe a casserole they could keep in the fridge for a couple days and reheat, or a lasagna they could freeze. I remember my mom taking fried chicken a couple times." He waved his hand as if brushing aside a memory. Kensington wished he hadn't. The image of a neighborhood coming together to help one of their own was a pleasant thought. To her knowledge, nothing like that happened within her gated community. What would the Hollywood producer think of her showing up on his doorstep with a casserole? Or the ex-governor? "I can't see that happening here." He twisted his lips in a half grin, and her stomach fluttered at the sight. He really was a handsome man. Taking time to shave each morning and hair shorn close to his scalp had to require a trip to the barber every 3 weeks to maintain. Maybe now that he was married and settled into a job for a year, he would let it grow out. She didn't love that idea. His military crispness gave him a daring edge. Anyway, his voice broke through her errant thoughts. "My mom always made a batch of cookies too. She said it was a small reminder that life would be sweet once again." Kensington slouched against the countertop. She couldn't remember the last time someone had done something like this for her family. "And so you made us cookies?" "I made them for you." His soft emphasis on the last word did funny things to her insides. Her body went all warm and tingly. "That's random." He swallowed, and she could see the strain it took for him to maintain his smile. "I meant that in a good way," she hurried to reassure him. "I don't see a lot of random kindness in my days." The pinch left the corners of his eyes, and a flush went over her chest. Jackie cleared her throat, making Kenzie start. Coming to herself, she stood up straight and reached for a warm cookie. "Careful, the chocolate may still be hot," cautioned the cook. "I'll take my chances." She broke off a bite and blew on the chips that oozed onto her fingers. Messy. Perfect in all the right ways. The first bite was pure deliciousness. After that, the rest of the cookie disappeared quickly, right along with all her judgments over Jackie for fawning over Nash. "Coffee," mumbled Lunette as she stumbled into the kitchen. Her hair was a tangled mess, and her bathrobe hung open to reveal a pair of black silk shorts and matching top. Her makeup was caked beneath her eyes, and she had pillow creases across her cheeks. Kensington cringed, a dark cloud of insecurity and embarrassment obscuring the pleasant emotions Nash and his warm cookies created. The morning after was never a pretty sight for Lunette. If her father's death by alcohol wasn't enough to keep Kensington dry, then seeing her sister this morning would most definitely persuade her. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Shoo, don't talk yet." Lunette took a long pull from the steaming mug of coffee Jackie thrust into her hands. Jackie exchanged a look with Kenzie over Lunette's shoulder that said she would feed her and get her sobered up. Well, as sober as Lunette would be over the next few days. Kenzie mouthed thank you to Jackie and nudged Nash out of the kitchen. He quickly loaded a plate with as many cookies as he could pile on and followed her through the formal dining room. "I'm sorry for her rudeness. She's had a rough night." "Can't say that I blame her." Kenzie groaned. "You'd think watching our dad die from alcohol poisoning would be enough to sober her up." Nash held out a cookie. He didn't offer a judgment on her sister, nor on her statement, and she wondered what was going on inside his head. If their roles were switched, she'd take the first stop off the bizarre Ferris wheel and run home screaming. Thank goodness for the non-disclosure agreement. The last thing her family needed right now was bad press. She'd worked overtime to keep the real cause for Dad's declining health a secret, and at the same time, she couldn't believe she'd turned into the type of woman who felt she had to hide things from the world. With each new "the doctors say it's worse than we first thought and thank you for your prayers," she'd sunk deeper into the hole. She didn't like the hole at all. It was small, dark, and cold. Feeling as though the walls were closing in around her, she turned to Nash and confessed everything. "My sister is an unrepentant, high-functioning alcoholic. She picks the time to binge well, usually a Saturday night when the only thing she'll miss out on is church the next morning." The words tumbled out of her mouth like coils of a rope unwinding. With each turn of phrase, the whole had less control of her, less of a hold. If the past is any indication, Lunette will be cleaned up and presentable by 4. "We have family coming over to express their condolences and review Dad's funeral plan." She chewed her lip. Her mother's mother would be there. Grandma Treacle was always a straining joy to be around. They reached her suite and she pushed the door open for him since his hands were full of cookies. "Dad pre-planned the service. I'm sure it will be lovely." "Why does that bother you?" His perception of her annoyance was surprising. She'd have to remember that he was good at reading her. "I have no idea." She rubbed her forehead and followed him into the kitchen and snagged another cookie. Nash stood in the middle of the floor, between the island and the stove. He shifted his weight. "What's my role in all this?" She leaned her forearms on the island and broke apart her cookie to eat in small pieces. The chocolate and sugar were comforting. "You won't have to do anything tonight. In fact, if you'll stay out of sight, that might even be better. I'll break the news to the family and take the backlash." His eyebrows went up. "Will there be a lot of backlash?" She swallowed, thinking of Grandma Treacle's traditional views on marriage. "Not too much. Nothing I can't handle." "I get the feeling you handle your family a lot." "What's that mean?" She bristled, ready for a confrontation. "Nothing. Forget I even mentioned it." He set the plate on the counter. "If you don't need me, I think I'll do some shopping." "Oh." Her heart dropped 2 floors. She liked having him around, liked his calmness, the way he didn't blurt out everything that was on his mind. Which was why his comment about managing her family didn't disappear. She swiped the crumbs off the counter and tossed them in the trash bin under the sink. Words should be that easy to wipe away, but they weren't. Once something was said out loud, it was between people forever. "You're welcome to take my car. It's in the small garage just out this door." She pointed to a large cabinet door next to the pantry. Nash pulled on the small, reinforced handle and opened the door, letting in a cool draft off the garage's concrete floor. "I didn't even know that was there." She smiled. "I didn't want it to stand out, so I had the cabinet company work it into the cabinets." Smart. Her smile grew, making her cheeks feel like they were cracking off a mud facial mask. Smiling was one of those things she did without thinking. At least, she had smiled without thinking before the diagnosis. "What?" Nash asked. "You're thinking far too hard over a hidden door." He shut it again and came to stand near her. "I heard once that there were events that change the course of your life in such a way that you have a life before they happened and a life after they happened, but the two are quite different. If only inside of you. That is much deeper than a hidden door." He laid his hand over both of hers on the counter. "I'm sorry for your loss, Kensington." She stared at their hands, hers clasped together and wound tight, and his warm and relaxed and comforting. She shivered, unaware of how cold she'd been until his touch. "Call me Kenzie." She lifted her gaze to stumble upon his greenish-gray eyes, full of empathy and understanding. Her heart, which had been beating at a slow and lumbered pace, picked up speed, hurtling her thoughts to what life would be like with a man like Nash. With a jerk, she remembered herself, remembered who she was, what her plan was in this life, and the whole reason she'd married Nash in the first place. Pulling her hands free, she stared at his collarbone, doing her best not to notice the muscles just below it. "We'll have 2 days of reprieve, including today, and then the funeral. After that, it's back to work on Monday. I'm assuming that's when it's all going to hit the fan. What happens after the vote?" "War." She glanced up at him and pressed her lips together. "I need to give you all the variables. Just, not today. I need today. Tomorrow, then. Tomorrow." Kenzie went in search of Lena to go over the details of the family gathering that afternoon. It really wasn't a big deal. Light refreshments while the funeral director told them where to sit and park and how they planned to navigate with the press. The moment she left Nash, her heart slowed back down and her hands and feet went cold. She rubbed her hands briskly over her arms. As her thoughts turned to what would happen after the funeral, she shivered for a whole different reason. The small family gathering scheduled for the evening before had turned into a reception. Family, friends, and co-workers converged upon the house to offer their condolences. Kenzie managed to avoid many awkward conversations simply because there were so many people in the house. Since only her immediate family knew she'd gotten married, no one asked where her husband was in the crush of people who flowed through the front door like a flash flood. It was in the back of her head to ask Lunette, who had pulled herself together quite nicely for the evening, and Raquel which of them had sent out the invitations. Nash's story of his mom and the cookies crowded out the idea that her sisters had turned their father's passing into the social event of the year. She decided to give them the benefit of the doubt and be the gracious host she was trained to be. By the end of the night, she'd fallen into bed, the scent of Nash's soap lingering through the open bathroom door. She wasn't sure why she'd left it open. She certainly wasn't inviting him into her bedroom. Just knowing he would hear her if she cried out had given her enough comfort to fall asleep and sleep deeply. Chapter 11. Nash leaned forward, his pen poised over the white legal pad in front of him. He and Kenzie had just settled down for their strategy meeting. He'd brought a plate of cookies, she'd brought enough office supplies to run a small country. Across from him was a whiteboard, the markers lined up neatly in the accompanying tray. A mug, with a picture of Elvis on the side, held black, blue, and red pens. There was a stack of legal pads and loose paper often found in a printer's feed. He wasn't sure why, but she'd also brought file folders, sticky tabs to label them, and paper clips that happened to be hot pink. He leaned forward in his seat. After we cast our votes for CEO, and it comes out a tie, Kenzie inserted. Then the power to choose between the three of you goes to the board of directors? Kenzie nodded while she chewed. Nash contemplated the tabletop. I have to tell you, Raquel may have a point in selling off the company to the highest bidder. You could make millions. Or more. And be set. That's the fast track to wealth. Start a company, make it viable, and sell, sell, sell. Kenzie stared at him. I feel like you're giving me a warning of some sort, but I'm not sure what it is. Nash sucked in his gut and went for it. I can't, in good conscience, vote for you to be CEO if I don't believe it is the best course of action for the company as a whole. But that's the whole point of this marriage. I know. I know. He scrubbed at the back of his head, his hair poking into his palm. But I can't. Kenzie narrowed her eyes. Keeping the company together is the best thing for the employees. You'll see. She polished off her second chocolate chip cookie and brushed the crumbs off her fingers. How are you at schmoozing? Nash had a disproportionate sense of accomplishment over Kenzie's appreciation of his chocolate chip cookies. He used the recipe off the back of the bag. If she thought these were good, she should try his mom's recipe. But then he'd have to call his mom, and that was out of the question. I have mid-level experience in the schmoozing department. He picked up his first cookie. His stomach had been in knots leading up to this meeting, wondering how far Kenzie would push him to push his morals. For now, he'd go along with her plan. He needed more information before he made his decision, so he'd just have to bide his time. Trying to keep the spotlight off his internal dilemma, he asked, if the vote were to take place right now, who would vote for you? Take me through the executive team. Kenzie snapped the top off of a dry erase marker. Everett Vereb. She wrote the name on the whiteboard as she spoke. Our CFO. He's hard-nosed. I don't know where I stand with him. The good news is, he hasn't fallen for Rachel's charms either. So he's neutral? An unknown. She put a question mark next to his name. Guy Tratto is our chief operating officer. He's newly married and close to retirement and has an overall aura of biding his time. She put a negative sign next to his name. I think he'd sell, just because he thinks the company can't survive without him. Nice guy, though. Hugh Sebald is the head of human resources. He's my biggest supporter. I can count on him to come through for me. She placed a positive sign next to his name. You know, it would help if you could draw a picture of each of them too. Her hand paused in the air and she looked over her shoulder at him. Her hair was pulled back into a low ponytail. Besides the wedding, she'd kept her hair out of her face, making the wide planes of her forehead and cheekbones stand out. Did she know how interesting her face was to look at? Was that why she used it to her advantage? Trust me, you don't want me to draw a picture of anyone. He fought the tugging at the corner of his lips. She must have seen it, because she shoved his pad towards him playfully. Be serious. I am. How can I go into a meeting and schmooze the right guy if I'm not sure it's him? I'll be sure and point out the people you have to schmooze before it's time to do so. Fine. He added a dash of petulance to his voice. She tapped the marker against her palm as she stared at the names on the board. You might be onto something. He waited, enjoying watching the wheels turn in her head. There are a lot of question marks floating around the office these days. I can't just assume these guys know what I want to do with the company. Assumptions are always a bad idea. Like assuming your best friend boss had your back. Not cool. She pointed the marker at the tabletop. We should take them to lunch. Isn't that considered a bribe? He was only half joking, but it tasted sour in his mouth to even come close to the subject of bribery. That was one line he hadn't crossed. Jeremy had never even tried to bribe him. He didn't have to. Nash was naive enough to do his dirty work without a second thought. No. Is it? Her brow furrowed, and then she quickly waved her hands in the air. I need to talk to them, feel them out, and see where they stand on the issues facing Hazel's. I need to know what they're thinking. He scooted forward on his seat. You can't be too obvious. It could scare them off if I was forceful. And tip off your sisters that something's up. She gave him a pointed look. I'm wearing your ring. They're aware that something is up. Fair enough. Oddly, that made him feel better about this closed-door meeting. Still, there was something bugging him. Why don't you just talk to your sisters about keeping the company in one piece? She tossed the marker onto the table. Lunette and I had a falling out a few years ago. It was difficult. I'd worked so hard to be the big sister they needed, especially after my mom died. Raquel took her side in the whole thing, and we didn't speak for 6 months. Nothing she said surprised him. What did surprise him was the hope her story sprung in his heart that families could heal. That they could go from not speaking at all to living in the same house. Even if the house was more like 6 houses that happened to share walls. In some ways, we've come far. Like, we're here, we sat through counseling sessions with my dad, we show up to work in the same building. We look close, but we aren't. There's always a level of mistrust, a questioning of one another's motives. This could be your opportunity to change all that. She chewed her lip, drawing his eyes to her mouth. She had a scrumptious mouth and surely tasted like cookies. He schooled his thoughts. There was no sense going down that road when he was on a turbulent freeway at the moment. Who was he to even consider kissing someone like Kensington Donegal? He was a nobody. Or worse, he was a nobody with a rap sheet. Let's call that Plan A. You'll talk to them? He blinked in surprise. Maybe. I'm not sure it will do much good. And it may even hurt things in the long run. But you're right that I should at least try to discuss the future of the company with them. They have as much at stake as I do. New and unexpected warmth surged through him. In all the time he'd spent with bigwigs, he'd never witnessed as much humility in all of them put together as he did in Kenzie's willingness to heed his advice. His eyes dropped to her lips again, the desire to brand her with a kiss burning strong. Kenzie glanced away first and reached for the dry erase marker once again. If Plan A doesn't work out, we'll need a Plan B. She pointed to the whiteboard. Leon Rostro. Fondness spread across her face. I used to work summers with Leon when I was in high school. His parents managed the dairy farm my grandpa started. Yeah. He leaned back in the chair and kicked out a leg, ready for a good story. He is the one who taught me how to drive a tractor. Get out. It's true. I used to clean the corrals and holding pens with the scraper. He wrinkled his nose. Somehow, I can't put you and manure together. You're much too refined and it's much too smelly. She chuckled, but the sound was muted. He understood, she was still feeling the effects of losing her dad. It had taken him over a year to laugh after his sentencing. While the losses were quite different, they'd both lost something dear. She'd lost the man who raised her, he'd lost his family and freedom. Manure does not stink. What are you talking about? Manure is the definition of stink. She shook her head so hard her ponytail whipped her cheek. You've got it all wrong. He held up his palms. Agree to disagree. She glared at him. Fine. But I'm not happy. You'll see I'm right, and when you do, I'll expect a full apology. Deal. His heart lifted like a hot air balloon, the sensation freeing and frightening all at once. To get his feet back on the ground, he motioned towards the whiteboard. We're missing someone. Right. She scrunched her nose. Julia Lotties. The name landed heavily on the board. That doesn't sound good. It's not. She's Raquel's best friend. He slumped. That's definitely not good. Any chance she could come around to your way of thinking? I mean, isn't she worried about her job if the company splits? Aren't they all? None of the board members would lose their jobs. Except maybe Guy. If there's no operations to oversee, then we don't need a chief operating officer. Everett, Hugh, and Julia would transfer with the brand and work as consultants to facilitate the merger. After that, they'd be absorbed into whatever company we sold to. Leon would continue to manage the factories. If they are parceled off, then he'll retire. He's already hinted at wanting to do just that. I get the feeling he's only stuck around this long because Dad was sick. Nice guy. One of the best. She recapped the marker. I'm going to set you up in the main offices. I'd like you to get a feel for things and report in. You want me to spy for you? She scowled. I don't want you rifling through drawers or hard drives or anything like that. Then what? Exactly. Do you want? I need a clear understanding of what you expect from me. Her mouth flattened with annoyance. I want you to take over a few of the things I took over when Dad stopped coming into the office. Like? He pressed. Like overseeing flavor development. We haven't released a new flavor in months, and we can't float forever on what we've got now. Also, several of our recent releases haven't done as well as we'd like. They may need tweaking. I don't have the background or training. She cut off his protests with a slash of her hand. We have staff who are trained, but they've been without a manager for a while now, and I know they feel as though they don't have a voice. They're in the kitchens daily, doing their jobs, and I can't remember the last time I checked in on them. Okay, that sounds harmless enough. She folded her arms. That's a funny word to use. Harmless. Were you assuming I'd ask you to do harm? He scraped his palm down his face. Assumptions are dangerous, remember? Yes, they are. She considered him with a sharp eye. He waited, wondering if this was the moment she would lay his sins at his feet and demand an explanation, or expect him to live up to his horrid reputation. He could do neither, and breathed a silent sigh of relief as she moved on. I'd also like you to take a look at our packaging. Raquel dabbled in designing something new, but she dropped all of that about 3 months ago. I'm assuming. She stopped talking. Nash held back a smirk as she reworded her thoughts. I believe that's when she came up with the idea of breaking up the company. Since Hazel's would no longer sell product, she didn't need to come up with a new look. That's plausible. This will put you in direct contact with Julia. The two of you will work together on this without me. What if Raquel decides to jump back in? Let her. She's got a great eye for this type of thing, and she's an asset when she wants to be. And then I can keep an eye on her for you? He quirked an eyebrow, challenging her to deny the real reason she wanted him close to her sister. Kenzie leaned forward, resting her elbow on the table and her chin on her hand. I don't know how much she'll trust you, because it's obvious we're in cahoots, but yeah. Whatever you can observe that would help our cause would be great. Nash leaned in, mirroring her position. I've never been in cahoots before. Is there a secret handshake? She shoved his leg with hers. Are you ever serious? This is my future. And the future of over 10,000 employees we're talking about here. Though her question had some bite to it, her eyes remained friendly. I'm starting to doubt Aunt Pamela's interview process is as thorough as she claims. If she only knew. You don't have to worry. When it comes to a workday, I put in my all. Great. She smiled softly, tracing her free hand over the bumps in the distressed tabletop. Well, if we can make it through the funeral without our quickie marriage blowing up in our faces, then I have hope for the rest of our plan. What are our chances of avoiding a blow-up? I'd say 80-20. I'll take 80. She paused in her tracing. We get 20, the dynamite gets 80. You like to live on the edge. You don't know the half of it. He liked the sound of that. Kenzie was the opposite of intimidating with her sweet heart-shaped face and her petite frame, but that was all misleading. Her mind was a powerhouse. What else have you got up that sleeve? Her cheeks took on a rosy hue. I was thinking about Raquel not believing we are married. I mean, she believes it now, but there will be others who need convincing. He sat back in his chair and folded his arms, waiting her out as she organized her thoughts into words. We need to act married. An image of him and Kenzie curled up together on the couch, him leaning back against the cushions and her head on his chest while he rubbed lazy circles on her back, came to mind. Only, in his head they were alone in the room and he was contemplating shutting off the movie and kissing her. Snap. Snap. Hello? Kenzie's concerned face came into focus as her fingers snapped in front of his face. Sorry. I was on a tangent for a moment there. The air between them took on a sharp feeling, like peppermint rain. She began gathering up the supplies. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. No matter what label we put on this marriage, it's still a business relationship. Her hands trembled as she arranged the dry erase markers back in their box. Kensington Donegal didn't wear vulnerability well. It hung on her like an oversized, heavy coat, and it tugged at his protective instincts. He'd played the field for a while, when he was a big shot, and he'd broken a couple hearts because he was too wrapped up in himself to prioritize the other person's feelings. Being knocked off the pedestal had given him a new perspective on people. Kenzie hadn't asked anything that was outside of his ability to give, and the asking part had been hard for her. Nash touched Kenzie's elbow to stop her hurried movements. I'm uncomfortable lying to people, but in this case, we are newlyweds. We can look the part. She looked down at him, the air changing from peppermint cool to fireside warm in an instant. Nash's heart began to build a thunder he'd rarely experienced in life. He trailed his fingers down her arm and then hooked her pinky for a brief moment before letting go. Flirting with danger had created this sensation. Once, when he bungee jumped off the side of a bridge, and several times as he sat in the courtroom. The courtroom. He scooted his chair back and cleared his throat. I'm going to do some online product research in my room. He jumped up to run from Kenzie and her sweet-smelling skin. Why did women have to smell so good? They'd whittled away the afternoon and he'd hardly noticed the time pass. Jackie should have dinner ready in a half hour, Kenzie called after him. Do you want to eat with the family? He wasn't quite ready to roll out the newlywed show. He needed some time to shore up his walls before he touched Kenzie again. She'd gotten through his defenses with surprisingly little effort on her part. I'd prefer to eat on my own. I don't blame you. I could use one more night without having to see everyone as well. I'll have someone deliver our meals to our rooms. That wasn't ideal. Knowing Kenzie was just a hop, skip, and how do you do away wouldn't give him the space he needed. Closed doors were the best he could ask for under the strange circumstances of their arrangement. Thank you. You're welcome. He entered his room, the plush fabrics and amazing view doing nothing to take his mind off the way Kenzie's skin felt like velvet under his fingertips. He stared down at his hand before closing it into a fist as if he could hold the memory in his hand forever. In an instant, his wonder flipped to frustration at his reaction. He was stronger than this. If 3 years in prison had taught him anything, it was to keep his emotions on lockdown. No matter what Kenzie stirred up inside of him, he could handle it. He would make himself handle it. Chapter 12. Are you ready for this? Kensington stared at Nash's outstretched hand. He was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt and a gray tie. Appropriate for the occasion, but making her have inappropriate thoughts. His tanned skin, combined with the dark colors, gave him a dangerous edge she found unsettling. The openness in his greenish-gray eyes, more gray than green today, drew her in even as she pulled against the current. His hand, strong and corded, was like forbidden fruit. She knew she shouldn't partake, especially after the way his fingers had created a blaze of attraction by simply brushing her arm the day before. But she was cornered. She'd convinced him physical contact was necessary to make their phony marriage appear real and had argued her point quite poorly, if she did say so herself. Still Nash agreed, so she couldn't have blundered it up too badly. Small bits of physical contact now, when no one was around to see her hesitate, were a good way to prepare for later. Therefore, she had to take his offered hand. As ready as I'll ever be. She held her breath, and slipped her hand into his, unintentionally caressing his palm as she did so. The contact tickled and sent a wave of chills across her bare arms. When it subsided, she allowed her lungs to release and willed the butterflies in her stomach to behave like the ladies she knew them to be and not like a swarm of giggling teenagers. "You look nice," said Nash. They exited through the garage, and she ducked into the waiting limousine first. Her eyes went down to the knee-length, fitted black lace dress. "Thank you." Her eyes unfocused as she stared at the scalloped hemline. "One of the exercises we did in our pre-death grieving lessons was to choose our clothing for the funeral. We all helped Dad select a suit, and he waited while we tried on dresses. Lunette picked a pair of black pants and a flowing black blouse. She said she wanted to be different, but I suspect she wanted to be different from me." A soft tingle behind her eyes let her know that tears were near. She sniffed them back. There would be plenty of time to cry during the service. No sense starting now. "I'm sorry for what you're going through right now. I'll do what I can to make this easier on you." Nash patted her knee. She fought the urge to lean into him and just let her worries rest on his very capable shoulder. "Thanks." The rest of the ride to the church passed in silence. Nash stared out the window and Kenzie stared at her hands wrung together in her lap. They were too awkward with one another. No one would ever believe they were actually married. She vowed to school herself. Touching and being touched would be easier if her body didn't react to his each time they came within personal boundaries. Her nerve endings were numb, the world colored gray, and her feelings dampened by grief. Nash provided a spike in blood pressure and a speeding pulse that let her know she was still alive. The limo pulled up to the front doors of the church and Nash exited first, offering his hand once again. "At least Aunt Pamela knows how to pick a gentleman," she muttered. The guys she'd chosen on her own hadn't half the chivalry as Nash, and one of them was British royalty. She perched an oversized pair of dark glasses on her nose before getting out. Once she was standing steady in her 3-inch conservative heels, Nash threaded his fingers through hers. She cast her eyes up the Gothic structure made from cold granite blocks and the sharp-tipped spires, and shivered. If ever there was a place to discuss the effects of death, this was it. "I never liked this church," she told Nash as they made their way up the circular steps to the shrouded entry. "Why not?" His voice was low, probably a reaction to the way the vestibule opened up into the nave and sound traveled like sin. He tipped his head back to take in the ornate columns and frescoes painted on the ceiling. "It's beautiful, but I feel like I don't belong. We weren't raised Catholic, but Dad insisted on having a Catholic funeral. I guess his mom was faithful in the church, and he wanted her to be happy when he saw her on the other side. Do you think it'll work?" He lifted one side of his mouth in a roguish grin that had the butterflies all a-giggle. "I hope so. For his sake. I only have this memory of his mom, and it was during Lent. I think she'd given up sugar or something, because she wasn't at all pleasant. Let alone grandmotherly." She died before Raquel was born, so Kenzie was the only one who remembered her. His body bounced with a chuckle. Inappropriate for the situation, but lifting her spirits all the same. His thumb brushed the back of her hand, lifting them even more. This isn't so bad. She lifted their hands between them. I think we're getting the hang of it. Before he could respond, Kenzie was attack-hugged from the other side. Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry about your daddy, gushed her first cousin, Miranda. Nash's fingers loosened, giving her the chance to let go and return the hug. Instead, she tightened her grip and pulled him closer to her, releasing Miranda as quickly as possible. Keeping herself together would be so much easier if she wasn't surrounded by people who expected her to fall apart at any second. Their kindness was like a drill against a dam of emotions. Nash's understanding was different somehow. Not that she couldn't fall apart on him if she wanted to, but somehow she was able to draw from his strength, and she needed that strength if she was going to deal with her extended family of busybodies and nosy Nellies. Thank you. Miranda's teenaged brothers, Jeb and Kyle, were right behind her with the hugs. Mama is bringing in Grandma Treacle. Kenzie pointed toward the front of the chancel. There's a spot saved for her wheelchair. Miranda fluttered her hand over her bosom. Y'all are so thoughtful, even when your world's falling apart. Her eyes darted to Nash, begging for an introduction. Kenzie stepped to the side to include him in the conversation. Pardon my lack of manners. Miranda, this is my husband Nash Westport. The words were sticky, like she was talking through a spoonful of honey and peanut butter. Nash, these are my cousins. She gave each of their names and Nash shook hands, never letting go of his hold on her, which she was extremely grateful for. Miranda smacked Kenzie's shoulder. I'm more than a little put out with you for not inviting me to the wedding, Kensington. Kenzie sidestepped closer to Nash, feeling the heat of his body on her bare upper arm. With Dad's ailing health, an elopement was really the only option. Jeb's eyes about popped out of his head. You eloped? He exchanged an admiring look with his brother. Both boys were cute in an I play sports way, with grins that warned daddies that they weren't as innocent as their big blue eyes proclaimed. Kenzie suspected she went up 2 notches on the cool cousin meter. We did. Nash put his arm around her, settling his hand on her waist and pressing a kiss to her hair, as if he not only had permission to take such liberties, but had enjoyed them 100 times over. She counted to 3 as she inhaled in an effort to appear as unfazed as he was by the knowledge that his lips had touched her, but her cheeks still warmed. If he'd only pulled her close and not kissed her hair, she might have had a chance. Well, aren't you the blushing bride? Miranda patted her arm. We're going to find Mama. We'll chat with you later. She ushered one brother along while hissing, Don't you dare elope. Mama would kill you dead. The other brother headed back out to the car. Kenzie tipped her chin up and was rewarded with a soft smile from Nash. That wasn't so bad, was it? He whispered. I survived. Miranda's the easy one, wait until you meet. Kensington Donegal, you come here this instant. My grandmother. Kenzie straightened her spine and applied the proper tilt to her lips to greet her mother's mother. She nodded to Aunt Gertie, who pushed her wheelchair ever closer. Hello, Grandma Treacle. Kenzie bent over and kissed her grandmother's papery cheek. Her skin was heavily coated in powder, making it hard not to sneeze. She had hair the color of pepper without a hint of gray. Gray, white, and silver hairs wouldn't dare appear on her head. Her eyebrows had long ago been tweezed to an early grave, and in their place was a thin, penciled arch wine-colored lipstick made a cameo appearance on what was left of her lips, which were pressed into a disapproving line. Hello yourself. Grandma's voice wasn't turned down to church level, and people turned to stare. What is this I hear about you eloping? Have you no shame? Kenzie glared at Jeb and Miranda standing just behind Aunt Gertie. Their ears, which stuck out just a little too far, were scarlet, giving away their part in this like neon signs blinking. "We told on you." "Are you pregnant?" Grandma hollered. Until that moment, Kenzie hadn't paid much attention to the background noise created as guests greeted one another and offered condolences. That age-old saying, "you don't miss something until it's gone," came to mind as the whole church hushed. "Mother," Aunt Gertie admonished. "I saw them with their hands all over each other, and he was kissing her." Grandma was working herself into a nice little tizzy. In her mind, husbands and wives should pretend intimacy didn't exist, and children appeared on the doorstep in clean diapers and pink or blue booties. "At least someone bought our act," Nash whispered in Kenzie's ear. His attentions were as sweet as they were addicting. Once she relaxed and allowed herself to get into the flow, she welcomed the closeness he so easily offered, and she wasn't about to let Grandma guilt her out of it. She briefly closed her eyes against the bright light of disappointment. While she'd been reveling in affection, Nash had been doing his job. And a fine job he did, too. He'd convinced her that their contact was natural and normal for their situation when it most certainly was not. "They're newlyweds." Aunt Gertie flipped her hand to the side. "Give them a little slack, would you, Mama? It's unseemly." Irritated with herself for not keeping a better handle on her feelings, Kenzie faced down her grandmother. "Pish. Don't you pish me, young lady. You're the oldest, and you should set the example for your sisters and your cousins. If you're pregnant, own up to it." Kenzie put her hands on her hips. She was careful to keep her voice low, but she wasn't about to be branded as the family's black sheep when her sister had already taken that title. "As the matriarch of the family, you should be the epitome of decorum, grandmother, yet you're yelling in a church at my daddy's funeral about me being pregnant and embarrassing my husband." An uneasy silence slashed the room as she finished. Grandmother folded one hand over the other in her lap and lifted her chin. Kenzie glared down at her, unwilling to back away from her grandmother's way of looking down on her even as she sat in a wheelchair. Jeb's head bobbed back and forth between her and Aunt Gertie, twisting her gray silk scarf around her hands. "If I may." Nash stepped forward. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Treacle." He picked up her hand and placed a kiss on the back, right above the bulging blue vein. That action alone earned his first month's salary. "I apologize for sweeping Kenzie away in matrimony, but I couldn't go another day without knowing she was my wife, and with her father's health, well, you can forgive a young man's foolishness over a woman, can't you?" Grandmother melted from his manners as only a Southern belle could. "I think I can let this one slide." She leaned forward. "As long as you name the baby after me." Nash laughed. "You got it." "Thank you." She patted her hair. "Come, Gertie, we must find our place before the funeral begins. I'll not have everyone staring at me for being late." "Yes, Mama." Aunt Gertie winked at Kenzie as she pushed the wheelchair past her and Nash. Kenzie waited until their backs were turned, and then she elbowed Nash in the belly. "What was that for?" "She thinks I'm pregnant. And she's as happy as a clam," he said, completely unrepentant as he slung his arm around her shoulder, pulling her toward the rows and rows of padded folding chairs draped in black fabric. "Let's find our seats." Nash stretched his arm over the back of the pew. He hesitated only a blink before allowing his hand to rest on Kenzie's shoulder. She stared ahead, her eyes tight. "And now we'll have a few words from Raquel Donegal." The priest looked over his half-spectacles to verify that Raquel was indeed on her way to the lectern before he vacated the space. Raquel and Lunette had arrived together. Lunette's daughter was not in tow. He'd wondered if they would have left Kenzie out too, and was thankful he was there so she had someone at her side. They'd stuck together. Quite literally. As they made their way to their assigned seats, greeting family along the way. He shook hands, offered condolences, and listened to a few short stories about Kenzie's dad that made him wonder what the man would have thought of him being married to his daughter. With his free hand, he reclaimed her fingers in his grasp. How come she's giving the eulogy? Isn't it your responsibility as the oldest to set a good example for your sisters? His joke fell as flat as a pancake on the marble floor. Kenzie's knuckles turned white. Dad was always so proud of Raquel's debate trophies and scholarship offers. He thought it fitting that she deliver the eulogy. They spent hours writing it together, arguing and having a good time. Her eyes glistened like diamonds, the unshed tears hovering as they had most of the day, but not falling. The woman had the strength of a cement wall. His only worry was that when she did burst, the damage would be complete. I don't think that by including her he meant to leave you out, he offered. She lifted a shoulder and then settled against his chest. He could feel her body expand and shrink with each breath she took and found himself falling into pattern with her, their breaths becoming one. In a way, this was exactly what he wanted in a marriage, being able to lean on one another, be close, share burdens. Too bad it was a job. After Raquel's speech, which was both funny and heartfelt, Lynette sang Amazing Grace. She had a beautiful alto voice that echoed all the way to the church spires and filled the building. The priest was back, and Nash's mind wandered to how nice it felt to have Kenzie tucked into his side. How long had it been since he'd held a woman? Years too long. And even before that, he'd never really taken the time to appreciate the sensations and emotions created by the soft caress of perfume or the tickle of her hair on his chin. He thought back through the last couple of years, noting that beyond handshakes, he hadn't had any positive physical contact. Perhaps that's why he draped himself across Kenzie like a puppy waiting by the barbecue for a scrap. Having been given the green light to hold her, touch her, and even kiss her hair, he'd taken every opportunity. Like a man dying of thirst in the desert who had come upon a full canteen, he guzzled greedily. Except he didn't feel like he was taking anything from Kenzie that she wasn't freely offering. Each time her fingers tightened around his desire to be all that much more for her, to protect her against the unpleasantness her family carried like designer purses, strengthened. Weirdly enough, he didn't feel out of place in the middle of her family. Weird. That alone could get him a free hour with his counselor. He didn't need an hour in the cell with a guy with a notepad and a dull pencil. What he needed was to keep his head on straight and focus on the task at hand, corporate takeover. Before the day was through, he had to make up his mind about the vote. His heart was telling him to vote for Kenzie, to give her a scrap of happiness on her worst day. His head was telling him to play it safe. Chapter 13. Kenzie knew she should have felt awkward with Nash's arms stretched across the space between their chairs in the downtown law firm so he could hold her hand, but she didn't. She liked the link between them and drew upon his calmness as if it were a never-ending reservoir. He'd been there at every turn during the funeral and short graveside service. She couldn't have asked for a better husband. Husband for hire. Seriously, she should start a business to hire out comforters during times of duress. We offer a shoulder to cry on and a hand to hold in your darkest moments. She'd make a fortune. The business would be close to what she offered now, ice cream and novelties. Both were soothing. Both were sweet. And they both left you wanting more. Yeah, she wanted more of Nash's caresses across the back of her hand, of his arm around her shoulder, and those kisses to her hair. She really liked those because, unlike ice cream, they left her warm and tingly all over. You're paying him, her mind tapped through her coasting. Warm and tingly sensations swept away. He was her employee and nothing more, and she'd do well to remember that instead of letting herself be swept into his arms. He certainly hadn't forgotten. He'd even joked about how everyone was buying their act. She tightened her hold on his hand. Was it so bad that she wanted to get every bit of her money's worth out of their transaction? One of Harrison's lawyer friends had offered the use of his office for the reading of the will. As the executor of the estate, Harrison was in charge of making sure her father's possessions were divided up according to his last will and testament. Harrison received compensation for his time, paid out of the estate. And the girls didn't argue over who got what, so it was a win-win situation. Hopefully the day would proceed as smoothly as Daddy had planned. If he was watching them now, she wanted him to be proud and at peace, and to know that they loved him. Harrison, in a charcoal gray suit and stormy sea blue shirt, eyed her and Nash's clasped hands with a measure of distaste that was so small it would have been classified on a recipe card as a pinch. Raquel and Lunette came in together. They'd taken the same car to each venue today. They were all supposed to ride in the same limo as per Dad's instructions, but when Kenzie asked the driver to go around to the front of the house to pick them up, he'd explained that a second car had been ordered for her sisters. Rather than make a fuss, she'd rolled with the change. Lunette would love to ruffle her feathers. Not allowing Hattie to come to the funeral was bad enough. The child may be young, but she deserved to participate in saying goodbye to her beloved grandfather. Had it been Kenzie's daughter, no, she didn't need to go down that road. Thanks for coming, everyone. Harrison slipped off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves as he explained that the house was in a trust owned by the three of them. If they wanted to sell the house, it would need to be a unanimous decision. I don't want to sell. Lunette leaned her elbow on the armrest and dared them all to contradict her. She managed the staff and oversaw the care of the surrounding acreage, for which she received a monthly stipend, which was her only source of income besides the trust fund. With the additions to the home that allowed Kenzie and Raquel to live separately from their sisters and still be close to their niece, she had no desire to sell either. I agree with Lunette. Me too, added Raquel quickly. Her toe bounced, and there was an air of eager anticipation about her that made Kenzie's stomach curdle. Harrison went on to divvy up the cars, the timeshares and other properties, and their mother's jewelry. There was a cash sum for each sister and some artwork that needed a home. He went over the charitable donations, categorized and coded. Once the personal side of things was taken care of, they shifted to the business, and Harrison explained the process of voting for the new CEO in painstaking detail. Kenzie had already gone over all this with him, and she had to force her mind to concentrate on what was happening. Staying focused became all the more difficult as Raquel's fidgeting increased. Does everyone understand? Harrison asked. Heads nodded. Kenzie glanced at Nash, who prodded her with his eyes. He'd mentioned talking with Raquel and asking flat out what she would do with the company before taking the drastic measure of throwing him into the mix like a grenade. He'd gone above and beyond the call of duty today. He kissed Grandma's hand, for heaven's sake. And she owed it to him to go for Plan A. And she'd promised. Kenzie threw up a hand as if she were in school. Harrison's eyebrows climbed his forehead. Feeling silly, she lowered her arm. I need to talk to Raquel and Lunette in the hallway before we vote. Raquel huffed, blowing the dainty sweep of hair off her forehead. Can't this wait? Sorry. Kenzie stood and motioned toward the door. Raquel sashayed her way out of the room. She had so much of their mother's southern charm built into her DNA that it oozed out of her. Lunette followed. The term dragging her heels could have been rephrased to Lunette does something, Kenzie asked. Once in the hallway, with the heavy wooden door shut between them and the guys, Kenzie said, How are you two holding up? Her question was greeted with blank stares. Raquel cocked her hip and folded her arms. A defensive position that set Kenzie's sister warning alarms off. Don't pretend you all of a sudden care about how we're doing. You've been so wrapped up in your love nest that you've hardly spoken to us today. Lunette licked her lips. I can't really blame her. If I had that hunk of yummy to snuggle up to, the last thing I'd be thinking about was my sisters, or my recently deceased dad. She arched an eyebrow in defiance. You could have waited until his body was in the ground before you moved on with your life. Kenzie jumped in. I thought we had more time? PFT. It was obvious he was close to DY. ING. Lunette choked on the last word. I can't believe you got married and didn't invite us, she blubbered. Kenzie stepped closer and rubbed circles on Lynette's back. Raquel handed her a tissue. They huddled close for a moment, needing each other more than they needed to fight. Had it been Raquel gushing tears, she would have suspected an act, but Lynette was always the most emotional out of the three of them. Maybe it was because she was the baby of the family. Maybe it was part of her addictive personality that she had a difficult time controlling her body's cravings, including the need to release feelings. Whatever the reason, she usually got what she wanted. "I'm sorry. It sort of happened fast." "How did you even meet him?" asked Raquel. "Aunt Pamela introduced us," Kenzie replied carefully, thankful that the truth came out as easily as it did. "She was sure he'd be the one for me. Even said she had a good feeling about us." That was weird, right? Shouldn't she have a good feeling about all the couples she matched? If not, why go through with the matchmaking? "Like Mom and Dad," said Raquel. The mood lifted at the mention of their mother. She had often told them how she'd met their father on a blind date and they were married shortly thereafter, how she'd known from the minute she laid eyes on him that he was the one. Kenzie's smile grew tight. She needed to have a heart-to-heart with Aunt Pamela about who exactly set up her mother and father. Had her dad paid for a wife and she stuck around because of the money? Wouldn't that be crazy if they'd been one of Pamela's first clients? No, her parents had been in love. Dad hadn't looked at another woman after Mom passed, and it was her death that sent him on the path that led to an early grave. Her mind drifted back to what was waiting for them on the other side of the door. "So, we should talk about what we want out of this decision before we go in and vote." Raquel leaned away from her. "Why?" "Because if we're not on the same page, we should know. Don't you think?" Lynette's tears slowed, and her hands shook as she wiped under her eyes. The shaking meant she was fighting the need for a drink. She'd hold off, make it through the meeting, but then she'd disappear for a few hours. Or days. Before coming back up for human contact. Thank goodness Hattie had a good nanny. Lynette folded the tissue in tight squares and blotted her eyes. "I say we sell the company and divide the profits. I want to be away from both of you. I've lived my whole life under you guys' shadows and Dad's rules. I'm sick of it." "You'd leave?" Raquel asked in disbelief. "I'd have enough money to buy a house on a tropical island and spend my life on the beach." "You bet I'd leave. I'd be a fool not to." Raquel's arms dropped to her side. She was as taken aback by Lynette's decision as Kenzie. "Would you take Hattie?" "Of course," Lynette snapped. "She's my daughter." "But what kind of life would that be for her?" asked Kenzie. "A beautiful life. What child wouldn't want to live on a beach and play in the sand?" Typical Lynette, thinking of the now. Kenzie pressed, "But she'll start school in a couple years, and she needs friends and a strong social group." Lynette waved her off. "I'll worry about that when the time comes. There's no sense borrowing trouble. For all I know, she'll be antisocial and being with just me will be a relief." Kenzie bit back her response. If her sister spent any time with Hattie, she'd know what a bright, fun-loving, and friendly girl she really was. The girl begged for attention. While Kenzie and Raquel were busy, they made time for their niece, hoping to fill in the gaps when her mom was sleeping off a binge. Who would be there for the child when Lynette passed out on the beach? She pressed her hand over her stomach to stop the churning. Lynette's decision was the worst-case scenario and one more reason Kenzie should become CEO instead of selling. As it stood, most of their inheritance was in a trust. They could make draws on their portion, but not enough to buy a house on a beach, especially in this strong seller's market. They were probably the only billionaires on the planet who had allowances. They could unanimously vote to up their monthly stipends, but after hearing Lynette's plans, Kenzie couldn't in good conscience vote for anything that would allow Lynette to take Hattie away from the only family instability she'd known. Kenzie turned her attention to Raquel. At this point, anything she had to say would be better than what they'd just heard. What about you? I. Raquel's eyes darted about the hallway. The wheels turned inside her head with such speed Kenzie could swear she heard them whirl. I'm not set on what I'd do. Translation, I had wanted to sell, but I don't want Lynette to leave. In a flash, the wheels stopped and she stood up straighter. I think we should parcel out the business and put the money in the trust. That way, we all have equal access to it, but we can't take the full share. Why not keep Hazel's? We could run it just like Dad did. Kenzie worked to keep her voice even. Together. This conversation, as honest and hard as it was, gave her hope that they could work together. Some fences weren't meant to mend, but that didn't mean that you gave up on the people you loved. They might just be able to do this. Raquel's nose wrinkled. Because it's dying, Kenzie. Kenzie jerked back. What are you talking about? I've read the quarterly reports. Our sales are down. Our packaging is outdated. Our R&D is pathetic. It's a slowly sinking ship, and we should jump before we go down with it. Kenzie put a hand on her hip. I disagree. Raquel considered her manicure. Of course you do. Our numbers are down, but all of that can be explained. To potential buyers, said Lynette. No, to our employees. We can turn this ship around. Her gaze went back and forth between her sisters. We can do this, girls. Together. Lynette dropped her eyes to her toes and shook her head. She didn't see a need to change, didn't want to, and therefore wouldn't. Raquel refolded her arms. I'm sorry, Kensington. I just don't trust you enough to want to work with you on this. Her words were like small darts piercing tender flesh. You don't trust me? What have I ever done to break your trust? Clyde, Lynette volunteered. Kenzie snapped her teeth shut with an audible click. I have more than enough to say on that subject, but reopening that chapter of our lives isn't going to get us anywhere. We all made mistakes where Clyde was concerned. You're the one who brought him into our family, jabbed Raquel. Kenzie had to suck her lips between her teeth to keep from responding. She'd closed the Clyde book, slammed it shut, to maintain peace in the family and refused to go there. If that's all you have against me, then that's not enough to warrant your mistrust now. Please, it's not like you trust us either. Raquel pointed to the closed door. You hid your boyfriend from us and then secretly married him. She had a point there, but Kenzie was willing to bet her third of the trust that they didn't know the extent to which she had gone behind their backs. They thought she had kept a relationship under wraps for a whole different reason than getting an extra vote in the meeting. She'd kind of banked on that reaction, and it looked like it was paying off. If she could just convince them to vote with her, then Nash wouldn't have to vote today and she could save what was left of her relationship with her sisters. Nash is different than Clyde. That's a relief. I'd hate to think you made the same mistake twice, said Raquel. But that doesn't change the fact that you kept him from us for such a long time. It wasn't as long as you think, she protested weakly. The whole courtship was kind of a whirlwind. It felt like it happened in a weekend. Which it had, if you could call signing disclosure statements and prenuptial agreements a courtship. Lynette's hand went to her forehead, her hand shaking so badly that her elbow wavered. I can't do this anymore. In a burst of energy, she threw open the doors. Harrison, I'm leaving. We'll need to reschedule the meeting. Harrison motioned them all back into the room. I'm sorry, Lynette, but the will stipulates that the vote must be taken today. You can waive your right to vote and leave if you'd like. No, she sat in the chair, not bothering to cross her legs, but keeping her knees pressed tightly together. Let's get this over with. Raquel floated to her chair and nestled in like a queen on the throne. I agree. You may proceed. Nash gave Kenzie a questioning look, silently asking if Plan A had succeeded. She shook her head ever so slightly. Her chest felt tight, knowing what was about to happen and not being able to stop it. She'd tried to talk to her sisters, tried to talk sense into them, but they were so wrapped up in injustices. Some imagined, some blown out of proportion, and probably a couple that were true, that they couldn't see what was best for all of them. She implored him with her heart to vote for her. He hadn't committed either way, and she didn't know what was going on inside his head. Kenzie took Nash's offered hand, gripping it tightly, and drew the courage she needed to be the big sister and lead them all safely along through the turmoil. Harrison read the legal mumbo-jumbo, explaining what they were voting for, and then looked at Lynette. "I vote for Raquel." Raquel briefly touched her knee and mouthed, "Thank you." Lynette may have been a drunk, but she wasn't any less calculating than the rest of them. And yes, Kenzie willingly placed herself in that category. She may have faults, but she wasn't blind to them. She'd learned at an early age to fight fire with fire. "Raquel?" asked Harrison. "I'm going to go right on and vote for myself." Harrison made a note on the papers. "Kensington? I vote for myself as well." Raquel got to her feet, a broad, triumphant smile on her face. "Well, I guess that settles that. I'll see you in the office Monday morning, Kenzie, and we'll go over the particulars of selling the company and transferring the profits into the trust." "Sit down, Raquel." Harrison had taken on his courtroom voice, projecting all the way to the back of the room and using a deeper timbre. "We're not finished." Raquel waved her hand to the side. "I can't imagine what more there is to discuss. Nash needs to cast his vote." Kenzie had to hand it to her cousin. He kept a steady voice. She trembled inside. "Pardon me?" Raquel batted her eyelashes in disbelief. Harrison picked up one of the papers he'd arranged in front of him. He didn't have to shuffle through the page to find this one. He'd had it at the ready. Hopefully, her sisters didn't notice, or if they did, they attributed it to him knowing about the wedding. Page 52, paragraph 6, "In the event that one of my daughters takes a husband before my death, he shall have an equal vote." Raquel's hand shot across the desk like a rocket and she snatched the paper out of Harrison's hands. The look she gave Kensington could have burned cream. "You knew. All this time, you knew about this clause. That's why you ran off and got married without telling us." Kenzie neither confirmed nor denied the accusation, because confirming it would be like crushing all future sisterly relations, and denying it would be an outright lie. Nash's thumb brushed across her hand, letting her know that he was there for her and wasn't going to abandon her in this moment. His unyielding support was enough to help her keep it all together. Now, if only he would say those 4 little words, "I vote for Kenzie." Raquel wasn't done. "All the time we were in counseling, supposedly healing wounds, you were plotting behind our backs." Kenzie rose to her feet. "Me? What about you, talking Lynette into voting for you so you could parcel off everything Grandpa and Dad, not to mention Grandma and Mom, sacrificed to build? You would sell our family legacy and not even blink an eye." "Ladies," Harrison cut in, "if we could please keep the comments to the matter at hand." "Stuff it, Harrison." Raquel continued to glare at Kenzie, each heated moment melting away at the tentative bridge they'd built over the last 6 months. "I know you helped Kenzie with her little scheme. I've half a mind to have you removed as executor of Daddy's will." The muscle in Harrison's jaw twitched. "You know as well as I do there's no legal way to make that happen, Raquel." Kenzie pulled her hand away from Nash and placed it on her hip. "Maybe she doesn't know, since she didn't pass the bar exam." "Not taking the test and failing are 2 different things," Raquel ground out. "You fail 100% of the tests you don't take." They locked eyes in a vicious glare down. The last time they'd gone at each other's throats Kenzie had come off the loser. She wasn't about to tuck tail and run this time. "No. This time, she had the backup she needed to stand her ground. Well, she would if Nash came through. Please let him come through. Harrison cleared his throat. Mr. Westport, your vote? All eyes turned to Nash. Kenzie looked down at her hands, wishing she hadn't let go of his only moments before. The air in the room charged. Even the dust particles seemed to freeze, caught in the electrical current of anticipation. Lunette brought her eyes up, resting her head on her fist and her elbow on the chair. She'd checked out of the situation once Raquel and Kenzie began fighting in earnest, not wanting to get between them. They weren't doing her any favors by arguing in front of her. She didn't handle confrontation well and more often than not turned to a bottle of wine to soothe her nerves. Harrison's steely eyes pinned Nash in his chair as he waited for an answer. Kenzie drew in a breath, wondering if her lungs had ever taken in that much oxygen. She couldn't seem to get enough. Certainly Nash wouldn't vote for Raquel, the idea was preposterous. And yet, he'd watched the two of them argue. Seen that Kenzie wasn't much better at controlling herself than her magnet for drama sister. What if he thought Raquel was the better CEO? If he voted for her, then all would be lost. He may choose to abstain from the vote altogether, which would have just as dire circumstances as if he voted for the wrong person. He'd gone on and on about not wanting to be a pawn in all of this, and she'd tried to assure him that he wasn't a pawn but an independent decision-maker. Ugh. She should have demanded that he do the job he was hired for and stop claiming the moral high ground. Nash met her pleading eyes. She needed him right now. Needed him to stand beside her even when she'd been ugly and fought with her sister. Did he have a sister? Had they argued? Please, Lord of Heaven, let him have a sister. My vote is for Kenzie. Kenzie reached for Nash's hand and gave him a grateful smile. He threaded their fingers together but didn't smile in return. Raquel said an unladylike curse that would have gotten her mouth washed out with soap had their mother been alive to hear it, threw her arms in the air, and stormed out. Lunette hooked her purse strap over her shoulder and followed, muttering something about a mini-bar in the limo. Neither of them said goodbye. As soon as the elevator dinged shut, Harrison pointed at their clasped hands. You can cut that out. Kenzie stared at their hands, Nash's thick fingers dwarfing her delicate ones. Why are you so testy, Harrison? We got the vote we needed and I've got time to save Grandpa's company. Harrison jutted out his chin. I hope that's the real goal here. Don't get too comfy together. We aren't. Kenzie disentangled their hands. This is all part of the plan to make people think our marriage is more than it is. I'll bet it is. He balled his hands into fists and leaned across the desk. And you agreed to get up close and personal? It was my idea. Kenzie felt the need to place herself between Nash and Harrison. Harrison's breath came out heavy and loud, like a bull ready to charge. They'd had several bulls at the dairy. All of them were placed in separate pens far from one another and far from the herd. Grandpa wouldn't let her near them, but one time she'd snuck over to the largest bull's corral. Thunder and Lightning was his name, and he had a huge ring in his nose, snot dripping to the sawdust at his feet. His eyes were rimmed in red, and when they connected with hers, her voice fled in fear. She was fine that day, the iron bars doing their job, but she wondered if Nash would fare as well with Harrison. Nash's eyes hardened, and he too took on a dangerous edge. Only he wasn't like a bull, angry at the world and ready to charge for the slightest infraction. No, he was more like a panther, calculating and merciless. Kenzie stepped in front of Nash, her back to Harrison. Like the bull, he would stay on his side of the fence. Desk. Thank you for voting for me. Her words cracked through the tension. You're welcome. Nash shifted and got to his feet. How about dinner out tonight to celebrate? That sounds great. Kenzie retrieved her purse from beside the chair. Harrison stacked papers and folders. You've got 1 month until the vote. I know. I'll make the best of it. Kenzie moved around the desk to hug him goodbye. Thank you for everything, Harrison. If you hadn't helped, I would have buried my father and his legacy today. Harrison melted, and his hug was warm and comforting. Good luck. Call me if you need anything. He looked across the room at Nash, who waited by the door. Annulments are my specialty. Kenzie playfully smacked him on the arm, earning her a boyish smile from her favorite cousin. She passed Nash at the door, expecting his hand to meet her lower back and guide her through like it had dozens of times that day, but the warmth never came. He tucked his hands in his pockets at the elevator and then left 2 feet of space between them in the car. Kenzie should have been relieved that she didn't have to tell him to back off, but she missed his touch. Throughout the day, the warmth of his hand or the steadiness of his arm as she clung to him got her through. Thanks again for the vote. Nash stared out the window. Just doing my job. She turned her face away, not wanting him to see the play of emotions as they ran through her. Of course, it was just a job for him. He was a professional husband, not even a friend. His attention was all for show, a way to pad his application. Her appetite fled. I'm not really hungry. I'd like to go home. You're welcome to take the car and get something to eat if you'd like. I think I will. Nash nodded and relayed the change of plans to the driver. He didn't touch her for the rest of the ride home, and the driver opened her door, negating the need for Nash to help her out of the car. As the tires turned, taking Nash back to the city, Kenzie hugged herself tight, feeling empty and cold. She should have been celebrating the fact that she'd accomplished the first step in her journey to become CEO. Instead, the victory rang hollow. Monday will be better, she told herself. Monday was a great day for putting things behind and moving forward. By Monday, Raquel's anger would have boiled out and there would be new challenges to face. Monday would be Nash's first day on the job. She'd never looked forward to a Monday so much in all her life. Chapter 14. Nash sat by the pool, nursing a lemonade. The house was a dry house. At least Kenzie's wing was dry as a bone. Understandable, considering what she went through with her dad. Was still going through. He took a long pull from the can and let the tartness smack him awake. He and Kenzie were involved in some sort of dance. The carefully choreographed steps kept at least 10 feet between the two of them. She was in the kitchen now, making a sandwich, and so he was stuck out here until she disappeared into her room again. The dance started yesterday when Kenzie made it clear to Harrison that all the touching and long looks had been for show. Nash was filled with a mixture of shame and embarrassment, because it wasn't all fake for him. Some of it was very, very real. Kenzie stirred up feelings he hadn't felt in years. Feelings of belonging, acceptance, self-pride, hope. Every time her blue eyes looked up at him for reassurance or strength, his chest grew warm and swelled. Despite his past, she accepted him and looked to him for her emotional needs. There was no way she faked her tears or the tremor in her hand. He was the only one who saw those things. At least, he'd thought he was. The less time he spent alone with Kenzie, the better, especially if he was supposed to be close to her in front of others. Distance allowed him to shore up his reserves so that he might be able to resist her charms. His inner conflict of interest in the middle of his marriage had him out here on the patio, killing time until he could get back to his computer. The Hazel's Dairy Delights website was informative and entertaining, with the cow named Hazel giving him a virtual tour of the factory and introducing the higher-ups. With his passwords in place, he'd taken his research deeper and gone into the database of personnel files, scouting the individual member of the executive team. The folders for those who'd worked for the company for most of their lives were like novels. The newer hires had great backgrounds, impressive degrees, and spotless reputations. He wasn't so sure about Julia Lottie's, head of marketing. She climbed the ladder by jumping companies and didn't seem to possess an ounce of loyalty. Moving over to the ice cream business was a leap from where she'd been before in sports drinks, but it appeared she'd made the transition seamlessly right before Arthur took his leave. The kitchen grew quiet, and he could feel Kenzie withdraw from the room as if there were a magnetic pull between them that got stronger the closer they were and weaker the farther they were apart. The feeling only increased his desire to steer clear of her. He got to his feet and stretched, taking one last moment to admire the beautiful setting. He would stay in the backyard all afternoon if he had his laptop. In fact, that wasn't such a bad idea. He made his way inside to retrieve his computer, careful not to make too much noise. Kenzie's door was shut, as it had been for most of the day. He went into his room and paused, sensing a great deal of sadness coming through the open bathroom door. Sniff. Sniff. Aw, crap. She was crying. She had a right to be sad, but this was more than a loss. This was loss mixed with regret. He stood in the middle of his room, staring at his laptop. He couldn't go through the bathroom and enter her room. That was bold and invasive. She was his wife, and yet he hadn't seen the inside of her bedroom. Well, any more than the glimpse he'd gotten through the open bathroom door. Without a word, he settled on the floor, his back against the wall, the open door to his right. He started typing, looking through product pages once again, and pretty soon the sniffling stopped. Bedding rustled, and after a moment, soft, bare feet scuffed the floor and Kenzie settled with her back to the wall of her room, the open door on her left. He didn't know how he knew where she was in the room, except that he could hear her movements and sense her position in relation to his, sense her accepting his rather pathetic show of support. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was the start of something. He didn't know, and he didn't want to push his luck, so he stayed there until his legs fell asleep. And then he stretched out and fell asleep on the floor. Chapter 15. Who's that one from? Kenzie asked her assistant, Liz, who carried a gallon-sized vase shaped like a mason jar full of flowers. The condolences came at a steady rate, and Kenzie's office looked more like a greenhouse than a weathered barn stall. The wall behind her was covered in aged wood, the colors varying. A large black and white print of her grandfather as a child leading the award-winning heifer across the barnyard filled the space between the two windows. Kenzie loved that picture and had the print made the week she moved into the office. This one is from the Knight family. Liz set the spray of flowers on the coffee table. Her pretty cream lace skirt fluttered around her knees, and her ever-present brown cowgirl boots often announced her arrival. Ah. Kenzie put her hand over her heart. The Knight family owned and operated one of the dairies that supplied their ice cream factory in Idaho. They had been in the dairy business for as many generations as Kenzie's family. Because they'd taken such pride in the animals' bloodlines, breeding with only the best and even buying livestock from across the pond, their herd was one of the healthiest and highest producing in the nation. That was kind of them. Kenzie went back to monitoring the Facebook page. Pinned to the top was Dad's obituary, and under that were hundreds, if not thousands, of comments. She wanted to like or answer each one personally. The fact that their customers cared enough to post about Dad or even just a note about how much they loved the ice cream he made touched her heart. There was more to this business than just satisfying a craving. Dad made it more, and she wanted to do the same, but the sheer number of comments was overwhelming, and she hadn't even looked at Instagram yet. Liz straightened and smoothed down her skirt. Mr. Westport is on the tour. She paused, glancing around the room. Where should I put him when he returns? What do you mean? Kenzie blinked the sting out of her eyes. If she kept reading these, she'd end up in tears for sure. Our only open office is, well, your dad's, and I wasn't sure if you wanted me to put him in there, all things considered. Kenzie's stomach dropped to the floor. No. No one should take Dad's office. Raquel would flip, and for once Kenzie wouldn't blame her. Which reminds me, we need to set up a meeting with the executive committee to go over what's happening with the company now that Dad is officially gone. I'm sure they're wondering what we plan on doing. They aren't the only ones. Liz grimaced. People talk. Great. Then this needs to happen today. Check with Raquel to see what time she's available. And if she's not available today? Schedule it anyway. We need to keep the rumors from getting out of hand. No matter which way the final vote went, having a steady company that looked as good in person as it did on paper was a priority. Liz nodded and left to send emails and make phone calls and accept flowers on behalf of the family and corporation. Kenzie promised herself 15 more minutes on Facebook, and then she would move to the next item on her list. Before her time was up, Raquel marched into the office. Her hair was pulled back again and her lips were painted a light pink. Day 1 and you're already acting like the boss. Kenzie continued to type her thanks to a man who had left a lengthy message about how Hazel's Dairy Delights treated their employees like real people and how they'd helped him through his fight with cancer. She remembered the man, who worked in their factory, because they donated to his medical bills. If you're referring to calling a meeting to inform the executive committee of the pending vote and state of the company, then yes. She hit post and motioned for Raquel to take a seat. I want to keep this company in one piece, so yes, I'm going to act like I want that to happen. And I'm going to work towards it. Thankfully, until the vote, our goals are the same. Really? Raquel's mouth was lined with disbelief. Yes, really. The stronger the company, the more money it would bring in if we were going to sell. Which we aren't. We'll see. Well, until either of us officially takes over Dad's office, we're on the same team. I see your point and I concur. She glided into the chair. Sometimes, the way Raquel moved, it was like she didn't have any angles. Perhaps the sharp edges were all in her personality instead. She continued, Lunette won't answer her calls. I checked in with the nanny, and she says it's unlikely she'll make it out of bed before 3. We'll have to proceed without her. Raquel rubbed her temple. Such a waste of a beautiful mind. She's smarter than both of us put together. Raquel's weariness brought Kenzie's to the surface. Is she okay? It's just a bad hangover. They lapsed into silence for a few minutes, each deep in their own thoughts. Kenzie picked up a pen and rolled it between her fingers. Do you ever feel like we're stuck in the same pattern with her that we were with Dad? I mean, are we doing any good by allowing her to continue on this path? I tried. Believe me, Kenzie, after Hattie was born, I begged and pleaded, I even bullied her, and it didn't help. She has to want to change. We can drop her off for rehab, but she has to sign the admittance papers or we have to have her ruled unfit to make her own decisions. You've looked into this. Guilt built inside Kenzie. She'd been so focused on her own hurt during that time that she'd let her sisters down. Deeper than you know. Everyone I talk to says she needs to hit rock bottom. Is there a bottom for her? I mean, the nanny covers for her in the mother department, and you and I run this place. Even the staff picks up after her. Raquel nodded. And she has a stipend that allows her to do as she pleases. She doesn't have a boss to answer to. No one to answer to but herself. Just like she wants it. Yeah, but Dad thought that too, and then he had to tell us he was dying. That was the ultimate in having to own up to his behavior. Is Lunette going to have to do that to Hattie? Is she going to drink herself to death? She flattened her palms against the desk, the pen cutting into her skin. Are we going to let her? Raquel lifted her hands in defeat. I don't know what else to do. Kenzie rubbed at her stomach. I swear I'm getting an ulcer. You and me both, sister. Raquel flipped her ponytail over her shoulder. And I get to worry about you too. Kenzie sat forward. Well, you're not exactly Pollyanna yourself. Police. I didn't run off and get married. And setting aside the whole ulterior motives with the vote and Harrison, I have some major concerns. Who is this guy? What if he's after your inheritance? I mean, the timing is all too suspicious, if you ask me. She scooted forward and lowered her voice. Is he blackmailing you? What? Kenzie practically shouted. No. He's not blackmailing me. What could he possibly hold over my head? I don't know. Please tell me you signed a prenup. Kenzie brought her voice back down. I signed the mother of all prenups. Who wrote it? Raquel pressed. Harrison. She nodded her approval. Then it's leak-proof. She fell back into her seat. You scared the living daylights out of me, you know. Marrying him before Dad died could have cost the three of us everything, or at least a quarter of everything. When he had a vote, I thought for sure he was going to get a quarter of the inheritance too. Kenzie shook her head. I checked into all that and knew we were fine. But I didn't know. And on top of that, Dad was dying, and then there was the funeral, and Hattie. What about Hattie? She spent most of the weekend in tears. It was all I could do to calm her enough to sleep at night. She kept saying she wanted Grandpa, only she'd say it like she does, guapa. It broke my heart. I couldn't leave her room. Why didn't you come get me? I would have taken a shift. Your husband had just moved in. I didn't want to interrupt. It wasn't like that. Kenzie couldn't tell her that they were in separate bedrooms. For all the world knew, this was a real marriage. How much do you really know about him? Kenzie grew wary of Raquel's overconcern on her behalf. If that's what all the questions were really about. She could be fishing for information, looking for a weakness. Enough to marry him. Why? I get the feeling that he's not what he seems to be. Oh. He's clean-cut, but there's this edge of danger. Kenzie kept her mouth locked shut. She'd noticed the same thing and liked it. What she didn't like was her sister checking out her husband. And he's way too hot for you. What the heck? Kenzie got to her feet, pressing her fists into her desktop to keep from wringing her sister's neck. Raquel darted behind her chair, holding it between the two of them as if the desk wasn't enough. He's not your type. You like the guys with weak jawlines, pasty complexions, and snooty accents. I liked one guy with an English accent. You almost married him. Kenzie stood tall. That was a mistake. Is it so weird that I would pick a guy who was Clyde's opposite? Nash was more than Clyde's opposite, he was the anti-Clyde. Where Clyde was pasty, Nash was tan and healthy looking. Where Clyde was condescending, Nash treated her like an equal. Where Clyde had perfect manners and a tongue as sharp as a scythe, Nash was bold and roughish, but said all the right things. None of that was enough to use as proof that she knew the man she married. What did she really know about him, other than he came with a recommendation from her favorite aunt? He'd certainly triggered Harrison's overprotectiveness in a way Clyde never did. Of course, Harrison could have flicked Clyde with a finger and caused damage. Nash was much more sturdy. His broad shoulders and trim physique hadn't gone unnoticed by her cousin. Or her sister, apparently. And it certainly hadn't stayed off Kenzie's radar. Raquel popped a knee, relaxing her posture as much as she knew how. Probably not. In fact, I remember reading a study about the second fiancé or husband having traits the first one didn't. Okay, then. Kenzie scooped up a legal pad, intent on getting out of the conversation before it got away from her. If you'll excuse me, I have a meeting with product development. We could use a twist on our cotton candy. It's just like every other cotton candy flavor on the market. I'll put Nash on it. He's going to take over as manager. Raquel's knee went straight, snapping her to attention. Is he qualified? Overly so. Kenzie strutted her way to the door. "I'll see you at 3. Once she was in the elevator, heading down to the bottom floor, she slumped against the wall. This whole wedding thing was getting more complicated by the day. If she wasn't careful, it would blow up in her face. She wouldn't let that happen. She merely needed to get to know Nash on a more personal level. So far, what she'd seen had been positive and attractive. Perhaps seeing the human side of him, like what annoyed him, would allow her to turn off her raging hormones and focus on the task at hand. They had a company to secure, and she couldn't become distracted by a smoldering pair of green-gray eyes and a set of muscles. Nash followed Ben down the long hallway. The upstairs was designed to look like an old barn, but down here, the theme was modern and food-safe. The walls were painted bright white with a corrugated metal wainscoting. Stainless steel light fixtures blasted 100 watts in every direction. The doors were made from heavy metal and painted black. He didn't miss the subtle reference to a cow with the black and white. It was cute. Along the walls were pictures of the dairies that fed the ice cream conglomerate. Their green fields and red barns added color to an otherwise bland decor. "Hold up!" Kenzie called before Ben could show him what was behind door number 3. She jogged over, as best she could in her heels, and smiled. His heart somersaulted like an idiot. "Hi," he breathed. She wore another tight skirt and loose blouse tucked inside the skirt front but not the back. Her shoulder-length hair was pulled back, and her eyes were outlined in smoky colors, making them pop. Clearing his throat, he looked at the floor before daring another glance in her direction. "Hi. How's the tour?" Her hair was back in a tight ponytail, and he had a vision of pulling it loose and letting her hair fall around her shoulders. "Beautiful," he murmured. Thankfully, Ben stepped forward and saved him from being a complete fool. "I was about to take him in the test kitchen." Her face brightened. "I was just about to meet with Charlie and preview their new ideas." Her sparkling eyes turned on him. "This will be a pleasurable way to make introductions." He had no idea what she was talking about, but "I like the sound of that." Ben backed up a step. "Okay, if you two are going to get all kissy face, then I'm leaving." Kenzie huffed, but her fingers drummed nervously on her leg. Ben didn't see the movement, but Nash did, and it gave him the advantage. One he'd like to press. As much as he should stay away from Kenzie, he wanted to see her cheeks flush even more. "Just this once." "I am never kissy face," she protested to Ben's retreating figure. Nash maneuvered his arm around her back and pulled her flush against him. She gasped, her free hand going to his chest. He hoped she couldn't feel the rapid heartbeat under her palm and leaned down to whisper in her ear. "We haven't put on a show today." "A show?" she breathed. Emboldened by the way her irises enlarged and her body melded to his, he nipped her earlobe. "The newlywed show." All the warm parts of Kenzie pressed against him went cold, but she didn't pull away. "Oh, you mean this show?" Her eyes were purposeful and challenging as she dropped her pad of paper and slid her hands up his arms until her fingernails scraped lightly across the short hairs on the back of his head. She lifted onto her tiptoes, bringing her body closer and her lips within kissing distance. "Is this what you mean?" He groaned, his eyes dropping shut from the magnitude of her nearness. He silently cussed appreciatively. She'd called his bluff, but he wasn't about to fold. "I was thinking more along the lines of this." He kissed the tender spot under her ear, his senses filled with her expensive perfume. She melted 3 degrees, and he kissed her again and again, slowly working his way to her lips as she went from stiff to melted chocolate in his arms. When he reached his destination, he pulled back slightly, the heat of her breath on his mouth. She trailed her fingers across his neck and then tugged him down. Just before their lips touched, someone cleared their throat. "Go away, Ben," he said without breaking eye contact with Kenzie in their flirty version of Double Dare. I'm not Ben, said a low, gravelly voice. Charlie. Kenzie squeaked as she jumped out of his arms. I. We. Charlie, a portly man, lifted both eyebrows, waiting for Kenzie to come up with an explanation. Kenzie patted her hips like she was checking her pockets for her keys. Only she didn't have keys, or pockets. Nash gave her a wicked grin as he bent to retrieve her pad of paper. Here. You seem to have dropped this. Thanks. Kenzie took it from him and then smacked him across the arm with it. Behave yourself. Do I need to have a talk with this yahoo? Charlie pushed out his rather large belly. Nash folded his arms and waited for Kenzie's response while she squirmed. That won't be necessary, Charlie. This is Nash Westport, my husband. Charlie's demeanor changed in an instant and he grabbed Nash's hand, pumping as fast as a puppy's tail wags. I hadn't heard. Congratulations, you two. That's exciting. Nash will be taking over for me as manager of product development. He pumped even harder. Then I'm doubly glad to meet ya. When he didn't stop pumping, or smiling, Nash glanced to Kenzie for help. The glint in her eye told him she was enjoying his discomfort and wasn't about to step in. Perhaps this was her way of getting back at him for those kisses. There were 100 other ways she could have gotten revenge, much more enjoyable ways, but he'd rather be alone with her to explore those options. Why don't you show me what you've got? Nash asked. Extracting his hand from Charlie's grip was like pulling off plastic gloves. Charlie rocked forward. I've got the best job in this joint. He winked before leading them through the big black door. The inside of the room was much different from the outside. The black and white theme from the hallway was carried on in the alternating tiles on the floor. The stainless steel bar stools were padded and covered in red leather. There was an old-fashioned soda counter with a red countertop and chrome accents. The walls were covered in black and white photos of guys in white aprons and rectangular paper hats holding up an ice cream cone. In the middle of the grouping was a picture of Kenzie's dad with a full head of hair and only a few lines around his eyes. He was surrounded by Kenzie and her sisters. Kenzie had bangs and an infectious smile. 15? He pointed to the picture and guessed her age. 17. She lifted her nose in the air. And already a master taster, bragged Charlie. He stepped behind the counter and got to work. In no time, 20 tiny white bowls with equally small spoons were lined up like soldiers awaiting order. Should we start with the vanilla base? Kenzie made a face. If we must, we must. Is that a bad thing? Nash whispered. He eyed the cups warily. Only if you're partial to chocolates. Charlie tapped the side of his nose and winked again. Nash filed the information away. It didn't surprise him that Kenzie was a chocolate lover. Perhaps he could tempt her out of her room tonight with a bowl of chocolate ice cream. Get comfy, you two. It's been a while since we've done a tasting, and now that I have you, I'm not letting you go until you sign off on at least one new mixture. Nash settled himself on a stool. Tell me about the greatest job in the whole company. The back wall was lined with freezers, each with a clear label. Nash had a hard time reading them from where he sat. Charlie didn't bother to read them, he knew where everything was without having to check. I'm a taste master. Which basically means I get paid to eat ice cream all day. No wonder you're so happy. Right? Charlie brought out a plain white ice cream tub with a red lid. This is the vanilla base for the cheery cherry. He put about a tablespoon in 3 bowls and then slid one to Nash and Kenzie while keeping the third for himself. Nash dug his spoon into the creamy, cold goodness. He lifted it to his mouth and paused when he saw that neither Kenzie nor Charlie had taken a bite. They were both holding their bowls close to their faces and smelling the ice cream. The cream is too strong. I can't get the vanilla. Kenzie brought her bowl down and swirled her spoon across the top like a kid writing their name in the sand. "What did you have for breakfast?" Charlie asked. She sighed as if she were about to confess a sin. "Peppered bacon and eggs." Charlie smiled, triumphant. "In my defense, I didn't know you'd have me sampling today." He went to a large, circa 1950s carafe and brought back a small cup of herbal tea for both of them. "Clear your palates, and we'll try again." Nash sipped the tea. Kenzie slurped and swirled it around in her mouth. "Okay, you're freaking me out," he told her. She laughed, almost spewing the tea across the counter. Charlie handed her a napkin, and she blotted her chin. "I can only guess what this looks like. This is one of those moments that my mom would smack the back of my head if I said what I was thinking." "I appreciate your mama." Kenzie's smile faltered for just a moment before she got it back. He wondered if she was thinking about her dad. How she managed to be here today and wear a smile was a miracle. Perhaps there was something to the idea of pre-grieving a loss. Whether people know it or not, eating ice cream involves all 5 senses. Charlie jumped in. "Everybody knows about taste and touch." "Right." Kenzie took the moment of instruction back. "Everything from the way the ice cream looks, to the sounds of eating it, and finally the flood of emotion that comes during that first bite, all contribute to the experience. When someone eats any food, they see it first, smell it second, and then they finally taste it." Charlie pantomimed eating a spoonful of ice cream. Nash picked up his small bowl and sniffed. "The cream is strong." He closed his eyes and took in a long breath. "Ah, that time I could smell the vanilla, he breathed in again. "Shallow? Is that the right word?" Kenzie smelled her bowl. "Maybe not the technical word, but it's sufficient." "Gee, thanks." Nash rolled his eyes. Charlie laughed. "Don't be offended. Kenzie doesn't hand out praise to just anyone. Especially not in this room." He turned affectionate eyes on her. "I begged her to go into food science. She has a gift. Instead, she takes business classes." "Charlie," Kenzie scolded. "What more could I learn in a classroom than I learned from you and Dad? I'd be teaching the class, thanks to you too." Charlie's color deepened. "Oh, go on with ya." Kenzie filled her spoon, turned it over, and laid it on her tongue. She closed her eyes and her mouth moved in all different directions. She's coating her tongue with the ice cream so all her taste buds get a shot at the flavor. "Aren't there different zones on the tongue?" Nash asked, staring transfixed at Kenzie's mouth. Had he really just about kissed her in the hallway? If Charlie wasn't such a nice guy, he might just hold his interruption against him. "There are, and we use every one of them in developing the smoothest, tastiest, and best-selling ice cream in the nation." "If I do say so myself," replied Charlie with a confident tilt of his shoulders. Nash copied Kenzie's technique and did his best to determine what might be wrong or right with the vanilla-flavored treat. It tasted like ice cream. High-end ice cream, but ice cream nonetheless. Kenzie finished first and pushed her bowl aside. "It still needs work." "We're using cherries for this?" "Yep." "Then the cream needs to be toned down. It's too overpowering." Charlie frowned. "Agreed." "Why don't you put some cherries in it and try it out?" asked Nash, hoping to get Charlie that sign-off on the flavor. Charlie lifted his rounded shoulders. "Why waste the cherries? If we know the base won't work, there's no point adding the fruit." "But what if the combination of the two is different than what you think it will be?" They both stared at him as if was covered in cow-like spots. He must have insulted them by implying that they didn't know the correct taste of an ice cream before cherries were added or after cherries were added or if cherries would be crossing the road to get to the other side. "I am going to retract that question and strike it from your memories." "Good idea," Charlie growled. So the cheery cherry goes back to the drawing board. Nash rubbed his hands together. What's next? White chocolate blackberry ripple. Charlie beamed as he made his way to another freezer. The man didn't hold a grudge for long. Good thing, because Nash was sure to say something else to tick him off as he learned the ropes. What's your favorite flavor? Kenzie asked. Nash eyed Charlie's back. I'm afraid to say. Why do you think I asked while he was clear over there? Kenzie giggled. No, really. You can tell a lot about a person by their favorite ice cream flavor. He propped his elbow on the counter and leaned on his hand. Do tell. For example, strawberry lovers are shy. Charlie was back, and he made short work of divvying out the blue and white swirled ice cream. Nash wanted to ask how they got the swirls so perfect, but he didn't want to derail the conversation train they were already on. They are also tolerant and devoted, added Charlie, before smelling his ice cream. Now that they'd explained the process, the three of them moved through the tasting experience faster. I haven't known a lot of strawberry ice cream lovers in my life, said Nash. My wife is one, Charlie volunteered. What is your favorite flavor? Nash asked him. Chocolate chip. Which means he's generous, ambitious, and friendly, added Kenzie. I can see that. Nash smiled before sampling this flavor. He liked the explosion of berry on his tongue, and said so. The others agreed. Hey, Charlie. A 30-something man in a lab coat poked his head inside the door. Can I borrow you for a bit? Kenzie got to her feet. Go ahead. I can take it from here. Charlie shifted his weight from one foot to the other. I wanted sign-offs. We'll keep sampling, and I'm keeping notes. Charlie wiped off his fingers on a bar towel. If you're sure. He was already halfway to the door when Kenzie told him they'd be fine. She made her way behind the counter and tied an apron over her clothing. You're kind of cute in that thing. He was hoping to rile her up and maybe get back to their game of double dare. Just kind of? She lifted an eyebrow, backing him into a corner. He could say she was cute, or he could retract the statement. There was no way he could take it back. She was positively adorable. Okay, you're cute. She gave him a saucy grin. You didn't answer. What's your favorite flavor? I'd have to say, he thought back to his childhood birthday parties. I'd have to say mint with the cookies mixed in. Huh. She flipped around and opened a freezer, removing a carton with a green lid. Well, he prompted her. What's my ice cream fortune say today? Mint suggests that you're ambitious and confident. She rolled her eyes. No surprise there. But the cookie throws a wrench into things. She scooped out a spoonful of green ice cream. Oh. Yeah. Mint chocolate chip lovers are all those things and argumentative. She pinned him with a look. I'm not ruling that out with you just yet. But you specified cookies as the add-in, which means you're also playful and fun. He cocked a grin. So I'm ambitious and fun and playful and confident? Sounds about right. He ate a bite of mint without the cookies and without all the fancy schmancy 5 senses bit. Did I forget to add insufferable? Forgot, don't agree, think I'm amazing, it's all relative. He waved his tiny spoon as he spoke. She huffed and took a bite, making notes on the legal pad she'd brought with her. I already know your favorite is chocolate, but do you have a mix-in you like to add? She held up 3 fingers, her mouth full of ice cream. He waited for her to swallow. Peanut butter, fudge, and marshmallow. Ew. Not ew. Yum. And what does that all say about you? Despite the climate-controlled chill in the room, her cheeks blushed. When she didn't answer right away, Nash threatened, I'll ask Charlie. You know he'll tell me. Fine. She flipped around and pulled out an ice cream tub with a brown lid. Inside was smooth chocolate ice cream that stuck to the lid as she pulled it off. Instead of giving them one small scoop each, she gave them 3 and then proceeded to pull out squeezed bottles of fudge, peanut butter, and marshmallow toppings from under the counter. The chocolate ice cream means I'm a flirt. There were glimpses of that side of her personality. She'd certainly given as good as she got in the hallway. Testify, he teased. The fudge means I can be seductive and charming when I want to be, but I'm also gullible. She drizzled as she spoke, making large loops around the bowl. Despite how benign a marshmallow looks, adding it to my ice cream means I'm aggressive. There were not so subtle hints of that trait in the way she interacted with her sisters. Heck, she'd married him as a way to undermine their plans. I'll bet Raquel likes marshmallow too. She nodded but didn't comment on his assessment of her sister. Peanut butter says that I work well under pressure and handle crisis with patience and composure. Wow. You're a complicated woman. She slid the bowl in front of him with a wink. And don't you forget it. He laughed as he picked up his spoon. Wait, so if I taste this, am I getting a taste of you? The only taste you're going to get. She sauntered back to the freezer to put the ice cream away. Challenge accepted. He dug in. I didn't mean that as a challenge. She flipped her ponytail over her shoulder. He pointed to his full mouth to avoid answering. She may not have meant it as a challenge, but the gauntlet had been thrown down nonetheless. All in all, the flavor combination wasn't bad, but he could only eat a few bites. It's too rich for me. She sputtered a laugh. It took him a second to catch on that he'd implied she was too rich for him. I didn't mean it that way. Sure you didn't. She consulted a list taped to the counter and made her way to another freezer. Maple pecan with sea salt caramel. She held up the container with an orange lid. Charlie wants to put this one into production next month. It's been through several rounds and should be pretty good. Maple is my mom's favorite flavor. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he wished he could take them back. Just mentioning his parents had taken the temperature in the room down an additional 5 degrees. And, for some odd reason, it made Kenzie slow her movements. Well, if that's the case, then she has a high standard for what's right and wrong, and she is socially conscientious. Nash stared for several seconds, shocked to have his mother summed up in an ice cream flavor. And here he'd thought she was complex because she professed to love him yet had turned her back when he'd gone to prison and brought shame to the family. That's on the money. Around here, we say, that's on the spoon. You do not. Who's fun and funny now? She cocked her hip. I'd say you're flirting again. Where's the chocolate? She stuck out her tongue before taking a bite. Is your mom mad you got married and didn't invite her? The sweet cream and salty caramel went bitter on his tongue. I'd only ask because my sisters were teed off. I think they want the matching bridesmaids' dresses. Nash remained quiet, hoping she'd keep talking. When she didn't, he looked up to find her studying him. Well, I haven't told her. She leaned forward and whispered, "Are you ashamed of your billionaire wife?" He chuckled, appreciating her keeping it light. Well, I didn't want to say anything, but come on. I can do so much better than a billionaire. She rolled her eyes. Would she be mad? He dragged his spoon through the ice cream, catching a nut in the process and leaving a jagged hole. She would love you to pieces and probably smother you. Sounds horrible. Kenzie mock shivered. But you haven't told her about me. Us? We don't talk. It's not like you have to bare your soul. It's a simple "Hey, Mom, I got married last week." Nash stared at his bowl, watching the ice cream melt. Kenzie's joking demeanor melted right along with it. When you say you don't talk, I mean we don't talk. At all. Ever? Ever. Why not? He lifted his gaze to meet hers. What he found was open, trusting, and void of any condemnation. In an instant, he knew she had no idea he'd been in prison. Pamela had married them off, keeping Nash's background a secret. All of the trust he'd felt from Kenzie grew from a seed that shouldn't have been planted. She believed him to be guiltless. A good guy who married women as a job. His stomach turned at the idea of telling her and destroying that look in her eyes. He couldn't bring himself to ruin her opinion, because it was the only one that mattered. He couldn't care less what Harrison the bulldog lawyer thought. And he'd gotten somewhat used to his parents thinking he'd somehow been switched at birth with the spawn of a Hell's Angel. They don't agree with the path I've chosen. Oh. She stood up, tall. Well, a husband for hire is a strange occupation, but we're not doing anything wrong. She stowed the toppings below the counter once again, making sure everything was in its place and restoring order. We could go meet them, if you want. The next week is pretty busy, but after that we have a little downtime. She lifted a shoulder as if it was no big deal, but it was a very big deal. I can't just show up on their doorstep. But they wouldn't let me in, Ken's. A worry line puckered between her eyebrows. I don't like the idea that I've come between you and your family. I'd like to help make amends. He took her hand in his. Her fingers were cold from handling ice cream containers, and he rubbed them between his palms. Please trust me when I say it has nothing to do with you. Nothing. But I can see that this bothers you. She smoothed her hand across his forehead and down the side of his face. Her fingers were warmer now, thanks to his ministrations, or perhaps that was his skin reacting to her soft caress. He wanted to lean into her touch and get lost forever. If he told her why his mother had disowned him, then she would never look at him the same again. Please, Kenzie. Let it go. She chewed her bottom lip, her eyes bouncing back and forth between his and the spinning wheels in her head. He silently begged her not to push it, not to force his hand and ruin what trust there was between them. Okay. She dropped her hand to her side and glanced down the line of dirty dishes. We have 3 more flavors to test, and then we need to get ready for the meeting with the executive committee. We're going to fill them in on the vote and what they need to do to keep the company functioning. Nash checked his watch. It's almost 2, he said incredulously. We skipped lunch. Kenzie wagged her finger at him. We didn't skip it. We had ice cream. He liked this side of her, the chocolate-loving side. And peanut butter. And fruit. And milk. So where does that leave us? Bumpy road. She skip-hopped to a freezer and came out with a dark brown container. Don't you mean Rocky Road? Nope. She popped her lips on the P, drawing his gaze back to them. He'd successfully kept his thoughts on the PG side of things while she'd touched him, but not thinking about the way she'd felt in his arms was getting harder the more time they spent together. She was shorter than him even in her heels, but that didn't mean her body didn't set against his just right. And her fingers knew the perfect route to take through his hair to set him on fire. This is our latest twist on the old Rocky Road favorite. We call it Bumpy Road. Icebergs. Penguins. Antarctica. He worked to cool his thoughts. He was basically sitting in a fridge and having to work to cool his temperature after thinking about kissing Kenzie. What would happen if I actually kissed her? They'd burn the place down, and then she'd hate him for destroying the very thing he'd been brought to save. Why is it called Bumpy Road? Because we added cookie dough chunks and brownie bites. He went through the sampling routine, taking his job seriously instead of flirting with his wife. He needed to keep the end goal in mind, and that was re-establishing himself as a contributing member of society who could hold down a job. After his second bite, he nodded his head. I'm not usually one for chewing my way through a scoop of ice cream, but that was good. Her cheeks spread in a broad, mischievous smile. Don't even tell me what that says about me. He mock glared. All right. If you don't want to know that you have classic tastes in women as well as a petulance for keeping secrets, I won't tell you. Thanks. You're welcome. Her eyes danced. She put the spoon in her mouth upside down and closed her eyes, doing the job that came second nature to her. Nash had to work harder at the whole tasting experience. Maybe when Kenzie wasn't around, distracting him with her quick wit, charms, and graceful movements. Maybe then he could taste the ice cream, because right now she drowned everything else out with the way she looked at him from under lowered lashes. When he finally had the wherewithal to pull his eyes away, his ice cream had melted in the cup. Nash accepted the folder Kenzie held out. I had Liz put these together today. They include all the information Raquel had the team gather on the state of the company, except the appraisals. They won't be ready for another couple of weeks. Okay. He thumbed through the pages, noting the charts and graphs were in a decidedly downward trend. A slow trend, but downward nonetheless. We'll skim through that first before going into the upcoming decision they'll have to make. She rearranged papers and folders, shoving several into a container marked "to file." Her office was large but made smaller because of the sheer number of flowers. Do you rent space to a greenhouse? She smirked in a rather attractive way before continuing on. Raquel will be in the meeting. I plan to give her time to present her side. If she's as honest with them as she was with me, I think we'll have it in the bag. Mrs. Westport? Asked Liz from the doorway. Kenzie continued to clean off her desk. Mrs. Westport? Kenzie still didn't look up. Nash cleared his throat. Darling, this lovely assistant of yours would like your attention. What? She glanced up. I'm sorry, were you talking to me? Nash turned so Liz couldn't see his face, and widened his eyes. Your name is Mrs. Westport, is it not? He spoke low and with a teasing lilt to cover the uncomfortable feeling in the room. Kenzie recovered well. You bet it is, babe. She blew him a kiss before turning her attention to her assistant. Nash bit his cheek to keep his chuckle inside. Each time he tried to push her buttons, Kenzie came back with flair. It made him want to see how far he could push her before she melted in his arms. He wanted to, but he wouldn't. Myrtle is on line 3. I tried to tell her you were unavailable, but she insisted. It's okay. I've got a few minutes. She reached for the phone. Can you wait a second in case she needs something? Liz crossed her hands in front of her and waited patiently. Nash took a closer look at the handouts while Kenzie talked to the nanny. Though the numbers had declined, they hadn't lowered into the critical phase. Hazel's Dairy Delights was still in the black. And if the market comparisons were up to date, then they still had a firm hold in the market. He skipped over to review the latest focus group results related to packaging. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Nash's head snapped up at the same time Kenzie hung up the desk phone. Are you going somewhere? Home. There's an emergency. She turned to Liz. Please call my driver and have him out front ASAP. Liz hurried from the room. No. 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 This was not good. Kenzie was going to ask the executive committee to vote for her to run the company. If she didn't show up to this meeting, she would look like a flake, and no one wanted a flaky CEO. Nash stepped in front of Kenzie's desk, where she was making a bigger mess than she'd cleaned. You can't miss this meeting. He followed her as she crossed the room to where her purse hung on an iron hook on the wall. I cannot impress upon you the importance of your presence when the vote is explained. Kenzie's face crumpled as if she was in pain. It's a matter of priorities. She slung her purse over her shoulder and headed for the exit. You married me because this company is your top priority, and now you're going to walk out of here at the most critical juncture?" he stage whispered, in an effort to keep Ben, the receptionist, from overhearing their conversation in the foyer. Her eyes trailed up his torso, glanced over his chin, and dove right into his gaze, looking right through him. He shifted, uncomfortable with her closeness to the deepest parts of him. She placed her hand on his chest. "You do it." He glanced at Ben, who was doing his best to appear like he wasn't listening in on every word. "Do what?" "You lead the meeting. You were there when Harrison explained everything." She tapped the information packet in his left hand. "You have everything I was going to cover." "It's not about the information, Kenzie. It's about acting like the CEO." She dropped her arm and headed for the door. "You can do that too. I've seen your application, you've handled tougher crowds than this." "I have to go, Nash." He charged after her, ready to grab her by the shoulders, spin her around, and shake some sense into her. "Is this worth throwing away everything you've worked for?" She paused mid-stride. "Yes." Nash fell back a step as she walked away. He didn't have a second to gather his thoughts before Raquel was by his side. "Where's Kenzie going?" Something came up. His voice was wooden. Raquel rubbed her palms together. This should make for an interesting meeting. She turned her pointed-toe shoes towards the conference room. Nash stared at the door. Kenzie had left. She walked out on all that she was working for, all that she'd made him believe in. The shock was a precursor to a feeling of betrayal, and he steeled his heart against the feeling of being used. Ben cleared his throat and jerked his head towards the room. "Kenzie is counting on you. You'd better get in there before Raquel railroads this thing." Nash ran his hand down his tie. It wasn't just Kenzie who was counting on him. Charlie, the taste master, had been here for over 15 years. He worked his taste buds off to make every flavor the best it could be. And Sarah in packaging, whom he'd met on the tour, had a special needs son and needed the health insurance. And there were many more who had expressed their appreciation for a company that provided for their employees' needs while creating a product they could be proud of. They were all counting on Kenzie to keep the company and their jobs safe. And she'd bailed. It was up to him now. Nash jumped into action, wanting to be the hero of the day, while resenting Kenzie for putting him in this position in the first place. She should be the face of calm in the middle of the brewing storm. His entrance into the conference room turned every eye his direction, and he came up short. Their stares hit him like those of a firing squad. They weren't exactly unfriendly as much as they were suspicious. Raquel gestured magnanimously for him to take the head of the table. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet Nash." She paused for effect. Westport, was it? She knew his name and was playing a game. He decided to let her play the fool and simply nodded. "He's going to give us a state of the company address and then discuss my father's final wishes for Hazel's." "Are you a lawyer, Mr. Westport?" asked Everett Barab, the CFO. Kenzie was right, he was as bald as an eagle. Nash shuddered at the thought. "Thank heavens, no." Raquel twisted her fingers together. "Oh, fiddle. Didn't I tell you? This is my new brother-in-law." Kenzie finally tied the knot. Nash barely held back his scowl. Raquel's dig at Kenzie's single, or not so single, status was unprofessional and unwarranted. He was so going to stick it to her, right here, right now. He dug deep and pulled out his old business facade, the one he'd sworn off with the swagger and the unending confidence and the bravado that made his mouth taste coppery. Brushing the dust off the power suit, he faced the execs. "Thanks, Raquel, for the warm welcome into Hazel's and into the family. I'm honored to be a part of both, and grateful that Kenzie agreed to be my wife." Raquel's face was stony at best. She opened her mouth to respond, and he cut her off. "It's a pleasure to be here today. I'll be filling in for Mrs. Westport, who was unexpectedly called away at the last moment. He flipped open his binder, thankful he'd had a moment to peruse it before having to dig deep with an audience. If you'll open your binders, we can begin. Papers fluttered like the flapping of birds' wings. So far, no one was challenging the fact that a complete stranger was about to give them a thorough look at the company they'd been at for over 30 collective years. Let me just start by saying that nothing in here is going to come as a shock. It's not unusual for a company to suffer when the owner is absent. It's not like there hasn't been direction, Raquel threw out, obviously meaning herself. Between Mrs. Westport and Ms. Donegal's direction, the company has almost maintained its sales figures. An impressive feat in an industry that thrives on product development. Nash didn't pause to see if Raquel caught the reference to her single status. He'd meant it as a barb, no one disparaged his wife while he was in the room. Let's talk distribution channels. Several of the specialty shops are. Nash talked, taking questions and asking them too. By the time the meeting was over, his old suit was shiny, and he'd melded right back into the high roller he'd once been. He did a mental fist pump and patted himself on the back for a job excellently well done. The committee was made aware of their role in choosing the next CEO. He hadn't shied away from mentioning Raquel's desire to sell the company. He faced that charging horse right on. The sky was clear, the praise was strong, and he was once again the man of the hour. Raquel left the room without talking to anyone, her chin level but the smell of defeat in her wake. She'd thought he was a novice, a prop Kenzie used to get the vote, and she'd been ever so wrong. That's right. He wanted to pound his chest in victory. After shaking hands and accepting matrimonial congratulations on behalf of him and Kenzie, he stormed to the front desk, the going-to-war adrenaline pumping through his veins. No one had commented which way they planned to vote, which was fine for now. Ben grinned, his wide-set eyes getting wider. That went well. He offered Nash a fist and they bumped knuckles. Now that he'd gotten the executive committee and his sister-in-law in line, it was time to move on to his wife. Thanks. Listen, can you get me a car? Ben picked up the phone and pressed a button. I need a car up front for Mr. Westport. He replaced the receiver. Anything else? Nash shook his head. I'll be out in just a moment. He jogged into Kenzie's office to retrieve his things and found Raquel standing in front of Kenzie's desk. You handled that well. She eyed her fingernails. Thanks. Nash's stomach sank all the way to the ice cream freezers in the basement at the predatory look in her eyes. His shiny executive suit constricted his movement, and he hardly breathed, waiting for her to speak. It doesn't matter that you told them I wanted to sell the company. I can ensure their jobs are safe. All I have to do is convince them that Kensington won't be able to run the company as well as Dad did, especially if I step out of the picture. She took 3 steps, moving with all the sound of a panther on the prowl. What was it you said in there? That what little success we had was because of Kenzie and me? Kenzie's 5 times the executive you'll ever be. Raquel shrugged. There are skeletons in her closet too. Her mouth formed into an O and she covered it with her fingertips. Didn't she tell you? What do you want, Raquel? Nash ground out. She sashayed past him as she spoke. For now, I just want you to know that I'm keeping an eye on you. Her false innocence grated on his last nerve. He snagged his laptop case and headed for the exit. He needed to have a talk with Kenzie. Now. Chapter 16. Kenzie soaked in the happiness that floated through her niece's birthday party as lightly as the bubbles coming from 5 different bubble machines strategically placed throughout the garden. Children, ages 2 to 5, ran over the stone pathways, trailing balloons and streamers behind them. Adults gathered in small groups, and nannies hung around the perimeter, ready to jump in if a child fell or needed to use the restroom. Hattie sat in an alcove all alone, her blonde hair barely showing over the top of a bush. Kenzie slowly approached, noting the child's solemnity was a deep contrast to the guests' laughter and smiles. As she approached, Hattie lifted a wand and blew slowly, sending dozens of tiny bubbles water falling over her designer shoes. "Hey!" Kenzie took the seat next to her, sitting hip to hip. "Happy birthday, pumpkin." "Tanks." Turning 3 is a big deal. Kenzie made a show of looking at the decorations and the large table with a cake in the middle. "This is quite the party." "Mama's sick." The bubble waterfall stopped, Hattie's motor having run out. Kenzie's heart ached for her niece. Dealing with an alcoholic parent was hard enough as an adult who understood the addiction. Not excused it, but understood the devil for what it was. She couldn't imagine what it was like for a child. She gathered Hattie onto her lap and held her close. "Mama's going to be okay." Even as she said the words, she wondered if she was lying. If Lynette didn't get control of her drinking, she would end up right next to Dad in the family plot well before Hattie graduated from high school. Hattie sniffed. "She said she would let me cut the cake, but Myrtle says I can't." The frantic phone call now made sense. "Is that why you stomped on her foot and ran away?" Hattie's head bobbed up and down against her chest. Kenzie brushed her hand down the carefully set curls. Myrtle made sure Hattie was dressed to the nines. This girl didn't need another birthday party with near strangers who ran in the right circles. What she needed was a summer on the farm getting dirt under her nails, having her hair fall out of barrettes, and caring for baby animals that couldn't care for themselves. But that was a gift Kenzie couldn't give her. She was needed here. Even now, half her brain was back at the office. She'd handed her hopes and dreams over to Nash and run off to save the day. She prayed he was as good in person as he was on an application. The other half of her brain worried over the crumbling state of her family. She and Raquel were on opposite sides of the fence as far as the company was concerned. Dad was gone, and Lynette had lost control. Before, she was a functioning alcoholic who wouldn't miss her daughter's birthday. Now, she dropped down a level, or maybe 2. Not being here was bad. Kenzie got to her feet, transferring Hattie to her hip. "One problem at a time. How about I help you cut the cake?" Hattie brightened. "Sure. Okay. We're on it." Mission cut, the cake has just begun. Kenzie exaggerated her march over to the buffet table, where she was met by Myrtle and the woman who planned most of their gatherings, Jenny. "We are here to cut the cake." "Hello, birthday girl," said Jenny, before she raised her hands and called everyone over to sing happy birthday. It took a few minutes to round up the children, the promise of cake and Hattie's birthday ice cream finally getting them all to crowd around. Their parents stood behind them, some in business attire, some in day dresses. Children's parties were as much about the networking as they were about the child, if not a little more. Dad insisted they always have a private family party later that night, time that was dedicated to the birthday girl alone. Kenzie chewed her lip. Had Lynette planned something like that? She should have. No matter where they stood on the business, they were united in their love for Hattie. Jenny lit the sparkling candles and started the song. Kenzie swung her hips back and forth, moving Hattie to the beat and earning the first genuine smile she'd seen on the toddler's face that day. It brought out the dimples in her chubby cheeks. So adorable. They finished, and Kenzie leaned forward to allow Hattie to blow out the big number 3 candle on the top of the cake, being careful not to let the girl grab a sparkler in the process. "Make a wish." Hattie squeezed her eyes shut hard enough that her face shook, and then she jumped forward to blow out the candle. "That was a big wish." Kenzie laughed. She'd heard the click of a camera and knew the professional photographer had captured the moment. Hattie clapped her hands. "Now Mama be all better." Kenzie felt her smile slip. "Well, what?" "I wish Mama better." She wiggled out of Kenzie's arms and hopped over to dip her finger in the frosting. Well, crap. I want a cut cake. Kenzie scrambled for something to say. Was she supposed to correct a child when it came to birthday wishes? All at once, she was so angry with Lunette she could have shoved a handful of cake right in her face. Let's cut the cake, then. She managed to keep her anger on the back burner for her niece's sake. Jenny handed her a large plastic knife, and she and Hattie went to work carving out not-so-equal slices of cake. Jenny and her assistant ran back and forth from them to the children gathered around picnic tables on the grass. Servers appeared with more eloquent offerings for the adults. Each of their pieces of cake was accompanied by the signature ice cream Charlie developed for Hattie's birthday. He'd started the tradition by making pink perfection the day she was born, and continued on coming up with the perfect flavor to suit her growing niece's change in palate. This year, Hattie had a love of bananas, so they had Berry Beautiful Monkey, a banana base with strawberries and a swirl of white chocolate. Once they were done serving, Hattie scampered off to eat with the other children. She sat next to a girl with carrot red hair and freckles. They began chatting almost immediately, though Kenzie was sure this was their first meeting. Kids were great that way. Everyone was a friend until proven different. At what point did it switch for adults, where everyone was suspect until proven a friend? She accepted an adult serving from a teenager in a black shirt with a birthday cake on the front and Jenny's logo on the back. Just as she placed the spoon in her mouth, Nash stormed into the garden, looking like King Kong with his arms swinging at his sides and his muscles showing through his shirt. He'd taken off his jacket, loosened his tie, and rolled up his sleeves. Yikes! He was a blessing and temptation all rolled up into one. His fire-filled eyes scanned the gathering like lasers. She actually felt them land on her, pinning her in place as he made his way over. The hair on her arms stood at attention and her belly quivered in all the best ways. You ran out on the single most important meeting in the history of your company for a children's party? Nash's face turned red. Kenzie bounced her hand in a hushing motion. She looked around to see who had heard his outburst. Myrtle was at the buffet table, keeping her head down. Kenzie grabbed Nash's wrist and hauled him between the buffet table and the house, where they were partially shielded by the 5-tiered cake. Now 4 tiers. From curious eyes and eager ears. Servers went in and out of the open French doors, not paying them a bit of attention. Keep your voice down. Why? So I don't disturb the party? Seriously, Kenzie, I'm beginning to doubt how much you want to be CEO. Kenzie thrust her ring in his face. Is this not enough proof for you? He took her hand in his touch surprisingly gentle considering the power radiating off his body. That was one day. One decision. Being CEO is every day. It's showing up to things even when there's a party to go to. Kenzie curled her fingers around his. The movement was almost an instinct, a need to hold on to him while they pounded this out. Nash's eyes darted to their hands and then back to her face. The heat behind his gaze changed slightly, taking Kenzie off guard. Her mouth went dry. I will always put Hattie first. I get that. But this is just a party. It's not, though. Not when her mom has drunk herself incapable of being in front of guests. Myrtle had to lock her in her rooms. Nash's jaw went slack. I didn't know. But still. You could have sent Raquel. Kenzie removed her hand from his grasp. Revealing family secrets went against her upbringing, and showing any type of weakness in front of Nash made her feel vulnerable. Therefore, what she was about to say came as easily as squeezing rocks through a pastry bag. Raquel has been dealing with this on her own for a while now. It was my turn to take a shift, and honestly, it needed to be me. Raquel is great for girls' days and painting nails, but she doesn't handle Hattie's moods well. And, well, Hattie is a 3-year-old. There are lots of moods. Nash ran his hand through his hair. How did the meeting go? Talk about feeling vulnerable. She'd made a crack decision to send Nash in instead of rescheduling, and she prayed it had paid off. He folded his arms, making his muscles strain against the shirt. That poor shirt. Someone should take it out of its misery, Anne. She snapped her attention back to his cocked head. I'm sorry, what? He licked his bottom lip, studying her. I said, I killed it. It was her turn to drop her jaw. You did not. I totally did. He popped his collar. She laughed, throwing her arms around his neck. He lifted her up and hugged her right back. Thoughts of that morning, when they were outside the tasting room, getting a little taste of each other, came to mind. Her body flushed and she followed Hattie's example and wiggled out of his arms. So we're good? His shoulders came down. No one has committed to voting one way or the other. He glanced at his reflection in the glass and adjusted his collar so it was once again folded over. And we need to have a serious talk about your sister. Which one? She blew her hair off her face as she got on her tiptoes to look over the cake. I honestly can't imagine what set Lynette off. It doesn't make sense that she would make it through the funeral only to fall apart today. She chewed her lip as she thought. Yeah, they were all under pressure and grieving and doing their best to move forward. She'd be lying if she said there were times throughout the day that she'd wanted to forward an email on to Dad or send him a text, only to realize she wouldn't get a response. Those moments were hard because they reminded her that life was chugging forward without his loud and proud personality. Does the staff know? He motioned to Myrtle, indicating she should ask about her sister's odd behavior. I haven't had a moment to ask her. She took a deep breath and a step in that direction. Well, hello, love. Kenzie's shoulders climbed all the way up to her hairline. She slowly pivoted to the left, silently begging the Lord to make the words and the man attached to them a figment of her imagination. Her prayer went unanswered, and she bit back the string of curse words she'd learned on the farm. What are you doing here, Clyde? You don't think I'd miss my daughter's birthday party, do you? He leaned against the buffet table and stuffed his hands in his pockets as if he were some model waiting for his close-up. He wished Clyde might have what it took to stand in the House of Lords and give an oration that no one would remember, but he certainly did not have the makings of a man who would grace the pages of a calendar. Kenzie sent up another prayer that the table would collapse under his weight, covering him in cake and frosting him with embarrassment. The table held and she glanced heavenward, wondering if God was amused, because she certainly wasn't. I thought you didn't want the world to know you had a child. She tapped her toe, waiting for an answer. Haven't you heard? Babies are all the rage in the kingdom now, thanks to Princess Kate. Even American ones. You're slime. And you don't deserve your daughter. Ah, come on, love. Is that any way to talk to the man who put a ring on your finger? A shadow fell over Kenzie's shoulder. She glanced up to see Nash standing just behind her. His chest heaved and grew larger in an instant. He picked up Kenzie's left hand and brought it to his lips, where he kissed the giant diamond Aunt Pamela provided for the ceremony. You were saying something? He asked Clyde. Clyde came to attention. What's this? A man who follows through and says I do. Kenzie gave Nash a thankful look before turning up the smugness factor for Clyde. I'm not surprised you don't recognize a real man when you see one, Clyde. Nash wrapped his arm around her and squeezed her side. His strong fingers were firm and warm, and she liked the feel of them way too much. What did she do, dangle her money in front of you? Clyde sneered. Kenzie didn't have a retort, considering she had hired Nash. Or, let me guess. He brushed the side of his mouth with his thumb. Kenzie gagged, thinking of the times she'd kissed his fish lips. What had she been thinking? She spouted off about her silly family legacy of farmers. He smirked at her. So quaint. Where did you say you were from? Nash asked. England. Oh, that explains it. Explains what? Your inability to understand when you're not wanted. He glanced down at Kenzie. Should I write a declaration, or do you just want me to haul his sorry butt out of here? Kenzie considered her options, hauling him out being at the top of her list. He might not be the world's greatest father by any stretch of the imagination, but he was Hattie's father, and he did have certain rights. One of which would be to sue for full custody if he got wind of Lynette's alcoholism. He could cart Hattie off to England and her darling niece would be stuck in a cold boarding school for 9 months out of the year. She shuddered at the thought. Clyde was not deterred by Nash's show of force. Oh, the wit of an American. I don't think you'd be so funny if I came back with a bobby. I have a legal right to see my daughter. If you make arrangements in advance, reminded Kenzie. I called this morning and talked to Lynette. She extended an invitation. He licked his already overly wet lips. She's always been accommodating. Kenzie exchanged a knowing look with Nash. That explained Lynette's binge and made it all the more important that they kept Clyde happy enough that he didn't suspect a thing. Fine. Go spend some time with your daughter. She motioned toward the kids' tables, where Hattie and the redhead were thick as thieves, their heads close together as they whispered behind their hands. A half-dozen other children sat at the table, making a mess and having a good time of it. Clyde scanned the gathering. His eyebrows puckered. Nash crossed his arms over his chest. Do you even know what she looks like? Of course I do. She doesn't look British enough to be my child. Thank goodness for that, Kenzie muttered. For all Lynette's faults, she had somehow managed to smother Clyde's genes and give Hattie her beauty. It was a testament that her sister was stronger than her addiction. At least, that's what Kenzie hoped. Go on, then. Nash jutted his chin towards the table. Clyde ambled that direction at an embarrassingly slow pace. When he was just a few feet from the table, he called her name. Hattie's head snapped up and she stared at him. He knelt down and threw open his arms. Come on, ducky. Hattie glanced at her friend before slowly swinging her legs over the bench. Clyde scooted to her side. I've flown all this way for your birthday, ducky. He picked her up, his face turning red in the process. He was such a wimp. Sure, the 3-year-old weighed 35 pounds, but she wasn't all that heavy. Kenzie could lift and carry her on her hip all the livelong day. So. Nash bumped her with his arm. That's her dad, huh? Don't get the wrong idea. He's no more her dad than Chuckles the clown. I don't know what his game is, but he's not here for her. And he's, your ex-fiancé? Kenzie closed her eyes, wishing she didn't have to have this conversation. Ever. Why couldn't there be some sort of shield when you broke up with a fiancé that kept you from ever having to see them again? Seriously. Yeah, she admitted. There's a story there, and I'm pretty sure I need to hear it. Kenzie steeled herself against the hundreds of stingers that assaulted her heart as she thought about reliving her worst memory. She had no desire to go through that, and had an even stronger aversion to telling Nash what a colossal idiot she'd been. She opened her eyes to verify that Clyde was still there and behaving himself. He had let Hattie go back to her friend and was chatting up their next-door neighbor, the ex-governor. His granddaughter was in the bouncy house, her nanny making sure she didn't get bumped by 2 rambunctious boys. Wonderful, he'd secure political goodwill between countries while appearing the attentive father. Bile rose in her throat. Not here. She took his hand, sending a flock of butterflies through her stomach, and led him inside the house. Chapter 17. Nash followed Kenzie through a family room, a lounge, a library, a pantry with nothing but dishes stacked neatly, up the grand staircase, and finally into a spacious bathroom. Although this wasn't like any bathroom he'd been in before. The toilet was screened off by an accordion folding privacy screen made with dark wood and peach fabric. The floor was 16 by 16 white marble tiles, and there were 3 shag rugs in dark green. Pink pinstriped wallpaper covered every vertical surface and made his eyes swim. There was a small desk with a chair and an oval mirror, double sinks, and a window seat with pink and green cushions. With a sigh, Kenzie plopped into the window seat and leaned her head against the glass. He checked the view and noted that she could see the party below, which was smart, considering who had crashed the gate. I shouldn't have accepted his ring. She spun her wedding band around and around on her finger. I wish I could say that I don't know what attracted me to him, that it was a whirlwind kind of thing and he swept me away, but it wasn't like that at all. Nash sat down with his back to the window. He placed a hand on her knee in a show of support. He had no room to run away from hearing the bad parts of her life, considering the fact that he had his skeletons too. How did he end up with Lynette? Kenzie choked a laugh. They were never together. It was a one-night stand. But if you were engaged, he let the implication hang there. She pulled a throw pillow across her lap. My family came out for our engagement party. Clyde is the heir to his father's title, castle, seat in the House of Lords. Castle? He asked dubiously to lighten the mood. Kenzie scowled. It's a cold and drafty thing with heavy rugs and tapestries and coats of armor. I thought it was so romantic the first time he took me home. We had to dress for breakfast and for shooting and then for lunch and tea and dinner. I was overwhelmed and so thankful that he found me worthy to be a part of it all. Nash's fist clenched at the thought that Kenzie didn't feel worthy to be somewhere. She was a class act. Of course, he laid on the snobbery. Kensington, darling, you simply must know that we don't come to dinner in our day dress. She spoke with an exaggerated English accent. I got so caught up in pleasing him and fitting into his world that I was mortified by my own family's behavior. He did a real number on you. Kenzie pressed her lips flat. They'd been there less than 24 hours when Raquel told me Clyde had come on to her. I didn't believe her. I thought she was being jealous and petty and trying to ruin my happiness. If I had just listened. Her eyes went red and filled with tears. Nash scrambled for a tissue and found one on the makeup table thing. Thanks, she whispered while dabbing under her eyes. She took several deep breaths before continuing. I guess Raquel set him in his place, but Lynette. Her eyes fell to the tissue. Was as taken in by him as I was. He told her she was prettier than me, that had he known she was in the world he never would have looked my direction. He promised her the world. She ripped the tissue in half. My family went home and I didn't know. I continued to make wedding plans and play the part of the blushing bride, and Clyde acted like all was well. Meanwhile, Lynette found out she was pregnant, and when I came home for Christmas, she confessed. I didn't believe her and I said some awful things. Just awful. The tears fell, one after the other. Nash put his arm around her shoulders. We've all done things we regret. It ruined us as sisters. We've never been the same since. She leaned her head against his chest. For a moment, he believed he was holding his wife and his heart surged with emotions he couldn't name. A need to protect her, to dry her tears and tease out her smile, filled his every inch. And yet, Raquel's warning was in the back of his mind. He needed to know what she meant about Kenzie not being as innocent as she seemed. Yet he didn't feel like he had the right to ask. He wasn't a poster child for incorruptibility, and there were things about him that he would like to stay below the surface. But he wanted to know so badly because he felt things when he was with Kenzie that he hadn't felt before, and if he was going to give himself over to those yearnings, he needed an answer. Raquel said something today about skeletons in your closet. He let the statement hang there between them. He didn't dare press, because he feared she would turn around and ask him the same thing one day. And what could he say that wouldn't sound awful? But then, if there was more to her, darker secrets, then perhaps they were meant to be together, both of them running from a past they couldn't outpace. I went back to Clyde and believed him when he said the child couldn't possibly be his because I was the only woman for him. She gave a self-depreciating huff. I wrote off my family. Burned every bridge I could. A week before the wedding, Lynette sent me the results of a paternity test. Nash grinned. I'll bet Clyde was ticked. He laughed in my face. Said he still wanted to marry me because I'd make the perfect wife. Dumb enough not to see the affair right in front of me. Nash called him a name that was better used in bar fights and prison cells. Kenzie giggled. That about sums him up. She leaned away from Nash, her shoulders rounded. Maybe things would have been okay if I'd come home, but I was prideful and hurt and angry. I stayed in England, got a job, and ignored all communications from my sisters. I didn't come home until Dad said he was dying. She shuddered a breath. I should have come sooner. Nash rubbed his hand over her back. She was small and his hand was large, and it didn't take much to convince her to scoot closer to his side. So that's your big skeleton? She leaned her head against his shoulder and nodded. Now you know. I'm a horrible sister/daughter/person. He kissed her hair, pausing with his lips against her head to breathe in the smell of her shampoo. Crap. Now he wouldn't be able to use it again without feeling her tucked into his side. I don't think you're horrible, he mumbled into her hair. She leaned back and placed her hand on his chest. That's nice of you to say. He hooked a finger under her chin and lifted her face so their eyes could meet. He studied her, going past the sky blue color of her eyes and finding a woman full of heart and courage. I'm not just saying that, Kens. He moved his hand to cup her cheek. I've never met anyone like you before. The tears were gone, and in their place were 1,000 twinkling lights. Have you been living in a hole? He brushed his thumb over her warm, smooth cheek. Her skin was soft as velvet. His gaze dropped to her lips. Something like that. He shouldn't even consider kissing Kenzie. She was so far out of his league, and though she'd bared her soul, he had yet to reveal the darkest parts of himself. And he got the impression that Kenzie wasn't the type of woman to go around handing out kisses. Which meant that they were valuable. He only wanted one. Just one kiss from his wife, and he'd be set. He glanced at her lips again, her beautiful, inviting lips. Kenzie tipped her face up to him, an invitation he had to answer. Swiftly closing the distance between them, pressing his mouth against hers in an explosion of heat and wanting that took his breath away. They couldn't have been in contact more than 5 seconds before he pulled back, gasping for air to find Kenzie staring at him in shock. I'm sorry, he blurted, and jumped to his feet. I shouldn't have done that. You're vulnerable right now, and I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have. Her fingers went to her lips. Aw, geez. Sorry. He bolted from the room. He had so much energy he could have run every hallway in the mansion and not been tired. As it was, he took the stairs at a rapid pace that left him tripping over his own feet. The sounds of the birthday party caught up with him and he slowed his steps. He couldn't leave her here to deal with Clyde alone. He had to stay, his need to protect Kenzie stronger than his need to escape the embarrassment he'd caused himself. Why did he have to kiss her? They were getting along so well, and he threw that all out the window in one impulsive moment of desire. Posting himself at the back of the garden where Kenzie wasn't likely to see him but where he could watch the party, he spent the next 2 hours silently berating himself. He wasn't good enough for her. The worst thing she'd ever done was hurt her sister's feelings and run away from home. That was nothing compared to the lives he'd ruined and the fortunes he'd lost. He rubbed his thumb over his wedding band. It was gold and soft and warm for a medal. The moment Kenzie had slid it on his finger, he'd forgotten it was there. He didn't even take it off to swim in the pool because it was a part of him. And he was a good husband. He'd filled in for Kenzie when she needed him, he'd held her when she cried, and he stood up to her not-so-brilliant British ex. If she knew what he really was, she'd want nothing to do with him. And he wouldn't blame her, because it was better for her not to be associated with his tarnished reputation. He should ask for an annulment and leave before Raquel blew his cover. Harrison probably had the paperwork drafted with their names filled in. But, if he left, who would watch out for Kenzie? Even though she was surrounded by family and employees loyal to Hazel's Dairy Delights, there was no one who really had her back. Nash could be that guy. He'd stood in front of a judge and promised to be the man Kenzie thought he was. If he left now, he was no better than the man who walked into that prison 3 years ago. His eyes darted to the birthday cake, where the giant number 3 candle still sat on the third layer. 3 years ago Kenzie was going through her personal hell at the exact same time he was building the walls of his. Was that a coincidence, or had it been orchestrated by a higher power? The timing lined up too well for it to feel like an accident. His eyes lifted from the cake to the house behind. And then he took them even higher, noting the clear blue sky matched Kenzie's eyes. He hadn't talked to God in years. Didn't think he could hear his prayers through the 2-foot concrete ceiling above his cell. The ceiling was gone now, and if God was going to hear him anywhere, it would be out in the open when his heart was lying on the ground. Is this all an accident? He silently pleaded for an answer. When nothing came, he looked around to make sure no one would hear him and spoke out loud. Am I supposed to be here? The heavens were quiet. After a few moments, he lowered his chin to his chest in defeat. Mr. Westport? Nash's head whipped to the side to find Guy Trado, the COO, headed his way. I'm so glad you're here. Nash shook his head once, feeling disbelief at Guy's choice of words. I'm glad you're here. Maybe it wasn't the answer he was looking for from heaven, but at least someone was glad he was around. I have some questions I wanted to ask outside of the meeting, but I couldn't find you at the office. Nash sputtered his excuse about the birthday party. Guy waved off his concern. I figured as much. So do you have a minute? Nash glanced up at the window he thought Kenzie had sat in, and a sense of purpose filled his chest. He may not be the man Kenzie deserved to be married to for the rest of her life, but he could be the man she needed now. The one that would help her reach her goals. Let's find a seat. Even though he told himself he was doing this for Kenzie, a part of him knew his motives were selfish. He wanted to be near her, and the idea of some other guy holding her close, kissing her neck, and hearing her gasp was too much for him to bear. Chapter 18. And every morning we would be up before the sun came over the hills. Kenzie used a warm, wet washcloth to clean Hattie's face before bed. In the dark? Hattie asked, her nose wrinkled in distaste. She'd inherited her mother's ability to sleep in past the rooster's crow. Kenzie tapped her chin, thinking back to those summers with Harrison. He was always hard to wake up, sleeping like a bear with his gangly arms and legs hanging off the twin mattress. Even so, he usually beat Kenzie down to breakfast. She'd make sure her hair was pulled back and her face washed. One of the memories she cherished was of her mother using a warm washcloth to wash the sleep right off her cheeks in the morning. When she had a bad day, she liked to wash her face and remember her mama's soft blue eyes and gentle touch. Her voice, on the other hand, was laced with authority. The sun was awake but not up, so there was enough light to see by. Kenzie pointed to her bed, and Hattie climbed in. Were you cold? It was summer. And working in the morning was better than working in the middle of the day. Why? Because Harrison would get all sweaty and smell bad. Hiding her mouth behind her hand, Hattie giggled. Boys are gross. Yes, they are, said Raquel from where she leaned against the doorway. And don't you forget it. I won't. Hattie shook her head solemnly. Kenzie turned her back on her sister. Dealing with the formidable tip to Raquel's shoulders was too much for today. She still needed to check on Lynette. Boys are gross when you're little, but as they grow up, they're not so bad. Like Uncle Nash? Kenzie's hand went to her chest to hear this little darling, whom she loved more than anyone, say Nash's name with so much sweetness. Do you like Uncle Nash? She fidgeted with the blankets, tucking them under Hattie's arms. Would he like being called Uncle Nash? Her eyes burned with unshed tears at the tender thought. He gave me a pigback ride for my birthday. For your birthday? Yep. That was nice of him. Hattie's lower lip pouted out. Father didn't want to pigback with me. Clyde was here? Raquel entered the room and stared down at Kenzie sitting on the side of Hattie's bed. Kenzie held back her growl and focused on Hattie. Your father is too proper for his own good. I want a farm story. Oh, you do? She racked her brain for a new story. Okay, you're going to get the bestest farm story I've got, because it's your birthday and you're 3 now. I big. The biggest niece I have. Hattie grinned. Raquel took up court in the rocking chair, crossing her perfect legs and resting her dainty hands in her lap. The summer I was 15, Mrs. Raymond had a vegetable garden. She spent hours weeding and watering and tending to the plants so they would grow nice and big. She paused to gauge Hattie's interest. So far so good. She grew carrots this long. She held her hands apart as if telling a fish story. And there was so much zucchini we fed it to the pigs. Hattie giggled. Well, in this garden was one special plant. A pumpkin plant. But these weren't just any old pumpkins, they were pie pumpkins. The pumpkins were small and sweet to the taste. We couldn't carve them for jack-o'-lanterns, but she assured us they would make the best pie we'd ever had. Well, someone else on the farm knew how sweet the pumpkins were. Tessa. Hattie's eyes were wide open. Maybe she should have picked a less entertaining story. Tessa was a cow. A cow? Asked her niece in disbelief. Yep. She was a purebred Holstein with black spots and a long tail and beautiful brown eyes. Cows aren't beautiful. This one was, and she was smart too. She could get out of the pasture without us even knowing how. Kenzie leaned forward. I think she was magic. Hattie nodded as if a magic cow were possible. Anyway, that cow must have been waiting for just the right time, because when Mrs. Raymond made her first pie of the season and left it on the windowsill to cool, Tessa came right through the yard and ate that pie. Hattie's gasp was muffled by her hands covering her mouth. Me and Harrison didn't even get a taste, and we had to go home before any more pumpkins were ready to make into pies. Kenzie kissed Hattie on the forehead. And that is why you never leave a pie where a magic cow can find it. Hattie smiled. I love you, Aunt Kenzie. I love you too. Kenzie stood, and Raquel took her place. Did you have a good birthday? My bestest one ever. Her response made Kenzie smile. She'd had 3 birthdays in total, yet spoke with the authority of someone who'd celebrated 30. Good. You remember we're going to the aquarium on Saturday. Just me and you? I member. Hattie yawned, exposing her tonsils. Raquel kissed both her cheeks and stood up. Love you to the moon. And back, answered Hattie as she snuggled in. Kenzie turned on the night light, and Raquel got the light switch. They closed the door partway and paused in the hallway. I heard about Lynette's binge. I'm guessing Clyde pushed her over the edge. Raquel folded her arms across her chest. I wish you'd never met that man. That makes 2 of us. They headed toward Lynette's room, the silence between them stretching tight. Raquel opened the door to a snore so loud it could strip the shingles off a house. That woman could cause a stampede just by taking a nap. Kenzie didn't bother to whisper. She could set off 4th of July fireworks, and Lynette wouldn't wake up. Her sister's red silk pajamas were wrinkled. She'd probably worn them the night before and not bothered changing out of them this morning before she started drinking. Who knew what time Clyde called? Kenzie did her best to straighten the sheets and blankets around Lynette from one side of the bed while Raquel did the other. You know, I was always jealous you got to go to the farm every summer. Kenzie's spine straightened right up, and she was standing stock still in shock. You were? Raquel nodded, moving Lynette's arm down by her side. Why didn't you? No one invited me. But. Kenzie tried to think back to the first time she'd gone to the farm. It was when Grandpa and Grandma lived there, a couple years before they moved into the retirement community. They didn't work like they had in their younger years, but Grandpa liked to be by the animals, said it felt like home to hear them moving and mooing, that the smell of hay was the smell of home. By the time they moved out, the tradition was set, and Kenzie and Harrison stayed with the Raymonds. They were busy people who had a dairy to run and probably didn't have time to take in a girl who didn't know her way around the herd. I'm sorry, Raquel. If I'd have known you wanted to come, I would have asked. Raquel lifted a shoulder. It was probably a good thing I stayed here. Lynette would have been lonely. Kenzie finished tucking the sheet under the mattress. I'm worried for her, Raquel. And for Hattie. Clyde made a comment about how popular he'd be if he were a dad. If he knew Lynette was like this, he could have her taken away from us. Raquel's eyes became slits. Then he mustn't know. I didn't tell him anything, but Lynette wasn't at the party. She fluffed a pillow that had been knocked to the floor and put it against the headboard. And he didn't say how long he would be in town. Lynette needs to know what's at stake. Agreed. As soon as she sobers up, we'll sit her down and fill her in. She'd get her tongue. How did you handle seeing him? I was shocked at first. I don't think I prayed harder for rain in my entire life. Rain? A lightning bolt seemed like too much to ask for. Raquel lifted one side of her mouth in an almost smile. It was progress. Kenzie considered the two of them caring for Lynette and talking like sisters when in the background the fight for CEO hung on. The one thing counseling had done for them was to get them to talk civilly to one another despite what they were feeling, to compartmentalize their feelings for one another. No doubt they'd be figuratively clawing each other's eyes out the next day at the office. But here they were allies, maybe even friends. I didn't see Clyde leave, but security assured me he'd driven his rented Benz out the gate. A chill swept through the room, causing goosebumps on her arms. I don't trust him. He'll be back. But you trust Nash? Of course. She thought back to the way he'd held her as she told him how awful she'd been to the people who loved her most in the world. I told him all about Clyde, and he didn't think any less of me. He just kissed me. Her cheeks flushed. Saying the words out loud was admitting the huge leap that had taken place in their relationship. His kiss had certainly changed things for her. She'd been so stunned by the tenderness and acceptance he'd offered with his kiss that she'd lost all ability to think, let alone speak. And then he'd apologized. Talk about popping a balloon. Raquel smoothed the comforter. Well, you shouldn't. Kenzie got a strange sense of déjà vu. Her mouth went slack and her heart pounded painfully against her ribs. Why not? She reached behind her for a seat, only to find air and stumble back. Raquel's hand stilled. He's no Clyde. Okay? He didn't try and sleep with me, and he's hardly said a word to Lynette. Relief strengthened Kenzie's feeble knees, but her heart wasn't quite done punishing her at the thought of trusting her whole self with a man who would throw it away. She put her fist where her heart pounded. Just be careful. Raquel averted her gaze and hurried from the room. Kenzie picked up a few discarded pieces of clothing and tossed them in the hamper as she pondered Raquel's warning. Whatever bothered Raquel about Nash, it wasn't the same thing that bothered Kenzie. She was more worried about his mad dash from the room. Maybe he'd felt nothing during the kiss. Or worse, maybe he felt like he was kissing his sister. She would have run out, too, if that were the case. Well, no matter the reason for him walking away from her and their moment, the result was the same. She had a husband she was attracted to that she couldn't kiss. And somehow, she had to find a way to hide her growing feelings for him and work alongside him every day for the next 3 weeks. Easy peasy. She'd just have that part of her brain melted and then she'd be fine. Chapter 19. The work week passed quickly as Nash did his best to learn all there was to learn about developing, testing, tasting, and approving new ice cream flavors. He was to report into Kenzie when he had a product for her final approval. The redundancies in the approval process, first Charlie, then him, and finally Kenzie, seemed unnecessary. Until he tasted the cheery cherry. He and Charlie had approved the final base, and they moved on to adding different types of cherries. Some were tart, others sweet. What Nash found was that Charlie had a mental preference for one type of cherry, grown locally. But Nash preferred the pie cherries grown in Payson, Utah. They had just the right combination of bite on the tongue and lingering fruit taste that caught his attention. He probably should have given in to Charlie's experience, but for some reason, he was consumed with the idea that this ice cream flavor had to be the best. Maybe because it was his first real assignment with the company and he wanted to do a good job. Sure, that could be it. Or, more likely, he was doing his best to avoid Kenzie and obsessing over cherry producers and varieties was his best route. So, he threw himself into product development like a madman and argued with Charlie that his first impressions were a big deal because he didn't usually like cherry ice cream. If they could make a flavor that pleased the taste buds of non-cherry lovers and cherry cheers alike, they'd sell more ice cream. Charlie waved an ice cream scoop in the air. It's all about the next sale for you. Ice cream used to be art. Nash adjusted his tie. In business school, they discussed 5 types of conflict resolution: accommodating, avoiding, collaborating, compromising, and competing. He couldn't give Charlie what he wanted, there was too much at stake here. Sure, he was using his job as a way to avoid Kenzie, but there was a matter of pride involved too. He wasn't just some run-of-the-mill business grad. He'd done big things, like take a company from 200-ish employees to 500 in a matter of 2 years. He'd managed the growth spurt on his own by working 60 to 80-hour weeks. Ever since he'd dusted off his executive suit, he felt more like himself. Success wasn't an option for him, it was a driving need. If there was a way to do the job perfectly, he would find it and make it happen. So he continued to press his opinion on the poor tasteologist. Avoiding Charlie wasn't an option either, because he was already avoiding Kenzie, which meant he had to stay in the basement of the Red Barn as much as possible. He'd created a nest at the bar in the tasting room with his laptop and a few legal pads and one abused post-it notepad. His cell phone was all he needed to keep up on the new packaging designs, none of which he could say was better than what they were using now. Why spend the resources to create a new look if it wouldn't outperform the old look? Collaboration was what got him into the mess with Charlie, so that conflict resolution skill wasn't going to help much. Compromising was just as unlikely, as both men were of the mindset that theirs was the one and only right answer. Which left competition. Nash snapped his fingers. What we need is a blind taste test. Charlie used his white apron to wipe his hands. You have intrigued me, he said in a drawn-out, mysterious voice. Continue. Monday morning, first thing, we bring in Kenzie and have her taste test each sample, not knowing which is which. Whatever she says, goes. Deal. Charlie extended his hand over the bar. But I want your promise that you will not cry when my California cherries win. Nash laughed, pumping his hand. And I'll expect the same from you when my Utah cherries are chosen the winner. Agreed. And no swaying the judge this weekend with candlelight dinners and canoodling. Charlie pointed at him before he went back to drying sample dishes. Nash buried himself behind his laptop. How was he supposed to keep his thoughts platonic when Charlie said something like that? He furiously began an internet search to look at their competitors' half-gallon-sized containers. Anything to take his mind off the idea of pulling Kenzie into his arms and kissing her slowly. The page loaded and he forced his mind to the task at hand. Evaluating. Most companies preferred a tub with a lid, but a few still used the folded boxes. The boxes were less expensive. He'd need to buy several and check them for durability. Perhaps drop one and see what happened. He wondered if the container played a part in the consumer's buying decision. It must have, because the majority of the products in boxes were the store brand varieties. Hazel's Dairy Delights was somewhere between the cheap name brand and the Yak's Milk and Air Whipped Honey Particles flash frozen for added texture type of products. Perhaps they could undercut their competition by changing to the less expensive packaging. He sighed. Those kinds of production moves were often a short-term gain and a long-term loss. There would be a burst in sales as consumers hurried to buy before the prices went up, but if the prices didn't go back up, then consumers would suspect that the quality of the ice cream had gone down. Nash glanced up from his computer to see Charlie stack bowls and store them under the counter. Charlie's job was to ensure Hazel's Dairy Delights was the best it could be. He couldn't recommend a container or a container design that would allow consumers to think less of Charlie's hard work. What was put on display should reflect all the hours Charlie put into his job, as well as the calories he consumed in the process of doing his job. Nash rubbed his too full belly. Thank goodness for the infinity pool. He'd spent the last 4 evenings swimming until he could barely lift his arms out of the water. Not only was he burning off the calories he consumed right alongside Charlie, he was able to stay out of the house while Kenzie was awake. Just because she wasn't standing next to him didn't mean his thoughts didn't find her. The memory of her kiss was like a dryer sheet stuck to his brain. He'd peel it off and toss it away, only to find the darn thing attached somewhere else. Like when he ran into Hattie in the main kitchen. She didn't have much of Kenzie in her looks, favoring her mother in that department. But she sure liked to talk about her aunt. Nash smiled at the memory. A 3-year-old was a fountain of information for things such as Kenzie's favorite food, brownies, and her favorite thing to do, color in the kitten coloring book, and her favorite movie princess, Jasmine. Although not much of that information was useful, he soaked it in all the same. He'd rather soak in some more of Kenzie's kisses than spend another evening pestering her niece for information, but kissing was off the table. He'd overstepped his bounds as an employee and a hired husband, and that was inexcusable. He would apologize. More than the stuttered sorry he got out before leaving the room. If the apology wouldn't make things even more awkward between them. Bringing up the topic would only enlarge the weirdness when they were in the same room. As it was, they could hardly be in the same office/barn or sleep a bathroom apart without tripping over the uncomfortableness. "Don't you have a dinner to get to?" asked Charlie. "What?" Nash lifted his eyes off the countertop, where they'd glazed over as he went deeper and deeper into his thoughts about Kenzie. Charlie tapped one of the post-its on the edge of his computer. "I've been seeing that for 3 days now. Don't tell me you forgot." Nash squinted at the block print. Dinner with Guy Trado. Friday 6 at Basil's. Shoot. He slammed his laptop shut. I forgot. He was supposed to woo Guy and expound Kenzie's greater qualities as a CEO over tortellini in less than 15 minutes. He checked his phone. With traffic, he'd be 5 minutes late. He gathered his papers. "I'll see you Monday morning, Charlie." "You bet your shiny shoes you will." Nash looked down at his black shoes as he made his way to the elevator. They were no shinier than any other guy's shoes. He shrugged off Charlie's comment and climbed into the elevator. It dinged open, and he raced the clock across the lobby. "Is my car ready?" he asked Ben. Ben, who was clocking out while talking on the phone, simply pointed to the front door. Nash called thanks and kept right on going. The driver opened the door to reveal a pair of long, sultry legs in cherry red high heels. Nash pulled back on the accelerator and sucked in a breath. He was really starting to like cherries, cherry ice cream, cherry red shoes on lean legs that went on for miles and miles. His heart rate kicked up as if he were running every step of those miles. Kenzie leaned forward and wiggled her fingers. "Hi there. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten our plans." There was no trace of the kiss on her face, no embarrassed blush, no looking up through lowered lashes. They might as well have never brushed lips by the friendly and yet formal way she regarded him. "Nope. No. Not likely." Nash stumbled over his denial. "Smooth man. Real smooth. I was caught up in something with Charlie." Kenzie scooted across the seat to make room for him. He could feel his pulse in his neck and prayed his collared shirt would hide the throbbing beat. "Can we turn the air conditioner up?" he croaked at the driver, Mick. Thank goodness Mick was there. His presence ensured that their conversation would stay to surface subjects like the weather or the traffic, topics he would happily discuss, because they brought on no embarrassment. Mick complied, and cool air blasted Nash's face. He breathed right in the spray, grateful for air that wasn't tinged with Kenzie's expensive perfume. The scent accentuated her skin perfectly, becoming an intimate, sensual experience. Kenzie raised the shaded partition, blocking Mick's ability to hear their conversation. Nash sat deeper in his chair and silently cursed. "Mick. Stay with me, man." With each inch the glass rose, Nash's hopes for skimming the surface of conversation with Kenzie sank. "So, we kissed." Nash's stomach tightened as if he'd been sucker punched. This was the exact conversation he'd wanted to avoid, and Kenzie dropped it in his lap. Kenzie touched his hand, sending shockwaves through his body. She pulled away quickly, as if she too had felt the rivers of electricity running through his veins. "It happens, Nash. We're two attractive adults who work and live in close proximity. We were bound to have some physical manifestations of that." The brush-off didn't sit well with Nash. They hadn't kissed that long, maybe 5 seconds, and yet it had been the most profound 5 seconds of his life. In that breath of a moment, he'd felt things for Kenzie he hadn't believed existed, like complete and utter devotion. How could she be so calm about the kiss? He tried on his cocky grin. "You think I'm attractive?" "What?" Her face turned being cherry red. "I didn't say that. You said we were two attractive people, which, by the way, I agree with. But that also means you find me attractive." She sputtered. "That wasn't what I meant." "Then you don't think I'm handsome?" Her hands gripped the butter leather seat. "Yes, you are handsome." Recovering slightly, she rolled her eyes. "Ego much?" He lifted a shoulder. "I thought we should be clear. Communication is key to a happy and successful marriage." The car pulled to the curb, and they waited for Mick to open the door. "Then you got that the kiss was just a kiss?" she asked, a note of panic in her voice as her eyes darted to the door that would open any moment. "We can't let a small mistake get in the way of our bigger goal." Instinctually Nash leaned closer where he could see the panic circling her irises. He brushed his finger over her neck, feeling the up-down movement as she swallowed, completely transfixed by the effect his closeness had on his wife. The air between them grew thick with desire, and the current passed between them, ready to sweep him away if he'd just let go. "And we don't need to avoid each other just because we happen to have." Her eyes dropped to his mouth, and she moistened her lips. "Kissed?" he filled in for her. "Yes, that." She leaned slightly forward just as the door opened. The suffocating California heat flooded the vehicle and seemed to grab the back of his collar and pull him away from Kenzie. Perhaps his good sense was stronger than his impulses. He could only hope, because it would take all the strength he could muster not to kiss her again, especially when she looked at him like he was the man he wished he could be. His heart skidded to a halt before dropping to his ankles. Therein was the problem. He wasn't the man he saw reflected in her eyes. Kenzie was a billionaire heiress of an ice cream empire, and he was nothing. He owned a mid-sized sedan and had a storage unit full of pretentious furniture, but he had nothing of value. He wasn't even valuable enough. The damaged goods that he'd become. To offer himself to her. Therefore, there would be no more teasing, no more avoiding, no more than a professional relationship that accomplished the goals set forth in the marriage contract. He clambered out of the car and offered his hand to Kenzie. This time, when her fingers slid against his palm, he steeled himself against the current of charm and fascination. "Thanks," she whispered. "You're welcome." He motioned for her to precede him into the restaurant. Instead of enjoying the view as she walked in front of him, he kept his gaze just over her shoulder. He would be a model of self-control. Besides protecting Kenzie from her sisters, he would protect her from himself. She deserved more than him and his regretful past. Chapter 20. My condolences for your loss, Mrs. Westport. Kenzie accepted the hug from Guy's wife. Thank you, Emma. Emma's soft, floral perfume tickled Kenzie's nose, and she fought back a sneeze. Emma rubbed Kenzie's upper arms briskly, the stacks of bracelets on her left arm clinking loudly. You're freezing. Emma didn't dare look at Nash. Perhaps talking about the kiss wasn't the best idea, but she couldn't stand the way he avoided her. At least now he was standing slightly behind her. Though the way his eyes had closed off when he got out of the car, he might as well be back in the basement of the barn. The air conditioner was on full blast in the car. I should be fine in a moment. Hello, Guy. Kenzie. Nash. Guy shook both of their hands. They exchanged pleasantries and then were settled at a table in the back of the restaurant, where the candles burned low and the noise from other diners was at a minimum. Kenzie glanced around to see couple after couple, their hands clasped across the table, gazing into one another's eyes. Her body hummed with yearning to be a half of one of those couples. She'd thought she and Clyde were connected on the level of adoration displayed around her, only to find out that he adored pretty much anything with long hair and long legs. She wasn't anything special. That understanding had dealt her a blow that left a long-standing bruise on her heart and her self-image. What she'd seen in Nash's eyes, right before he kissed her, had gone a long way to dispelling the belief that she was below average. Not that she needed a man's opinion to validate her worth. She knew she was smart and capable of running a company. But there was this other need inside of her to feel special to someone. To find the other half of her soul and to be the other half of someone else's soul. Maybe it wasn't healthy, but then again, maybe it was healthy to want to be part of a couple. To want to care about someone else's needs and not become wrapped up in herself. Then again, how would she know? They gave their drink orders to the server, and Kenzie asked about Guy and Emma's children. Tyson is doing well. He's playing in the minors now. Emma glowed with the report on their oldest son. She'd spent years shuttling him to games, tournaments, scouting events, and practices. With as much work as she put into Tyson's career, she should make major league salary. He'll probably spend a few years there and hopefully be called up to the traveling team. Nash nodded appreciatively. Guy grumbled, tearing a breadstick in half. You're not excited? Kenzie asked him. She glanced at Nash to see a line appear between his eyebrows. One more year he'll be living at home in the off-season. They pay crap and he can't keep a job because of the schedule. He tore off a piece of bread and chewed vigorously. Emma patted his shoulder. Don't mind him. Not everyone is cut from corporate cloth. She nodded towards Nash. Not like this guy. Kenzie, where did you find your sweetheart, and can you find one for my daughter? Kenzie choked on a sip of water. Her eyes filled with tears as she gasped for breath. Nash banged between her shoulder blades with the heel of his hand, and her throat cleared. My goodness, are you okay? Emma fanned Kenzie's red face with her hand. I'm fine. Kenzie took a careful sip of water and cleared her throat. Really? Emma cast her one more concerned look. The server appeared to take their order, saving Kenzie from having to explain how she met Nash and handing out Aunt Pamela's business card. Not that she would have revealed the true nature of their relationship to these two, especially since she needed Guy to think she was a nice, stable, married woman who was ready to settle into life as CEO. Their food arrived quickly and they caught up on the Trado family. Kenzie was almost done with her braised chicken when Guy threw his napkin on his empty plate and said, "Let's get down to the nitty-gritty." Nash's eyebrows climbed his forehead. "Excuse me?" Guy chuckled. "Raquel took us to lunch on Tuesday." Emma giggled. "Such a sweet girl, but she can talk about herself all day long." Kenzie smiled easily. "She has a gift." Guy grunted. "I'm guessing you want to know which direction I'm leaning." Nash squeezed her knee under the table. Kenzie did her best to ignore the rush of feel-good through her system. He shouldn't touch her if he wanted her to think clearly. However, she had been the one to say a kiss was just a kiss. For a nanosecond, she wondered what he would have done if she'd said a kiss was more than a kiss. That would be helpful. Kenzie dotted her napkin against the corners of her mouth. "Well," Guy began, "on the one hand, you've had more work experience outside of the company and the most time spent in the office over your lifespan." Kenzie smiled. "My first lessons on how to run Hazel's were in high school." "That's right." Emma jumped in. "You did that internship through that fancy private school you all went to." Nash's hand slipped off her knee, leaving behind a cold sensation that made her shiver. "That's right. On the other hand, I'm not sure how I feel about working for someone who is half my age." "Half? PFT. Not likely," Kenzie scoffed. "Please." Emma rolled her eyes. Raquel flattered him enough to make his head swell. "We had to put the top down on the Porsche to get him home." Guy scowled good-naturedly. Nash folded his hands on the table. "What would sway you our direction?" Kenzie's mind caught on how he'd used the word "our," like they were a team. She liked that word. A lot. Guy pondered for a moment. "I already know you want to keep the company together, but I'm concerned about your ability to maintain the level of growth we need to succeed in the market. Being on top means we can suffer a slow, painful demise, and I'd like to avoid that at all costs." Nash tapped his finger on the table. "We're within days of signing off on new flavors. Bringing fresh product to the market will revitalize our sales. And we're considering rebranding. Everything Kensington is doing points to the fact that she wants to move the company forward." Kenzie cast Nash a grateful look. She reached for his knee. When her hand met the soft fabric of his pants, his leg jerked up, smashing her hand against the bottom of the table. She clamped her lips together and smeared on a smile to cover the bump of pain. The hurt cleared quickly as she discreetly shook her hand under the table and scowled at Nash. A mischievous glint lit up his green-gray eyes, like a kid who'd gotten away with a prank. "Well, two could play at that game." Kenzie scooted her chair closer to his. "I'm currently looking into other markets. I'd like to expand." Guy lifted an eyebrow. "How?" "We are already at the top of our field. There are new flavor combinations popping up each year, and gelato has been big for a while." "True." Nash leaned back in his chair. Kenzie leaned her shoulder into his firm chest. He paused in his thoughts, only briefly, but enough for her to know that he was affected by her nearness. She reveled in the knowledge. "But," he continued, "the ice cream market changes as often as the American diet. Frozen yogurt hit in 2004 and you all managed to stay on top. But that was a wave. How much of a wave is almond milk ice cream? Moving in other dairy-related products would be better." Kenzie stared up at him, her thoughts racing. We have the manpower and the facilities to try new things. Exactly, Nash agreed. But in the amount of time it would have taken us to jump on the frozen yogurt bandwagon, the fad would have faded considerably. Guy slumped in his chair. If he had a sign on his head, it would have read unimpressed. Yeez. Nash drew the word out. He lifted his arm up and over Kenzie's head to rest it on the back of her chair, raising the stakes in their daredevil game. Kenzie chewed the inside of her lip, her stomach alive with butterflies. Nash traced circles on her upper arm. He made his movements look natural and as if they were an afterthought, however, a vein in his neck that pulsed like a rabbit in a race. That's why we need to look into the future and predict trends. Not possible, Guy challenged. Actually, it is possible, Nash returned. Kenzie placed her hand on Nash's thigh as he continued, there are dozens of smaller companies trying to gain a foothold in the market by reinventing the ice cream churn. He got a blank look from Guy and Emma. The American diet is evolving due to food sensitivities. Dairy-free, gluten-free, taste-free, Guy grumped. Kenzie smiled as she copied Nash's circular pattern on the inside of his knee. His hand stilled on her shoulder and then wrapped around her arm, holding tight as he maintained his composure in front of their dinner companions. Those segments of the market are continually growing, and if they can find their favorite flavor with our brand name within their dietary guidelines, then we'll be their number one choice. Emma gave her husband a pointed look. I wouldn't mind a gluten-free s'mores. She sighed, and her ample bosom rose and fell. I didn't know you were gluten-free. Kenzie leaned slightly forward and used her free hand to squeeze Emma's hand and then let go. I don't make a big deal over my celiac, because it's embarrassing to bring it up all the time. I just want life to go on as normal. Kenzie leaned back, and Nash gave her a one-armed hug. She reveled in his warmth and strength, at the same time she was impressed with his ability to think on his feet. Expanding into the niche markets hadn't occurred to her. Her grandpa and dad had maintained the thought process that being a big fish in the big pond was the best way to make the most money. And their process had worked for years. But there were more sales to make. Sales that their single-minded approach had left on the table. Guy shook his head. There's distribution, shelf space, and a dozen other factors to consider before we could even whisper this news to the executive committee. That's why you need a visionary at the helm. Someone who doesn't mind getting their hands dirty and getting the work done. Nash kissed Kenzie's hair. Guy folded his arms across his chest. He narrowed his eyes and considered Nash's words. I think you might be right. Kenzie barely contained her shout of joy. Thank you for your support, Guy. The server appeared with the check and Kenzie paid for them all. She watched Nash as he expounded on this brilliant plan of his. His hands were animated and his expression changed in an instant as he went from deep thought to listening to Guy's concerns. As the COO, Guy was over distribution of product, hiring and firing employees, and establishing policies and promoting the company vision. Having him on their side was huge. Nash's hand worked its way up to her neck, where his fingertips tickled her earlobe. She squeaked and quickly excused herself to go to the restroom. Nash had officially won this round of their tête-à-tête. She breathed in through her nose to calm herself down and get it out of her system. The bathroom was covered in tile from the floor to the ceiling, and it was cold. She welcomed the change in temperature. Anything to get her face to cool off. She stopped at the mirror to make sure her shirt was free from marinara sauce. Nash was a natural, and he'd proven himself an asset to her cause tonight. He'd also heated her body temperature with his touch and simple kiss. Each move the other made was like a piece on the chessboard. Only, instead of capturing the queen, they danced around one another on the board in a perpetual stalemate. Her shirt was clean, thank goodness. She walked back to the table just as the group was getting to their feet. From here, it looked like Nash was in control of everything. The thought bothered her for some reason. He was on her team, so she should have been happy that he had succeeded where she'd drawn a blank. However, she wanted to be CEO on her own merits, not because Nash was a quick thinker. Though they'd won this round, she'd lost something in the process. Shaking off her negative thoughts, she joined the party at the exit to say goodbyes. All the while, a nagging uncertainty tugged at the back of her mind. She had been more focused on Nash than on what was being said at the table. He'd been too distracting with his impish grin and unspoken challenges. Still, she should be capable of holding herself together for an hour at a time, even with his fingers leaving trails of tingles on her shoulder. She brushed her hand over the skin as if she could brush away the memory. It was too late. Her body was siding with Nash. Nash glanced her way and winked. Her heart flipped. Sizing up his broad swimmer's shoulders told her there were worse things to be distracted by than her husband. Although she couldn't think of one at the moment. Chapter 21. You're telling me that there are actually people out there who think they're cows. Nash placed his hand on Kenzie's lower back to guide her through the door from the garage to the house. The ride home had been enjoyable. More of the game they'd started over dinner, without the audience. It's called boanthropy, and it really exists. She was walking in front of him and paused to take off her shoes in the mudroom. You're teasing me to see if I'll believe you. He followed her example, tucking his dress shoes into one of the small cubbies. Hey, I've done so much research on dairy farming in the past week, I could run a farm. Kenzie snorted. Not one of those dainty little snorts women do when they're flirting, but an all-out you're full of crap snort. I mean it. I bet I know more than you do now. Case in point, boanthropy. He tapped the end of her nose. She swatted him away. The glint in her eye turned dangerous. You wouldn't last a day on a dairy farm. He circled his finger through the air. And this pampered lifestyle has prepared you for the life of a farmer? She folded her arms and cocked a hip in a decidedly sexy challenge. There was no holding back, she brought out his most mischievous behavior. She wasn't a naturally physically affectionate person. She'd hugged her sisters, but at the viewing she'd mostly shaken hands, even with extended family. She hadn't brushed him aside at the restaurant, even though she probably should have. Instead, she'd upped the ante to a point he had to hold onto her arm to maintain control. Thankfully, she'd backed off at that point. Otherwise, he might have kissed her right then and there in front of Guy and Emma and God and everyone. They didn't have an audience now. He stepped into her personal space, forcing her to lift her chin up to keep eye contact. I could farm circles around you all day long, city boy. She poked his chest. The point where her finger had met his body shot electricity through his whole muscular system. He quirked a grin. That would be crop circles, right? She rolled her eyes. That's it. I'm taking you to the farm, and we'll see who's left standing at the end of the day. He stepped closer, cutting off what little sunlight could fit between their bodies. His earlier resolve to stay away from her for her own good melting like an ice cream cone in the oven. Bring it, he said huskily, not even sure if he was talking about farming anymore or not. Are you two going to stand out there all day? I'm old. I can't wait forever, called a warbled voice from the living room. Grandma? Kenzie spun around and darted away. Nash followed a step behind. What are you doing here? Kenzie bent to kiss her grandma's cheek. The contact happened faster than a webpage loads. You remember my husband, Nash? The word husband rolled off her tongue like it wasn't a lie, like they were really married. Maybe the time spent avoiding her had been enough time for her to come to terms with their arrangement. Or maybe she was just getting better at lying. The idea saddened his heart. He didn't want Kenzie to be less than she was when they'd married. He clenched his right hand into a fist. He was bad news and a bad influence, even when he wasn't trying to be. Kenzie deserved a man who inspired her to be better. He should be better, not so easily drawn in by her flirtatious ways. I'm here because you girls need an intervention. Kenzie's eyes went wide. What do you mean? I mean, we'll me on out to see your sisters. It's time for a family chat. Grandma. Don't grandma me. Everyone thinks that because I can't walk I lost my sight, but I saw plenty at your father's funeral, and I'm not about to let you three fight like cats. At least someone cared about how well the sisters got along. Sure, Kenzie loved her sisters, but they were at a crossroads, and Nash wasn't at all certain which direction they would choose to go. He didn't want Kenzie to end up as alone in the world as he had been until he married her. Now he had a place to be every day, Charlie to debate cherries with, colleagues to schmooze over dinner, and Kenzie to share a home with. What would she have once he was gone? More than he would, but still not enough. People needed family. Co-workers and hired help could only fill in so far. After that, there was a gaping hole. Kenzie's arms drooped in resignation. She glanced down at her hip-hugging skirt and blouse. I'd like to change clothes first. I can't do an intervention in this skirt. She said intervention like she had no idea what her grandma meant when using that word. Grandma waved her off. You shouldn't be doing anything in that skirt. It's too tight. Kenzie's cheeks turned pink. She glanced at Nash from under lowered lashes. I'll be right back. As she moved to pass him, Nash hooked her elbow and leaned down to whisper in her ear. I like the skirt. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I'll bet you do. He watched her hips sway as she walked away. You can stop staring at her derriere and come keep me company. Nash grinned like the big bad wolf. I could. But what's the fun in behaving? He settled into the leather couch and adjusted his tie to lie over his stomach. She chuckled, the sound like sandpaper rubbing together inside her chest. You're a firecracker. With a sigh, she patted her short, thinning hair. How's married life treating you? Today? I'd say pretty great. That's the best you can hope for. In 3 years, those days may be few and far between, and in 7, you'll wonder if they existed at all. But if you can make it to 20 and still like each other, you've got it made. Why? What happens at 3 years? Grandma tapped the side of her nose. Babies. Nash tapped his foot. Well, we aren't. I mean, we haven't talked about. The image of Kenzie playing with Hattie came to mind. He loved the way she smiled for the little girl. If they had a baby and he got half that much love, then he'd be blessed. I realize I jumped to a conclusion at the funeral, but don't you want children? Grandma demanded an answer. Her wrinkled forehead became even more wrinkled as the painted-on eyebrows rose. I do. He answered without thinking. Had he taken an hour to form his response, it would have been the same. He wanted to be a father. More than that, he wanted to partner with Kenzie to raise children. She'd make sure the kids had good grades, and he'd make sure they learned how to throw a baseball, a football, and a pass at a woman. All at the appropriate stages of development, of course. Grandma studied him. Well, what's there to wait for, then? A willing partner? The right time. We're wrapped up in the transfer of the company right now, and we just got married. Grandma flicked a piece of lint off her burgundy slacks. What was your home like growing up? A pang of regret rang through Nash like the sound of a gong, deep and echoing. He waited until it was quiet enough that he could hear himself speak. My dad was always the team coach or the one who started the water fights. We had a lot of fun growing up with him. Although, if you ask my mom, he never grew up. Mom was the disciplinarian. She had to be, or Dad would let us stay up until midnight on a school night. What about God? We went to church at least once a month and prayed over dinner. He resisted the urge to tug on his collar. Grandma was getting close to the things he didn't want to talk about, and he wasn't sure how to steer her on another course. For a woman who resembled a raisin, she sure was quick-minded. Okay, I'm dressed for an intervention. Kenzie glided into the room, wearing loose lounge pants and a blue, green, and white billowy top that hovered dangerously near falling off her shoulder. Her hair was down and recently brushed, draping over one shoulder. Nash swallowed, his tongue suddenly 2 sizes bigger. Where to? He got to his feet and buttoned his jacket, then unbuttoned it. Not you. Grandma pointed a gnarled finger at him. Ladies only. Okay. Nash silently asked Kenzie if she was okay with this. She rolled her eyes and smiled, putting him at ease. Well, have fun on your intervention. We will. Kenzie unlocked the wheelchair and headed for the main house. Nash glanced around the living room, wondering what to do with himself now that he didn't have a wife in the room to flirt with. His wife. He was thinking the phrase just as easily as Kenzie had said my husband earlier. What a pair they were. Did Kenzie want children? He tugged at his bottom lip. Was she even interested in a family, or did she want to devote her life to Hazel's dairy delights? The idea that she may never hold their baby in her arms didn't sit right with Nash. Neither did the idea that he should be a father. He wasn't exactly the glowing example his dad had been. He shook out his arms, feeling as though he were being pressed into a small box, and burst into action. He needed a swim. Chapter 22. Kenzie braced her elbows as she pushed Grandma's wheelchair across the plush carpet. Sweat gathered between her shoulder blades. Why was family so much work? Seriously. All she wanted to do was spend the evening verbally sparring with Nash. He was so cute to think he could be a farmer. What a sweet, delusional man she'd married. Right here will be just fine. Grandma pointed into the library. Kenzie turned the chair in that direction. The chair itself was a sleek new model, black with hot rod red accents. When Iron Man was 100 years old, he picked this model to zoom around in and drive Pepper Potts crazy, just like Grandma did to her granddaughters. I've texted Lunette and Raquel. They should be here momentarily. She tucked her cell under her thigh, where it must have been hidden before since Kenzie hadn't seen it. Kenzie sat on the chair opposite her grandma, the red fabric ottoman between them. How are you? She asked by way of polite conversation. I'm well, thank you for asking. If Grandma had a teacup in her hand, she would have taken a dainty sip. Speaking of tea, would you like something to drink? Drinking is part of the reason I'm here. Kenzie's heart bounced around in her ribcage like a pinball. She and Raquel had yet to talk to Lunette about her problem. The time delay was partially because it took Lunette a couple days to pull herself together. As soon as she did, she was riddled with guilt for missing Hattie's party and had thrown herself into being the best mom on the planet. They'd gone to the zoo, the movies, the ballet, a basketball game, and visited sweet shops all over town. Lunette's erratic mothering was sunshine and cow poop. If she could just find a middle ground and even out. Kenzie chewed her lip. Grandma, I don't think Lunette is in a place to be singled out. She had a rough week. Grandma smacked her hand on her leg. This is precisely the time to strike, when her disappointment in herself is the strongest. She clasped her hands in her lap. I didn't say anything. Her lecture was cut short by Raquel and Lunette's arrival. They were both a flutter of kisses on thin cheeks and delicate hugs around frail shoulders, practically smothering the old woman with their affection. Grandma beamed. Look at you two go on. She cupped Raquel's cheek and patted Lunette's hand. As pretty as your mama. Her eyes misted over. I miss her, too, Gran. Only Lunette could get away with calling Grandma Gran. Sit. Sit. Both of you. Grandma weighed them to the couch, and they sat side by side like two little peas in a pod. They smiled benignly at Kenzie. Kenzie rubbed her arms. "How was your dinner?" asked Raquel. She lifted her nose in a "you can't put one past me" smugness. "It was lovely. Thank you for asking." Kenzie could have gloated over Guy's pronouncement that he was on Team Kenzie for the vote, but she didn't. Someone had to take the high road, and as the oldest, she should know better. Grandma cleared her throat, the sound raspy, like she had holes in her vocal cords. "You two were never meant to be friends, but can you at least act like sisters?" Kenzie started with offense. "What do you mean, we weren't meant to be friends?" "Yeah." Raquel's smugness melted. The gap in your ages created a difficult dynamic for siblings to overcome. She tipped her head towards Kenzie. "You were the adored child, smart, athletic, creative. And then along came Raquel, and she was a doll. You worked harder at being smart to gain attention that was so easily handed to a baby simply because she was a beautiful baby." Kenzie refrained from rolling her eyes. "I'm not a child anymore, Grandma." "No, but the script has been written and is still being played out." She shook her finger at the two of them. "It's got to stop. Either you figure out how to work together, or you'll ruin the family." Lunette snapped her gum. "And you." Grandma's finger turned on the youngest. "Stop drinking." Raquel glanced at Kenzie, panic screaming from her eyes. "I shouldn't have outlived my daughter, may she rest in peace. But I sure as heck shouldn't outlive my granddaughter. You're messing with the natural order of things, and I'll not have it. Do you hear me, young lady?" Lunette nodded numbly. "I need to hear it from your lips." "Yes, ma'am." Grandma nodded once. "You have every reason in the world to be happy, Lunette. No matter that you had a baby out of wedlock, it's been happening since biblical times, and it's not going to stop anytime soon." "It's not that." Lunette spoke into her designer blouse. "Excuse me?" Grandma cupped her hand around her ear. Kenzie couldn't stand to see her sister brought to shame. She scooted forward on the chair. "Lunette, you started drinking right after Hattie was born. If it wasn't having her that started all this, what was it?" Raquel rubbed Lunette's arm. Kenzie envied their physical and emotional closeness. "It was you," Lunette said. "Me?" Kenzie pointed to her chest. In a sudden bout of courage, Lunette was on her feet, her face blotched with anger. "You," she screamed. "You hate me." Taken aback by her outburst, Kenzie fumbled for words. "I don't hate you. Don't think I don't see the way you look at my daughter. Like she should have been yours." Kenzie got to her feet. "I never said that. You didn't have to." Lunette ripped the pillows off the couch and hurled them across the room. One of them wedged in the gas fireplace. Thankfully, it was summer and the fireplace was cold. "What do you want me to say?" Kenzie asked desperately. "That it wasn't a jerk move to sleep with Clyde? That my sister of all people should have had the decency to stay away from my fiancé? See. You hate me." Lunette began to sob. "I can't take it back. And I wouldn't, because that would mean that Hattie wouldn't be here, and she's the only one in this family who really loves me." Raquel shot to her feet. "That's not true." Lunette rounded on her. "I heard you talking to Kenzie. You guys thought I was asleep, but I heard you. You don't think I'm fit to be a mother." Lunette. Raquel spoke as if trying to calm a hectic, frightened calf. "We're worried that Clyde would find out about your drinking and take Hattie away. We love her and we love you, and we want to keep our family together. Why? All we do is hurt each other." I miss my own daughter's birthday party, and you two are at each other's throats over Dad's will. She flailed her arms about. Even Grandma comes over to tell us how awful we are. Now listen here, Grandma started. No. You listen. Lunette pointed right at Grandma's golden locket. Kenzie and Raquel gasped in unison. No one talked back to Grandma Treacle. You can't come over here and tell me I have everything in the world to be thankful for. You don't know my life, and you certainly don't know my shame. If I want to drown myself in rum, I'll do it, and there's not a thing you can do to stop me. Lunette, Kenzie breathed in shock. Surely Grandma's heart was too weak to take that kind of abuse. All at once, the fight left Lunette and she turned mournful eyes on Kenzie, her chin tucked low. Maybe it would have been better if you'd had Hattie instead of me. With that, she tore from the room. Raquel sighed. I'll watch her tonight. Kenzie followed her progress out of the room and then pivoted to face Grandma. The old woman nodded once. Well, that went about as well as I'd hoped. You wanted Lunette to fall apart. I wanted her to admit there was a problem. She rubbed her knobby hands together. That's the first step. Kenzie shook her head. All she admitted was that she thinks I hate her and that she screwed up. Which she should have known the moment it happened. So hey, progress. Right? Grandma retrieved her cell and typed using only her pointer finger on the screen. I can find my own way home, dear. You should head back to that husband of yours and get started on more great-grandbabies for me. Kenzie shook her head. You're something else, you know that, Grandma? Honey, at my age, you realize that life has finite minutes. Wasting them not saying what needs to be said is just plain sad. That was all fine and good, but it was going to take a lot more than words to fix what was going on inside Lunette's head. The years she'd spent heavily drinking had altered her brain chemicals. She needed more than to dry out, she needed counseling. Kenzie stopped in the kitchen and used the computer to look up their old counselor's name. Too bad I can't just marry her to a specialist. Her hand stilled over the call button. Was she calling the wrong person? With a few clicks of the keys, she had Harrison on the phone. Kensington, how's the bride? Kenzie ran her hand through her hair. I've had better days, Harrison. Oh. Well, I have the annulment papers right here. I could swing by and Nash could be on the street by 9:30 tomorrow morning. What? No. Kenzie leaned closer to the computer microphone. Why are you so bent on breaking us up? She could hear Harrison grind his teeth. I think you could do better. Thank you, but I'm happy with the model Aunt Pamela picked out. Great, he said, but his tone implied it was anything but great. The seed of doubt Raquel had planted wiggled and shot a root into her heart. She covered it over and pressed on. I was just wondering if B&B had any grooms who specialized in detox. Lunette? Yeah. We can't check her into a clinic without her permission, and she's getting worse. Kenzie rubbed her aching stomach. Not a word of this to anyone, Harrison. Not even Aunt Pamela. Confidentiality is my specialty. I thought annulments were your specialty. I'm a man of many talents. Let me look into things, discreetly, and I'll get back to you. Thanks. Out of curiosity, how were you planning to get her to agree to this? Kenzie blew out a breath, making her lips vibrate. People get drunk and wake up married all the time. Harrison didn't respond, and disapproval leaked through the speakers. That's unethical. I doubt Aunt Pamela will agree. Well, she doesn't know about it, now, does she? Kensington. Just check into it and see if there's someone out there. If not, I'll look into other possibilities. I promise. I'll see what I can do. You're the best. They said goodbye, and Kenzie closed down the screen. Her eyes ached, her head hurt, and she wondered just how far she was willing to go to save her sister. Chapter 23. Sunday morning cracked open with a chilly breeze and heavy cloud cover, the perfect weather for Nash's mood. Kenzie had come back from her visit with her grandmother and sisters. The big intervention. Subdued. She sat at the bar while he made a batch of cookies and slowly peeled away the wrapper on a water bottle she didn't drink from. When the timer went off, signaling the finished snickerdoodles, she excused herself and went to bed. Not the fun-filled evening of feeding each other cookie bites he'd planned when he pulled up the recipe. Which was why he was grumpy this morning. He showered and dressed and made his way to the kitchen for some oatmeal. Taste tester extraordinaire Charlie claimed oats grabbed onto bad cholesterol in the body and swept it right on through the bloodstream. If Charlie could eat ice cream every day and not have high cholesterol, then oatmeal was worth a try. Kenzie looked up from a bowl of cream of wheat. "Good morning." "Mornin' Dot." He rinsed out the small pan in the sink that Kenzie had used to make her hot cereal and measured out water. "How'd you sleep?" "Not well." She leaned into her hand, her elbow resting on the countertop. "You?" "All right, I guess." "Listen to us. We already sound like an old married couple." "Makes sense. We're both overachievers." The corners of her mouth lifted. "In a week we'll be on the front porch in our rockers." "One can only hope." Nash retrieved a bowl. The water boiled and he added the oats. "Charlie talked you into eating oatmeal?" He had a convincing argument. Nash rubbed the spot over his heart. "Death by ice cream is not the way I want to go." Kenzie stared into her bowl. "I could think of a few worse options." Nash ran his hand along the edge of the cool countertop. This was the part of his job where the lines got fuzzy. Was he supposed to talk through Kenzie's personal and family issues with her, as her husband? Or was he supposed to stay out of her private life, because he was an employee? To heck with it all. "How did it go with your grandma?" She grimaced. "Absolutely horrible." "Thanks for asking." Nash poured the finished oatmeal into a bowl and added a tablespoon of brown sugar. "Anytime." He opened the fridge in search of milk. "Am I allowed to know the details, or is this a girls-only thing?" "She told Raquel and me that we would never be friends and Lunette that she is a lush." "Nothing you didn't already know." Kenzie used the side of her spoon to dig rows in her uneaten breakfast. "Is it so wrong that I want to be friends with my sisters?" "It's not wrong, but improbable, considering the situation." "So I should just give up?" "You should keep a practical eye on things." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Some family dynamics don't allow friendships to develop." "Are you friends with your siblings?" He paused, his spoon halfway to his mouth, the oatmeal clumping off the spoon and into the milk. How had this become about him? "I used to be." He moved around the counter to sit on the stool next to hers. He'd be less likely to spill if he sat down to eat. And if they were going to continue on this line of questioning, he'd need to sit down. Kenzie shifted slightly, her leg brushing his in the process. "Why aren't you friends anymore?" "We drifted apart. My brother is in Kentucky and my sister is in Montana." "But you could call them if you wanted?" "I guess." The oatmeal tasted and felt like glue in his mouth. He forced it down and shoveled in another spoonful to keep from having to answer another question. He hadn't talked to his brother or sister in ages. His brother called once while he was in prison. The conversation was short and awkward. Nash, knowing he was the black sheep of the family. His sister visited once and cried the whole time. They'd not said 3 words to each other. She just sobbed and blew her nose, and he watched her, his heart breaking the entire time. He didn't leave his cell for 2 days after that visit. Not even to eat. He forced in another bit of oatmeal before pushing his bowl away. This is awful. I'll eat oatmeal cookies. Kenzie laughed, the sound as airy as a sheet being tossed in the air. Her laughter was usually full of color and loaded with weight. Nash got up to clean his bowl, wondering what his like for oatmeal cookies said about him, but unwilling to ask. If your sister was in trouble, how far would you go to help her? Kenzie asked. Nash turned on the disposal and waited for the oatmeal to disappear down the drain. He leaned both hands on the counter to help support his weight. I'd go as far as I needed to. If Melanie needed me, I'd be there. I should be more like you. Nash's head began to ache with a guilty weight. He'd been out of prison for a month and hadn't made an effort to contact either of his siblings. No. You should be the opposite of me. But you just said. The need to share his burden was greater than the need to hide his shame. The truth is, Kenzie, I wouldn't know if my sister needed me or not. I haven't seen her in over 2 years, and I haven't tried to call in longer than that. Why? Because she's better off without me. Kenzie's face wrinkled in confusion. Did they say that? That's a horrible thing to tell someone. Why would they say something like that? Because it's true. He pushed off of the sink, his appetite gone. I'm going to head into town. He hurried to the mud room. Wait! Kenzie called after him. She slid across the floor in her socks and slammed into the back of him. Ugh. Sorry. She swiped a piece of hair away that had stuck to her lip gloss. Nash, you are one of the smartest, nicest people I know. Don't let your family tell you any differently. Nash soaked up the honesty Kenzie poured into her statement. She truly believed what she said. Which only showed what a horrible person he was. If he was smart and nice, he'd have told her about his past. Instead, he selfishly locked the information away so that he could receive some of Kenzie's goodness in his life. He brushed the back of his finger across her cheek. She leaned into his touch, her eyes crinkling in the corners as she smiled. Thank you for believing that about me. But you don't believe it about yourself? I can't. He stepped away, wrenched the door open, and shut it quickly behind him. 3 weeks. He had 3 weeks left with Kenzie until the vote, and he had 2 options. 1, he could come clean. It was unlikely that she'd kick him out of the house or turn her back on him at this point. He was ingrained into the plan and she needed him. But she wouldn't want him. 2, he could pretend to be the man she believed in and ride away on his horse, knowing she still wanted him. He revved the engine on the way out of the driveway, knowing full well he was going with option 2. I'm a jerk. Chapter 24. Kenzie glanced around the patio at the hostile and pinched faces until she found Lunette and Hattie. Hattie was dressed in a smart little aqua and pink outfit with white lace around the cuff of her shorts. Her hair was slicked into pigtails high on her head, and then the curls fluffed out like pom-poms. Lunette was as clear-eyed as her daughter. Who knew what methods Raquel used to make that happen? One of these days Kenzie was going to have to ask her sister about that, but the weekly extended family brunch wasn't the place. Grandma held court near the buffet tables. Aunt Trudy and Uncle Rob hung close. The only time they ever saw Grandma was in the spring, when they left their small town in Montana for a month-long visit. Uncle Rob was an accountant, and he'd taken May off, after tax season, for as long as Kenzie could remember. They'd extended their trip for the funeral but would be leaving soon. Raquel was on the other side of the patio from Grandma. They were all still smarting from her verbal lashing. That was another thing Kenzie wanted to talk to Raquel about. Who was Grandma to say they weren't supposed to be friends? That was judgmental and mean. No one told Kenzie who she could and could not be friends with. Kenzie about tripped over her thoughts as the next one came right on the previous one's heels. What if Grandma was trying reverse psychology on them? The old girl was just crafty enough to come up with a devious plan and follow it through. Kenzie headed toward the fruit spread. The caterer had created a beautiful summer flower arrangement made completely out of fruit. She selected several blooms and a small container of yogurt. Her head was too full for her to care too much about what she ate. Nash had disappeared yesterday and only reappeared in time to escort her to the patio. He had slept in the house, she'd heard him in the bathroom sometime after she went to bed. Their conversation stuck to her brain like peanut butter on toast. In between sending unanswered texts to Lunette and researching addiction recovery centers, she'd pondered Nash's statement about his family being better off without him. He did have a certain bad boy quality, even with his clean-cut looks, that she had a hard time putting her finger on. He wasn't dangerous to her, except in the way he made her heart accelerate. Rapid palpitations made her do things like lean into his touch and invite him to kiss her. At the moment Nash talked with Aunt Pamela at the center table. Kenzie considered heading their direction and breaking up the conversation. She wasn't keen on the idea of Nash getting another contract with Pamela. He was her husband and should stay that way until the two of them decided it was time to call it quits. If they decided to end the marriage. If someone were to ask her right now if she was looking forward to being single again, she'd say no in a heartbeat. Oddly enough, an arranged marriage was the healthiest relationship she'd ever been in. Nash opened doors for her, helped her out of a car, defended her honor and her chance at CEO, and he was pretty nice to look at too. Add to that the way he made her feel like she was more than she'd been before she met him, and you could say she might be falling in love. Are you going to stand there and stare at Nash or eat? Kenzie jerked from her thoughts and stared down at the plate in her hands. She couldn't even remember picking it up. Nor did she recollect filling it with fruit and a small container of yogurt. Harrison looked at her expectantly. Neither. I'm going to hound you for an answer to my question about a certain groom with certain qualifications. He looked both ways, making sure no one was close. In this case, everyone was close. Then I suggest we move way over there. He pointed out a table that was set so close to a shrub, the plant looked as though it was a guest. Kenzie led the way, weaving through the tables so she could pass Nash. She let her hand run along his shoulder and across his neck. He glanced up at her, and she winked. He blinked, caught off guard. She mentally put a tally mark on her side of the scoreboard. It wasn't often that she got the drop on Nash. She loved every shade of pink his cheeks turned on their way to red. Harrison nudged her on. They made it to the table and took a moment to arrange their plates and silverware. A server appeared with 2 tall glasses of water and tumblers of orange juice. Kenzie said thank you before taking a sip of water. What have you been able to find out? She kept her face neutral. Like a spy, her body language had to appear casual, even though they were plotting her sister's untimely marriage to a man she hadn't met. Harrison draped one arm over the back of his chair. I went through our records. We've had a few cases like the one you mentioned. Kenzie wanted to rub her palms together. Instead, she speared a strawberry with her fork. Oh! The flavor burst over her tongue like a firework. In each case, the person entered the arrangement willingly and with the full use of their faculties. He swiped his napkin across his mouth. I'm sorry, Kenzie. I don't see how your plan is ethical. Kenzie threw back the glass of orange juice, the acid burning her throat, though not as deeply as Harrison's words burned her pride. Ethical? No. Brilliant? Yes. Harrison frowned. Don't judge me, Harrison. My sister's losing what little control she had over her addiction, and my father just died of alcohol poisoning. You're right. I would be desperate too. Kenzie bit a leaf off of a cantaloupe daisy. Her shoulders fell forward. If I promise not to make a decision when I'm wallowing in desperation, will that make you feel better? What decision? I told you B&B won't participate in marital subterfuge. Kenzie lifted an eyebrow. And B&B is the only matchmaking service out there? Harrison shook his head. Don't do it, Kenz. The arranged marriage business is tricky at best. I don't know how Aunt Pamela manages to make matches over and over again without screwing up, but no one comes close to her success rate. Good to know. She leaned her shoulder on Harrison's, letting him support her. Dad would have known what to do with her. Lunette was his baby girl. I'm sorry he's gone. Me too, she said softly. Nash's laughter suddenly filled the air, and all heads swiveled to see Hattie chasing him around the table with a drip spoon. She had a smear of yogurt on her cheek. Leave it to him to start a food fight at brunch. Harrison said him like he'd say the bug on my shoe. Nash already had a low enough opinion of himself, he didn't need Harrison acting all overprotective cousin on him. She smacked Harrison's arm. Play nice. Is he playing nice? His face clouded over. But not too nice. He's a perfect gentleman. And are you being a lady? She sniffed delicately. A lady never tells. Harrison's plastic fork snapped in two. Kenzie jumped. Kidding. Wow, take a chillaxative, will you? Harrison dropped the fork pieces on his empty plate. This is business, Kenzie. Don't get your heart mixed up with Nash. Her hand went protectively over her heart, where Nash had carved himself a nice little home. I hear what you're saying. She was as non-committal and as accommodating as possible. Maybe she should run for public office instead of CEO. Why settle? Chapter 25. Nash eyed the nearest freezer. Being alone in a room with unlimited ice cream samples was not helping him get work done. Ice cream truck music played in Nash's head when Charlie entered the room. He was out making the rounds, systematically testing the ice cream in their plant about 20 minutes north. He'd left a note saying he'd be back in time for the taste-off. In Charlie's absence, his staff had cooked up, or frozen up, a cheesecake caramel and peanut butter concoction. They had several variations on the recipe in the freezer for taste testing. The cheesecake ice cream was enough to make him forget his work, but the caramel and peanut butter swirls had him salivating. And maybe coping. He now understood why people turned to ice cream in troubled times. It was a powerful concoction that could wipe away his troubles for as long as it took to devour a pint. He ran a hand through his hair as he studied the latest product design from Julia's team. They'd used greens and pinks and balloon letters in high contrast to the red, white, and blue block letters they'd submitted last week. He was faced with the same problem. Why change up packaging if it wasn't going to increase the bottom line? The trouble was that he had two bottom lines to consider. One was financial, and the other was the vote for CEO. If he alienated Julia by turning down yet another design, and she voted for Raquel, then he'd failed. He had told Kenzie on the way in that morning that he would invite Julia to lunch with the two of them and they could tag team it like they did at dinner with Guy. On the other hand, his conscience wouldn't allow him to approve a shift in their branding that didn't bring in more money. Why change for the sake of change? He had to be true to himself. Bending the rules or playing the corporate game even for Kenzie would be sliding backwards. He knew what was behind him, and he didn't want to go back there. He typed up an encouraging note that said while he liked the design, it wasn't the right one for Hazel's, and sent it off. In less time than it took him to read the next email, Julia was standing behind him, her hands on her hips. Do you have a moment, Mr. Westport? He swiveled around on the bar stool. Of course. Have a seat. He waved to the spot one over from him, leaving an empty stool in the middle. I'm sorry, I don't have a better chair to offer you. The office is sparse, but there's perks. Would you like a sample? No, thank you. She crossed her legs and leaned her elbow on the counter. Then what can I help you with? I have a graphic designer upstairs in tears because of you. Nash flinched. I'm sorry about that. Perhaps if you could give us more direction, then we could come up with something you'll approve of. Nash bounced his leg as he thought through the best way to handle the situation. The packaging should reflect the direction of the company as well as the image we want to project. Julia stared at him, waiting for something more profound than Marketing 101. Nash pulled up the images she'd sent him, as well as a picture of their existing packaging. This looks like Arthur Donegal. The clean lines, lots of white space with a splash of color on the lids. Now that he looked at all of them, he realized how much they resembled the main area of the mansion. The new designs are cluttered and modern and overwhelming. They don't remind me of Kensington at all. He clamped his lips shut, knowing he'd said too much. Julia, on the other hand, started talking. I don't think we should design the packaging in remembrance of a person who won't be with the company for long. Nash's hands went as cold as the pints in the freezer. Would you care to elaborate on that statement? Can I speak honestly? No, I'd prefer you did. The correct answer came out even though he would rather stuff napkins in his ears and yell la 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 until Julia went away. She's not cut out to be CEO. Nash's heart sank. I guess that means you aren't going to accept our invitation to lunch today. I have no problem with Mrs. Westport as a person. But, Mr. Westport, forgive me for being frank. She's been on top her whole life. When has she ever had to scrap for market share or deal with product failure? They have rigid testing protocols that all but guarantee a new flavor will be successful, which slow down product development and put us behind the market. We shouldn't be chasing trends, we should be setting them. And in some areas, we do. In the approved areas. So you won't vote for her to be CEO? Julia stared him straight in the eye. I will not. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on the matter. Let's get back to packaging. Nash accessed the backlog of designs way back from when the company first opened. Some of the images were little more than grainy black and white photos. What if we did a run of throwback packaging and flavors to when Arthur took over? We can run a fond farewell campaign saying goodbye to him and paying tribute to his legacy. Julia absently picked at her fingernail. It would be a great way to prep our loyal customers for a change in leadership. A nice transitional campaign. Nash's eyes went to the portrait on the wall. We'll have replicas made of that picture and hung in our retail stores along with a short accolade. Or even a quote from Arthur himself. Nash snapped his fingers. Even better. I also like that it's neutral. If the company sells or stays together, at least Arthur got to say goodbye. Her words were like tiny pricks on his skin. He skipped over commenting on her last invective. How soon can we roll this out? I can have it ready to go by the end of the week. The weekend crew can print the containers and we can ship on Monday. The portraits will be even faster. Sounds great. I'll watch my inbox for the designs. I'm on it. Julia left without a host of pleasantries. Nash stared at the door. If he didn't think she was good at her job, he just might have to hate her for not believing in Kensington. What he would really dislike her for would be saying something negative about his wife that he agreed with. But there were worse qualities than being successful your whole life. And Julia didn't know Kensington's personal history. Kenzie had come back from a major personal blow, a personal loss, and interpersonal issues with her sisters. She put on a brave face every morning before stepping out of the town car and into the office barn. She was the perfect combination of imperfection and perfection, all rolled into one beautiful person. A person he could see himself spending the rest of his life with. He slowly got up from his stool, walked around the counter, and found the first pint of cheesecake, caramel, and peanut butter and a spoon and dug in. With each burning cold mouthful of ice cream, he cleansed his brain of every inkling that Kenzie would ever be his. He'd finish out his contract, leave Kenzie to run the company she loved, and leave her to find someone who could love her the way she deserved to be loved. He might be in love with her now, but she definitely deserved more than him. The more time he spent with her, the harder he fell. And when the time came, he didn't know if he'd be man enough to walk away. As much as he was trying to rewrite what the world thought of him, and what he thought of himself, if he had a chance to keep Kenzie, he might just take it. Chapter 26. Kenzie giggled as Nash wrapped a tie around her head as a blindfold. The silky fabric held his scent, a combination of aftershave spices and body spray, and him. She breathed in the scent, memorizing it. "Can you see?" Air caressed her cheeks as he waved his hand in front of her face. "Not a thing." "Perfect. Why am I doing this again?" She groped the empty space in front of her, feeling tipsy without being able to see where she was standing in relation to the furniture. She spent hours upon hours in her office and would joke that she could make her way around blindfolded. But now that she was being put to the test, she had a hard time mapping out the space in her head. Why did she suddenly think the coffee table was going to jump out and bruise her shin? "We need an impartial judge." "What makes you think I'm impartial?" Her hand made contact with Nash's side and she patted her way around his middle, up his nicely formed chest, across his rounded shoulder, and down his arm to his hand. He didn't stop her exploration, and she enjoyed every second of it. Probably a little too much. All right, a lot too much. You can't help yourself when it comes to ice cream. She hugged his arm. Ice cream. Nash. There were a few things in this world that she couldn't seem to help herself over, no matter how much restraint she should be showing. The sound of men's leather shoes on the wood floor let her know someone else was in the room, so she reined in her not-so-innocent thoughts about pressing herself against Nash and seeing how long it took for him to kiss her again. She wasn't counting their first kiss as a real kiss. It was more of an accidental kiss. Unpremeditated and not followed up with another. What would a real kiss from Nash be like? She'd spent enough time daydreaming about it to make an educated guess. "He hasn't been wooing you into his way of thinking, has he?" asked Charlie. His deep voice was full of concern. "Charlie, I have no idea what you're talking about." Nash was all mocking innocence. Kenzie poked him in the side. "Actually, I was surprised when this popped up on my calendar, because he hadn't said a thing." She poked him again. "All weekend long." "Poke." He grabbed her hand to keep her from jabbing at him. "Charlie made me promise not to. And I'm glad to see he's a man of his word. Why don't you sit down and we'll get started?" Nash pulled gently on her hand, which he still held in his. For an executive, he had strong hands. She enjoyed the feel of them encasing her own and brushed her thumb over his knuckles. Not being able to see had heightened her other senses. "Is this a scar?" She scooted forward, not trusting herself to take large steps. "Just a little one." "How'd you get it?" "I, punched something." "Really?" In the 2 weeks she'd known him, she hadn't once seen Nash come close to the level of anger it took to throw a punch. "What?" A guy's face. He spoke in her ear, like he didn't want Charlie to hear. "What?" Kenzie stopped inching forward. "Why?" "Self-defense. He came at me and it was either lay him out or be pounded to a pulp." Kenzie started moving again. "You're going to have to tell me the rest of that story over lunch." She could respect that he didn't want to talk about a bad experience right now. But she wanted to know these things about him, about his past and his life, before they came together. He didn't answer her. Instead, he turned her around and the backs of her legs touched a chair. "Okay, have a seat." She felt for the edge of the chair before lowering herself all the way. "Are you sure she can't see?" asked Charlie. "Double sure." I've been sticking my tongue out at her for 10 minutes and she hasn't said a word. You have not. Kenzie giggled and swatted at where she thought Nash was standing, but only hit air. Hold your hands out and I'll put a bowl in them. She did as instructed, and Charlie nestled a tasting bowl in her hands. In her mind, she could see the white porcelain with the decorative ridge 2/3 of the way up the bowl. The spoon is at 3 o'clock. We will be totally silent during the process so as not to give away either of our preferences. Charlie's directions sounded like a warning for Nash. He didn't have to worry. Nash was a big boy. He could handle losing this taste off. His confidence was refreshing, and Kenzie breathed a silent thank you to the heavens for a man who didn't need emotional coddling. Clyde had been like that, and it wore her down until she was a maudlin nub. She fumbled for a moment before finding the spoon and then did her best to get ice cream into her mouth. She hoped it wasn't slightly melted, because she'd end up dribbling it down her chin and her shirt. She rolled the cold cream around in her mouth. The vanilla did a slow waltz with her taste buds, and then, wham! A cherry cut in the middle of the dance and took her on a sequin tango around the room. The cherry consumed her senses, taking over to the point that she forgot vanilla was even a part of this experience. She swallowed and licked her lips. That was delicious. Neither Charlie nor Nash commented. Charlie handed her a warm cup of herbal tea to cleanse her palate, and then she had bowl number 2 in her hands. The vanilla did the same slow tango. This time, the cherry came in sweet, asking for the next dance instead of demanding it. Then, it wrapped around her tongue and maneuvered with sophistication. There was enough of a tease that she wanted more. The second one, she pronounced. Yes. Nash's clothing rustled and she pictured him throwing his arms in the air. Which meant she had probably hurt Charlie's feelings. Charlie? She tugged at the necktie and blinked as her corneas flooded with light. Nash was pumping Charlie's hand. Charlie was shaking his head in disbelief. I wondered about working with an upstart who didn't grow into this business, but I think you've got what it takes. Thanks, man. That means a lot to me. Charlie gathered the tasting bowl from Kenzie's hands. You're not upset? Upset over cherries? Nah. He leaned a little closer. I'd be more upset if he'd let me win. Those pie cherries would have been a huge mistake. He winked and then picked up his tray and hurried out of the room. Nash crashed next to her on the love seat. That was fun. He tugged on the tie hanging around her neck. It looks good on you. Kenzie eyed him. You know that was a test, right? Charlie was testing you. Nash picked up one end of the tie and used the point to draw swirls on her arm. Did I pass? She grinned. With flying cherries. Good. He scooted closer. We should celebrate. She leaned into him. The pale scent on the tie was nothing compared to the full force of Nash's scent. He was manly and strong and daring. What did you have in mind? The game they'd been playing for over a week moved to real life. There were feelings between them, feelings that were strong and noticeable and insistent. They demanded to be recognized and acted upon. Nash's chest rumbled with a growl so low, so primal, it sent a spike of desire through her veins. He dropped the tie and cupped her face in his hands. Probably something I shouldn't be thinking about. She moistened her lips, her throat having gone dry and her heart speeding. They shouldn't. She shouldn't let this go any further. They weren't meant to do more than work together, but Kenzie wanted more from Nash than his keen business sense. She wanted his heart. And it felt like he was offering it to her, guardedly. I think we're thinking the same thing. Nash's eyes turned hungry and his lips consumed hers. She met him, kiss for passionate kiss, as the office faded away and all that was left was the feel of his hands as they combed gently through her hair and the warmth of his lips. If ever she had kissed a man who was a real man, she didn't know it. Nash was definitely a man. His broad shoulders were taut under her hands, and yet he held her gently, pulling her closer to him as if he'd been in need of her his whole life. She wrapped her arms around his neck, never wanting to let go as her head lifted higher and higher, soaring through space and twirling in fields of daisies. He gasped for air and pressed his forehead to hers, holding her in place with his fingers on the back of her neck. "Sweetheart," he whispered, "that was incredible." Kenzie's heart lifted, and all the fears she'd held on to since Clyde dropped to the floor like 1,000-pound weights and rolled away. "There's something I want to share with you." She kissed him once again, a quick kiss to verify that this was really happening. The moment felt like a dream. A delicious, safe dream where she floated on a river of whipping cream. Anything. He kissed her back, his thumb brushing her cheek. Kenzie tipped into his touch, never wanting to let go. Yes, sharing her special place with him was the right thing to do. Chapter 27. The rest of the week passed in a blur of activity as Nash and Kenzie wrapped up loose ends so they could visit Kenzie's favorite place for a few days. They put in long hours at the office, which left little time alone together. Nash hadn't tried to kiss Kenzie again. Part of him was scared that no other kiss would live up to the last one. The other part of him was scared that it would. Kisses like the ones they'd shared in Kenzie's office weren't to be rushed or stolen or dismissed. He'd bide his time for when the moment was right. However, that moment was looking less and less likely. "I'm sorry again about the stowaway." Kenzie kept one hand on the cream-colored steering wheel and brushed the other over Hattie's sleeping cheek. They were driving in a restored 1950s GM truck, complete with telescoping steering wheel, a new feature during the vehicle's release year, and leather seats. What it didn't have was airbags. Nash eyed the glove box warily. Sure, the truck felt like a tank with its Olympic swimming pool blue paint job and fenders the thickness of his thumb, but what was to stop him from being sent through the windshield? At least Hattie had a car seat. His lap belt left much to be desired. "How'd you end up with Aunt Duty?" Hattie was kind of the perfect distraction from what would otherwise have been an awkward, expectation-filled ride. Kenzie switched hands on the wheel and leaned her elbow on the door. Lunette decided she needed a spa weekend and Raquel went along. "That sounds nice." "It does, doesn't it?" She sighed. "It's code for I'm going to dry out and need people to repair the damage I've caused. The spa is a front for alcoholics who want to cover their tracks." Nash turned in his seat so his back was against the door and he could see Kenzie better. He liked to look at her. She had a beautifully honest face. Right now, her face was clouded with her sister's choices. Was that what his brother and sister looked like when they thought of him? Did they make up excuses for his absence in their lives like Kenzie and Raquel did for Lunette? Lately, he'd found himself wanting to reach out to them, to see how his nieces and nephews were doing. To find out if Clint was still with Sarah. They fought all the time, and he'd wondered how much longer they'd be together. He hoped they were. Hoped they'd figured out what was important enough to fight over and what wasn't. He twisted his thoughts away from his missing family and focused on Kenzie. "That's good, then, that she wants help. You've been hoping for that to happen. It's not the kind of help she needs. It's a good start, but the minute stress enters her life, she'll be right back to her coping habits." She glanced down at Hattie again. "Maybe this time it will stick. Right?" "Maybe." Nash didn't hold out much hope in the wake of Kenzie's doubts. But he wouldn't be the one to tell her she was wrong. That would make him a hypocrite. He had changed and lived every day to prove it. Maybe Lunette would find that place inside of herself that would give her the determination to overcome her addiction. "So, where are we going?" The buildings and apartment complexes had faded away behind them as the white-walled tires chewed up the road. For an old clunker, the truck traveled surprisingly smooth on the freeway. "No way. I'm not telling you until we're there." She exited the interstate and made a left. Nash rolled down his window, the air feeling cooler and cleaner here than in the city. Kenzie followed his example and shut off the air. It wasn't so much an air conditioner as it was a fan. They passed through a small town with rundown brick storefronts and a drive-up burger joint. That's Peaches. We'll have to stop in there sometime this weekend. Looks good. Smelled good, too. The scent of freshly grilled burgers teased his senses. They'd eaten dinner before they left the mansion. Cook Jackie insisted Hattie would eat better if she ate at home. Kenzie obliged, since she'd had to throw together a weekend bag for the child and they had time. Hattie and Nash ate together while Kenzie packed. If she'd had dinner, he didn't see her eat it. Maybe she was nervous. She tended to skip meals when her nerves were on alert. He was feeling off-center as well. This whole going away together thing was more personal than their wedding. The fact that Kenzie was taking him somewhere that was special to her touched his heart. It also made him anxious. What if he didn't live up to her expectations? He didn't know if he could live with himself if he let her down. Kenzie signaled a right-hand turn, and Nash dipped his head to read the metal arch constructed over a gravel road. Front porch farm? Kenzie's smile could have covered Texas. This is our main supplier here in California. On the right-hand side of the road was a fenced pasture. Hundreds of black and white cows and a few brown and white cows milled about or lay down chewing their cud, their eyes heavy with the need for a nap. On the left was a field of corn as tall as the truck. "If you build it, he will come," he whispered loudly. Kenzie chuckled. "Don't get lost in there, you may not find your way out." Once they cleared the corn, a yard opened up in front of them. The gravel driveway went right in front of the white clapboard house and kept on going. Behind the main house was a smaller one done in stucco and stone with a tiled roof. There was a patch of grass between them and small orchard with orange, lemon, and apple trees. Beyond the second house was a patch of dirt about 200 feet wide, and then there was a milking barn. Nash had seen pictures of them on the company website. They were long and skinny and full of machinery and a stainless steel container to store the milk before pickup, which happened every day of the week, including weekends and holidays. Beside the barn were corrals with more cows. Some were leaning through the feeder fence to grab a mouthful of hay, others ambled along and nosed their way toward the front. There were enough openings for all the animals in the pen to eat at once, but it seemed there were favored spots. To the left was a smaller building and two navy blue grain silos reaching up to the heavens. On the other side of that was a pen for cows that looked like teenagers, with legs longer than they needed and bodies that were thinner than their parental counterparts. Nearer to the smaller house was a pen attached to a barn where the calves stayed. Their yellow or blue ear tags were new and shiny, the numbers easy to read. Kenzie parked near the front door of the main house and burst from the truck. She took a deep breath, putting her arms out to both sides and sucking in all the air she could gather. Nash checked to make sure Hattie was still sleeping before he got out. He sniffed the air and found animals and dust and hay and the sweet smell of the corn baking in the sun and the fresh-cut grass and bread baking. A mangy-looking mutt approached, his teeth bared. Nash backed up and ran into the truck. The dog limped 2 steps forward. "Trent!" Kenzie called. The mutt perked up at the sound of her voice and bounded over to her as best he could. He tried to lick her face, but she managed to hold him down and rub his neck at the same time. "That is the ugliest dog I have ever seen." Trent was brown and black and white and off-white and yellow. He had rough hair on his back that stuck up like a hyena and a beard like a goatee. Both ears stood straight up, and his tail was so long it brushed the ground. "I know, right?" Kenzie laughed. "I didn't think he'd live another winter the last time I was here, and yet he keeps on going." Trent plopped himself on the ground and rolled onto his back, waiting for a tummy rub. He looked like an alien having a seizure. He's a demented Energizer bunny. We're not even sure he's a dog, but the vet treats him like one, so, she shrugged. What do you do? I wasn't going to argue with him. She ended the reunion with a couple pats to the dog's belly and stood up straight, brushing off her hands. Kenzie took a moment to take in the sights, and Nash took a moment to take in Kenzie. The small stress lines around her eyes had disappeared. He'd thought they were a permanent part of her beauty, but they were gone now, erased by the fading sunlight on her face and the atmosphere blanketing front porch farm. Her back was straight, no sign of the perpetual hunching she did when at home. Like she was waiting to be attacked. He hadn't noticed it until it was gone. Just as he was about to comment on how good the country looked on Kenzie, the front door to the house flew open and a woman with blue-gray hair and wearing a flowered house dress waved excitedly, sending the flesh on her upper arm bouncing. Kensington. You quit daydreaming and get yourself on in here. Kenzie waved. We're coming right now, Gladys. You'd better. The warning was issued with so much love that there was a promise of a long hug attached at the end. Kenzie laughed in delight. I'll get the bags if you'll get Hattie. You're on. They did just that, Hattie coming awake in Kenzie's arms and burying herself into her aunt's neck. Kenzie introduced them all, and she did indeed get that long hug. Gladys didn't stop there, she gave one to Nash, too. Her hug was warm and happy, and had so much welcome home involved that he was blinking back tears. What on earth? Gladys asked, noting the moisture in his eyes. It's so dumb. Nash coughed to clear the emotion from his throat. But I miss my mom. Your hug, he trailed off, feeling like a complete fool. Kenzie rubbed his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. He soaked in her support. Seeing her holding Hattie in her arms and cuddled up to his side did something funny with his universe. It shifted. He wanted this. He wanted Kenzie, he wanted children with her, and he wanted a home. Of all the things he'd lost, home was the biggest blow of all. But here, in this old farmhouse with quilts hanging on the walls and draped over couches, and faded family pictures, he finally got a taste of what he'd been missing and he couldn't let it go. Well, aren't you a regular sweetheart? Gladys winked at Kenzie. You picked a good one. Kenzie smiled shyly up at him. I think so. He may not deserve Kenzie, and he may not deserve to be as happy as he was at the moment, but he was going to hoard every second of this bliss. And he wasn't going to walk away. After the vote and everything was settled, and Kenzie no longer needed him, he was going to find out if she wanted him. If she did, he'd never leave her side. Good thing, too. Since you didn't invite us to the wedding and all. Kenzie's mouth made a small O, and Nash wanted to kiss that O and any other vowels she'd like to form with her pretty lips. We'll. Kenzie shifted Hattie in her arms. We didn't invite anyone, Gladys. We eloped. Eloped. She smacked her hands together. Now that's a story I gotta hear. It's not terribly romantic, I'm afraid. Nash broke in, trying to cover their tracks with her father is such poor health, a large wedding would have been in poor taste. Ah. Gladys nodded sagely. That's smart thinking. Although, she looked them over and sighed heavily. You two would have made quite the picture in a tux and a gown. She sighed again, her eyes focused just over Nash's shoulder as if she could see the wedding march happening. Kenzie shifted Hattie again. The child clung to her neck as if there were alligators crawling along the floor waiting to snatch her up. Gladys and her husband ran the dairy when Harrison and I would come for the summer. Gladys left her fantasy wedding and came back to the conversation. Our grandson runs it now. Course you already know that, Kenzie. He has a boy just older than this little one and one that's 10. He's a real big help around here already. She patted Hattie's leg. I'll bet they'll be over tomorrow morning and the three of you can get to know one another. Nash wasn't so sure about Hattie's willingness to let go of Kenzie, let alone make friends with older boys. If he was Hattie's dad, he'd check these boys out from head to toe and put the fear of God in them if anything happened to his little girl. Come to think of it, he might just have to add a few scowls into the conversation to make sure they knew who had this Hattie's back. Let's get you up to your rooms, and you can settle in. Gladys walked with the rocking gait of a woman who needed a knee replacement. They passed through a formal sitting room. All the furniture had been pushed to the side, and a quilt was held taut by boards and tacks. He bent down to look underneath and saw metal posts holding the frame up. I send quilts to a refugee organization in Arizona. She lifted both her hands in a guilty gesture. I can't seem to quit making them, and we are running out of room. I think they're beautiful. Nash smiled down at her. They're works of art, added Kenzie. Oh, go on with ya. Gladys laughed, flapping her hands at both of them. They're the reason I don't go crazy here, that's what they are. Leroy has his tractors to putter around on. A woman can only vacuum so many times before she starts to lose her marbles. Gladys stopped at the bottom of a flight of narrow steps. I thought we'd put you up in the attic rooms, just like when you were kids. Course Hattie can go in the girls' room and you two can share the boys'. It's got the queen-size bed and all. Nash's neck grew hot. He hadn't thought about the sleeping arrangements in this place. That will be great. Thanks, Gladys. Kenzie pecked a kiss to her cheek and started up the stairs like she wasn't at all worried about sharing a pillow with him. If she could do it, he could do it. Nash lifted one side of his mouth and bent down to peck his own kiss on Gladys's cheek. She smelled of roses and fresh-baked bread and fabric softener, and her cheek was soft and dusted with facial powder. She blushed. You do beat all Nash Westport. Are you coming, honey? Kenzie called down the stairs. Nash's muscles turned to liquid at the invitation in her tone. Instead of answering, because he was sure to say something that would have Gladys in a fit, he bolted up the stairs 2 at a time. At the top, he skidded to a halt on the landing. The door to the left was ajar, showing white beadboard wainscoting and cobalt blue walls. There were pictures of several teenage boys, one that looked like a skinny lawyer. He assumed that was Harrison. On the right was a mirror image of the other room, except the walls were painted buttery yellow. He stepped that way, wondering if there were pictures of Kenzie as a teen. Hattie sat in the middle of a twin-sized bed with a yellow and gray quilt. She grinned up at him as if she hadn't spent the last 10 minutes hiding from the world. He grinned back. Kenzie was standing at the window, staring down at the farmyard. He approached her, wondering what was going through her mind. She leaned back against him and he easily slipped his arms around her middle, crossing his hands over her belly. She felt right against him. Like she was meant to fit there, but even more than that. Like her being there made him better. I'll sleep in here with Hattie. Oh. Is that all right with you? That wasn't what he'd been thinking about at all, and her pronouncement took him off guard. Was he supposed to argue with her? Invite her to sleep in the other bed, with him? Somehow, that didn't seem right. What he wanted when this was all over wasn't something that could be found in a quick night spent together. He wanted a lifetime of loving Kenzie, and he wanted her to know that he was after something deeper than the physical. Although, when this all worked out and he could call her wife in more than a business sense, he planned to explore every aspect of the marital relationship with the utmost attention to detail. He kissed her hair, taking a moment to breathe in her scent. Hattie will probably sleep better knowing you are close. Probably. She continued to stare out the window. I used to love it here. This place doesn't change, not really. It's like it was frozen in time, just waiting for me to come back. She turned so she could snuggle into his embrace. And bring you. I'm glad we came. I already like it. She giggled. You might not like it so much tomorrow night after a full day's worth of farm work. Bring it on. I already told you, I could practically run this place. She poked him in the ribs. You'd better get some sleep, then, because you're going to need it. Later that night, after Kenzie and Hattie had fallen into sleep and Leroy had meandered in from the fields and the hush of night blanketed the house, Nash crept down the stairs and out to the front porch. He used the flashlight on his phone to find his way to the swing in the corner, positioned on the outside the formal sitting room. Crickets chirped. The chain that held up the swing clinked as he sat down. The wooden slats were still warm from the sunset. He pulled up his list of contacts and started a group text with his brother and sister. Hey, I'm out. He couldn't bring himself to type the words from prison in the text. I got a job, he added. If they asked, he'd tell them, but he wasn't about to explain the strange circumstances that took him to Park City and back again to end up as a hired groom. Got married. He stared at the words. This marriage thing was legit. At least to him. If the situation was different, he would happily take Kenzie home to his parents and then fly her all over the country to meet his brother, his sister, and every relative he could think of, including his Aunt Jezebel, who owned 5 cats and talked to her betta fish. But they weren't there yet, and he couldn't let Kenzie meet his family, because they would tell her what a horrible person he was. He deleted the last part and hit send. Relief washed through him, followed closely by anxiety. The ball was in their court now. He had opened himself up to be hurt by the people he'd once been closest to. It was probably the bravest and stupidest thing he'd done since getting out of prison. Marrying Kenzie had been the bravest and the smartest thing. No matter what happened with his siblings, he still had Kenzie. Chapter 28. The next night, Kenzie tucked the blanket up around Hattie's middle. She had the other side of the tiny mattress and couldn't bring herself to lie down in a ball. Her arms needed to stretch, but she was so tired she couldn't lift them over her head. In an act of desperation, or brilliance, she shuffled into Nash's room and fell on his bed. He was in the shower and she'd be up before he got back. She'd get up soon. Just a minute more. With a moan, Nash landed on the other side of the mattress, bouncing her into consciousness, though she wouldn't dare say she was actually awake. Nash moaned, and she echoed the sound. Your socks are dirty, Nash muttered. I don't care. He could have lit the bed on fire and she wouldn't move. Is Hattie asleep? She conked out at once upon a time. Nash grunted. Kenzie didn't care that he'd converted to caveman communication. Talking took too much effort and was overrated. What she would have told him, if she could draw the energy, was that Hattie had played hard all day long. She trailed after Gladys's grandsons as if she had every right in the world to be a part of their troupe. To their credit, the boys included her as one of their own, with the grand exception of handling her like a delicate flower. Between chores, Kenzie checked on the 3 of them and found one of the boys holding her hand to steady her on a hay bale or standing behind her, ready to catch if she dropped a bottle of milk she was determined to carry for the calves. Kenzie had smiled at each turn, grateful to know there were little gentlemen in the world. Kenzie rolled to her side, the muscles in her back and arms yelling at her to just hold still. I hurt everywhere. I concur. Nash rolled to face her, tucking both his hands under his cheek. The movement was childlike and made him boyishly handsome. I take it back. You can run the farm. I never want to see another cow again. She laughed and then groaned as her body protested. I'm so tired. Her eyes fell shut and she relaxed into the goose-down pillow and drifted off to sleep. Something tugged at Kenzie's face. Chubby little fingers pulled at her cheek and nose. Her eye opened out of some deep primal need for self-preservation. That was the only way the lid would lift open, because she didn't have the willpower to care if a tiger was about to gnaw off her arm. He could have it, she had another one. What she saw was a cherub-faced girl with hair in all directions and big, big eyes. Auntie, she whispered. I can't sleep. It took a moment for Kenzie to realize that she'd fallen asleep in Nash's bed. The clock on the nightstand said it was just past 11. Okay. I'm coming. She worked to clear the fog from her brain enough that she could navigate the hallway without injuring herself. When she went to get up, her hand was stuck. She turned to find Nash's fingers laced through hers. When had that happened? She couldn't remember the moment they came together and who had reached for whom, but the gesture was so sweet it ran through her like a sugar rush. She gently extracted herself and turned Hattie around so they could go back to their room. Once they were comfortable, she pondered on the man who had worked alongside her all day long. Nash had thrown himself into every task today, be it milking, feeding, or cleaning pens. He'd tried to drive a tractor and failed miserably. Kenzie mentally laughed in remembrance. She wished she was still next to him, that she could wake up next to him every morning. Strange as it may be, she was in love with her husband. Chapter 29. Kenzie and Nash slept late, attended church in a small building that smelled of furniture polish, and then drove home. Home. Their home. After the tenderness that had grown between them on the farm, home had new meaning. The flowers around the pool were brighter and smelled stronger. Cookies tasted sweeter, ice cream was creamier, and even talking to Lynette didn't seem like a chore. Loving Nash made everything feel new. And I named him Bubbles. Hattie danced her way along the carpet on her way back to her wing of the mansion, excited to relive every moment of her weekend adventure. Bubbles was a cow that had eaten out of her hand. The boys told her she could name him because he liked her so much. Kenzie could have kissed them for being so sweet to her. Mama. Hattie broke into a run at the sight of her mom lounging on the couch. Lynette threw her arms wide and hugged Hattie close. I missed you, baby. Mama, I got a cow. Lynette's freshly darkened eyebrows went up. You did? Hattie nodded solemnly. Lynette looked to Kenzie for confirmation. Kenzie twisted her lips and shook her head ever so slightly. There was no harm in letting Hattie think Bubbles belonged to her as long as she kept the bovine on the farm. Lynette's eyebrows lowered as she sniffed Hattie. Myrtle, she called delicately. Myrtle appeared in the doorway. The front of her hot pink shirt was wet, like she'd been doing dishes, and splashed her belly. Will you take Hattie for a bath? It's good for her to get dirty. Kenzie folded her arms. And it's good for her to be clean. Lynette kissed Hattie's cheek and handed her off to the nanny. Come, sit. She patted the spot next to her, inviting Kenzie over. Kenzie regarded her for a moment before she remembered the purpose of Lynette's spa weekend. When Lynette was sober, she had their mother's southern grace and charm in spades. She also had clear blue eyes, not a trace of red in the whites, and her skin was smooth and glowed from the chemical peels and mud masks. You look beautiful, Lynette. Kenzie settled into the seat, leaning against the back cushion with her side and stretching her legs out. She was still sore from Saturday's workload, but she was also content knowing she could pull her weight on the farm. I feel like a lot has happened and I'm behind. Tell me about this man of yours. Kenzie rubbed her lips together as she thought. He's amazing. Unlike anyone I've ever known or dated before. But you're not dating him. You're married. Lynette turned towards her, her face openly curious. It feels like we're still dating, Kenzie mumbled. Honeymoon phase. Lynette smiled indulgently. What does he do? He's a businessman. Corporate all the way. Funny. I always pictured you marrying a farmer. Ha ha. Kenzie shoved Lynette's knee. He fills out a pair of jeans and muck boots just fine, thank you very much. Her cheeks colored at the memory of being caught checking him out. He'd winked and kissed her direction. They'd shared a few stolen kisses on the farm, but by the time they got done working, they were too tired to get into trouble. She'd like to be in trouble with him. You love him. Kenzie jerked from her memory. What? I said you love him. I can see it on your face. Lunette stared at her in awe. Kenzie hesitated, because she hadn't told Nash that she loved him. That was a huge step on a path that was difficult to see where it ended. And she wasn't quite sure she was ready to put herself out there again. The last time was an epic fail. I do. Once the words were out there, she couldn't hold back the flood that followed. He's good to me and good for me. Every moment we're together is different, and yet I feel like it's all the way it was meant to go, and it just keeps getting better as time goes on. A flash of something crossed Lunette's face. Kenzie was instantly contrite for gushing. Sorry. I just finally feel like I found the guy who was meant for me. I think I know how you feel. You do? Kenzie scooted closer. Perhaps the changes in her sister weren't because of a desire to stop drinking, but because love had entered her life. That would be wonderful. Lunette had so much to give the world if she had the right motivation. And what better motivation than love? Who? Clyde. What? Kenzie crossed the pillow between them and landed right next to Lunette. Speak very slowly. Lunette trilled a laugh. We've been talking since the birthday party. He wants to give our family a try. There were so many things wrong with that sentence. He's invited Hattie and me to London. I want to go. So many things wrong. Kenzie blurted her most compelling argument. But he's a cheater. He's different. Since when? The man she'd encountered at the birthday party was the same guy who had stomped on her heart and taken advantage of her sister. Lunette's lips pinched together. Everything's been arranged. Kenzie's whole being cried out for her to stop this. But no matter how much it hurt, she didn't have a legal leg to stand on. Unless she had Lunette declared unfit as a parent. But then what judge would rule against the woman sitting on the couch wearing a designer jumpsuit and looking as if she possessed the composure of Cleopatra? When? She asked in defeat. Tomorrow. Kenzie was on her feet. I can't sit here and act like I condone this. Clyde is a snake. Once a snake, always a snake. And you're taking Hattie away from people who love and care for her, and the only home she's ever known. You took her to the farm. For a visit while you dried out. Lunette's eyes went cold. We're leaving. You can say your goodbyes to Hattie in the morning. Kenzie's eyes dropped to Lunette's shaking hands. She was barely holding it together. How would she be able to stay sober when Clyde began pecking at her daft American ways? Kenzie sprinted from the room, running all the way to her wing, where she threw herself into Nash's arms in the kitchen. She held tight and then tighter still, burying her face in his chest just as the tears started in earnest. What is it? Nash stroked her hair and kissed her head. She gasped out the whole sordid story and then moaned, I'm losing Hattie. If I'd have known this was our last weekend together, I would have spent every minute with her. And Lunette can't wait to get away from me. You can't force her to see what you see in Clyde. I know, but why him? He's Hattie's father. He's no more her father than I am. He's a little more her father. Nash gave her a rogue smile. She sniffed and smacked his arm. Don't make me smile. I want to cry and be irrational. And that's different from any other day. How? She smacked him again. Stop. He grabbed her hand and held it against his chest while pulling her close with his other arm. She folded into him, happy to rest her troubles against his nicely formed body. Did you tell her you loved her? Kenzie bit her lip. No. I said a bunch of other things, though. I'll bet you did. He kissed her forehead. Go back and tell her. Don't wait. She might not listen. But you need her to know, and you need to know she knows. How come you're so wise? Because I wish my parents had said it to me before I went off, on my own. His eyes flicked to the side and back. The brief movement was distracting and pulled her out of the lovely haze she had in his arms. It would have made all the difference in the world to me, he finished. Kenzie pushed aside the sense that something was off with the knowledge that Nash's logic was sound. I'm going back. Now. He kissed her cheek. Now, she breathed. And then I'm coming back to sample whatever this is you're making. It's. Surprise me, she called as she sauntered out the door. She fully intended to sample Nash's kisses as well, but if she said that out loud, she might not leave. Kenzie knocked lightly on the door to Lynette's suite. She had the run of the house with Hattie, but their rooms were on the upper floor. They included a playroom and a small movie theater. Kenzie wandered in, finding Lynette sitting on the edge of Hattie's bed, running her fingers over her forehead. She looked up when the door moved. Are you back to argue again? No. Lynette's head cocked. No? Kenzie screwed up her courage and dove in head first. I came to tell you that even though we haven't always gotten along, I love you. I always have. Even when I was mad at you and blaming you, I loved you. I still do. And I don't hate you. Please stop telling yourself that I do. I don't. You're my sister, and I want you to be happy. Lynette's mouth opened and closed like a guppy. Kenzie laughed. I think that's the first time I've ever seen you speechless. Tears pooled in Lynette's eyes and then flooded her cheeks. That's the first time you said you loved me. She covered her mouth with the back of her hand. But it doesn't change anything. Kenzie stepped forward and hugged her baby sister. She was wrong. She was ever so wrong. Having said the words out loud, having expressed forgiveness for the pain and suffering changed everything for Kenzie. Chapter 30. Nash stared at the ice cream freezers. Just 3 more emails, and he could have a pint. He'd promised he would hold off until after he slogged through the backlog of emails from his time on the farm. He hadn't realized how much work he did over the weekend. Sending off a text or reading over a document were easy tasks that took minutes. He did them without feeling a pull away from anything important. Work was his life. Or it had been, until Kenzie came along. The fact that she had distracted him from his phone for 2 whole days was a sure sign he was in love. Deeply in love. He'd also developed a new respect for the farmers who provided milk and cream for their products. His back might never be the same after hauling hay from the storage barn to the feeding pens, and most of the work was done by tractor. The first of the week passed by in a blur as Lynette and Hattie left. He missed the little munchkin. She brought a joy to the house that only kids could create with their laughter and fairy tale ways. The door opened behind him, and he dropped his head to make it look like he was reading the invoice from the cherry growers. Raquel sidled into the seat next to him. I don't know how you work in here. I'd eat everything in the freezer before noon. He smiled, thinking that he was prepared to do just that. It's a hardship I am willing to bear. She tapped her nails on the counter. It's probably easier for you to stay down here in the basement, isn't it? As opposed to, he prompted, closing out of the document and giving Raquel his undivided attention. Being upstairs where there are windows, without bars. Nash swallowed thickly. His nightmare had come to life in the form of Kenzie's sister. You're going to have to say it. Why? Are you embarrassed? He was, but he wouldn't let her know that. No. I want to know exactly what you think you know. Well. She clasped her hands together and rested them on the counter, all poised and pious looking. If someone were to look through the window on the door, they'd think the two of them were having a perfectly pleasant conversation. I know you went to prison for defrauding stockholders. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do about it yet. I'm pretty sure Kenzie doesn't know. She cocked an eyebrow at him and waited for a confession. He wasn't about to tip his hand. But neither could he lie. All Raquel had to do was ask Kenzie, and then his wedded bliss would end. I didn't know I was committing fraud, but I did my time because I had done what I was told without asking questions. My stupidity was on me. And now it's on Kenzie. My sister should not be married to an ex-convict, and she doesn't take kindly to being lied to. You'll be lucky to slink out of here with the clothes on your back when she finds out. This time, it wasn't Nash's stomach that sank, it was his heart. You're right. She deserves better than me. But she also deserves a sister that's better than you. Don't act altruistic, you're motivated by self-preservation only. Fine. Lunette can run to Clyde and Kenzie can have her little jailbird, but I want this company. You're not going to get it. Not if I have anything to say about it. She tapped her chin. What if you didn't have a say? Nash glared. And why wouldn't I? Maybe you could find a reason to be. She flicked her hand away for a while. Nash grasped for the only straw he could find. I can't do that. I'm married. Then have a fight. Happens to couples all the time. Nash thought back to the look on Kenzie's face when she had to talk to Clyde, the utter disgust. He couldn't stay and have her look at him that way, but he couldn't be a victim of blackmail either. You'd better consider your moves carefully, Raquel. You're dealing with a man who spent 3 years in prison. I've faced men who were a lot scarier than you and come out on top. Don't worry, brother dear. I know how to play the game. You've already lost one sister, do you really want to lose another? Do you really believe she'd pick you? A man who spent 3 years in prison. Over me? Do you think she'd choose a sister who stabs her in the back over a man who loves her? We don't get to choose our family, but we can stick together. Not from what I've seen. From the first day I married into this family, it's been every woman for herself. Lunette stole Kensington's fiancé. Ex-fiancé. And you're after her job. Once the executive committee casts their vote, I'd be surprised if you all exchanged Christmas cards. She glanced away. Kenzie will always be my sister first. He grabbed his laptop and got to his feet. Then maybe you should act like it. You think we should write one another off? Her question stung. She knew about the prison sentence, but did she know his parents had scorched his name from the family records? She couldn't have. There was no way. And even if she did, that didn't change the fact that the only family he had was Kensington, and he would go down swinging, even if it meant he lost her. I think that you should consider the fact that the only thing tying you together is this company, and you're ready to break it into tiny pieces and auction them to the highest bidder. He stormed from the room, leaving a wake of anger and barbs behind. Raquel should jump in the freezer room for a couple hours and cool off. He pulled at his tie. Or maybe the freezer would be his next stop. He got on the elevator and ran his hands through his hair to make sure he hadn't scrubbed it into spikes. He needed to keep his cool and not let Raquel know that she'd rattled him. The best way to handle a bully, in the corporate world or in prison, was to act like they didn't get to you no matter how bad you were shaking inside. And inside Nash quivered at the thought that he could lose Kensington. He'd just have to make sure they got that vote, and then he could deal with the past. Chapter 31. Thanks for meeting me today. Nash shook hands with Everett Vereb. The yellow overhead lights in the eatery bounced off his shiny bald head. There were bald men in prison, and there were men who shaved their heads. The baldies had shine while the men who shaved had a dullness to their scalp. Everett's natural beauty aside, he was a no-nonsense man with a sharp mind and a military communication style. My pleasure. They placed their orders with a wisp of a woman wearing all black and carrying a notepad. The end of her pen had been chewed into a misshapen disaster. Kensington wanted to be here, but there was a sexual harassment complaint she needed to address. The woman reporting the harassment had come to Kenzie specifically because she felt more comfortable talking about the issue with another woman. Kenzie was pinned down, needing to take care of the issue immediately, and had to skip lunch. You can sway him to our side of the table. She'd kissed Nash on the cheek and then the earlobe. I have complete faith in your abilities. He'd taken several minutes to share his abilities with her before leaving to meet with Everett. When they parted, he left a piece of his heart with her for safekeeping. The longer he was married to Kenzie, the less he wanted to leave. And the less he wanted to leave, the harder he needed to work to achieve the outcome they wanted. Everett didn't waste any time. Let's get down to it before the food comes. I don't like to fill my stomach while talking about unpleasant things. I don't like the sound of that, said Nash. He sipped from the red plastic cup and cringed as the soda burned down his throat. Then you're not going to like what else I have to say. Everett wiped a drop of sweat off his forehead with his thumb. I've seen the numbers and I know the trends. We're on top now, but we can't sustain this level of demand without strong leadership. Kensington is strong leadership. She's dedicated to the company's tradition of excellence. That may not be enough. Then we grow into other markets. For some of our suppliers, we take 100% of their product. However, there are several that we are only one of their customers. This gives us the opportunity to expand into other dairy products. He hadn't said this out loud to anyone yet, and revealing his thoughts now was a huge leap. What are you thinking? Specialty milks. Chocolate milk is a big seller. In our retail stores alone, we sell over $2 million worth. Even with the cost of machinery, we'd turn a profit in the first year, and that's only selling in our retail space. We can easily expand our shelf space in larger markets. Everett stroked his chin. Interesting. Hazel's has been focused on frozen treats and ice cream for too long. It's time to take the brand name that's synonymous with high quality to the next level, and Kensington is the CEO for the job. Their food arrived and Everett's lip curled up like a bad Elvis impersonation. I like your thinking, but I can't commit to voting for Kensington. I agree, she has her whole heart in this company, but that doesn't mean she's suited to run it. Her experience is limited. I would have liked to see her work a few more years under her father's tutelage before she was handed the reins. That would have been nice for her too. As long as Everett wasn't eating, Nash wouldn't touch his food, no matter how much he salivated over the slow-roasted balsamic pork in front of him. Besides, he was too keyed up by this conversation. He loved the thrill of politicking in business, the wooing of clients, the spinning of ideas. And he liked who he was lately, liked being part of the corporate world that wasn't shady. The ideas he had for Hazel's, well, they had the potential to change the entire dairy market in the western U.S. If only he got the chance to make it happen. Would you rather see the company sold to Dairy Fairy or Perfectly Chill? He shuddered for maximum effect. Son, sometimes there are no good answers. Everett picked up his pulled beef sandwich. I'd hope that Kenzie can do what you say she can, but I'm not certain I'm willing to stake my vote on that. Not yet. Barbecue sauce dripped on Nash's hand. So what's your play? I'm going to wait and see. Everett took a bite of his sandwich. Nash followed his example, and they passed the rest of the meal talking about the baseball game on the big screen over the bar. Nash's mind kept circling through the votes, and no matter how many times he went around, he couldn't get them to add up in Kenzie's favor. Chapter 32. Kensington tapped her toes under the table. Her nerves were getting the better of her. How could they not? In less than a half hour, she'd be CEO of Hazel's Dairy Delights. Or she'd be the nothing of nothing. Her future was hanging in the balance, and the only thing she could do was plaster on a smile and greet each member of the executive committee as if they weren't holding her life in their hands. Think calming thoughts. Feeding a calf. Sunsets on the farm. Quilting with Gladys. Oxygen began to creep into her lungs. And her toes still tapped. Thank goodness she had on leather shoes, otherwise the whole room would know she was a squirrel trapped in a burlap sack. Harrison stood at the head of the table. He wore a tan suit that fit well. Kenzie tipped her head as she considered him. Before she knew what he did for a living, beyond being a lawyer, which was a general term that didn't at all come close to explaining his involvement in the Aunt Pamela's matchmaking schemes, she easily pictured him in the courtroom. She punched him in the shoulder. "Hey!" He scowled. "What was that for? You made me believe you were a legit lawyer." He rolled his eyes. "I am legit. I'm the best in the business." She twisted her lips. "Exactly how many matchmaking lawyers are there in the world?" "A few. Why?" "I'm just saying being the best when you compete with 3 other people isn't all that hard." "Why are you so testy?" She brought her thumb to her mouth to bite her nail, thought better of it, and jerked her hand down. "I'm just nervous." "Take it out on your husband, would you?" "I'm kinda busy getting ready for a big meeting." He widened his eyes and lifted his chin toward the full table. Thankfully, no one was paying them any attention. At the other end of the mahogany, Guy was deep in conversation with Everett and Hugh. Raquel and Julia had yet to arrive, and Leo was poring over his phone. "Nash isn't here yet." She checked the time on her phone. "I'd better call to see if he—" She was cut off by Nash breezing into the conference room. Raquel and Julia were hot on his heels. Raquel smirked in her direction, pointed at Nash, and then flicked her fingers. "What was that about?" Kenzie whispered to Nash as he took the seat next to her. "What?" Nash's eyebrows pulled together. Either he hadn't been talking with Raquel before they entered the room, or he was a great actor. With her nerves on high alert, Raquel's warning from way back came to mind. "He's not what he seems." Her hands quaked and she tucked them under her legs. "This is it." Nash's smile was forced. He'd told her about his lunch with Everett. The good and the bad news. She prayed and prayed Everett would see her as the leader this company needed. She dropped to her knees in her office in prayer and pleaded with God to save the company, save the history, and save this part of her father that she couldn't stand to be parted from. Kenzie stared into Nash's gray-green pools and found something surprising. "You're enjoying this." He straightened his tie. "I love the high-stakes adrenaline rush of a business deal." She laughed, and her tension and worries slipped down several degrees. With purpose, she slipped her hand into his and threaded their fingers together. "Whatever happens today, thank you." She bit her lip, wondering if she could say the 3 little words that would reveal her true feelings. His hand tightened around hers, sending a jolt of electricity up her arm. She leaned into him, drawing on his strength, and knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was how she wanted to spend her life. She tipped her head up so she could whisper in his ear. "I love you, Nash." She stayed there for just a moment, wanting to hold on to the feeling of gripping the wall before she let go and fell into the consequences. In this moment, everything was almost perfect. How many times could she claim a moment like that in her life? She could count them on one hand. She took a deep breath of his aftershave scent and brushed her cheek against his smooth one as she pulled away. Bliss. Just bliss. Since we're all here, I'd like to get the voting started." Harrison cut over Nash's reply. Kenzie scowled at her favorite cousin. He may have all the brains of a legal genius, but he had horrible timing. The superior look on his face made her wonder if he'd timed things just right. He never liked Nash and didn't do anything about hiding that from either her or her husband. At some point, he'd have to understand that Nash was here to stay. She was keeping him. Well, she wanted to keep him. If only he'd been able to finish his reply. If he had, she might have some hope that she'd walk out of this meeting with a life full of love. Nash squeezed her hand 3 times in quick succession and turned his attention to the center of the table. Kenzie scooted back in her chair so the cushion could help hold her up as the air in the room grew heavy with anticipation. Harrison opened a legal-sized file and lifted it to eye level. We've gathered here today to choose, by popular vote, the new CEO of Hazel's Dairy Delights. He paused for effect. Kenzie's heart tick-tocked with the speed of a woodpecker and was almost as loud. He dropped his eyes back to the page. You may vote for any of those who participated in the previous vote. However, I need to inform you that Lunette has asked to be taken out of consideration. Heads nodded around the table. Everett scribbled on a yellow sheet of paper and passed it across the table to Guy. Kenzie eyed the two of them as they made eye contact and jerked their chins. Julia, we'll start with you. In the interest of time, please just give us the name of the person you are voting for. I vote for Raquel. Harrison wrote Raquel's name on the whiteboard behind him and put 1 tally mark below. Kenzie stared at the empty space where her name should be. Come on, Harrison, at least write my name down. Harrison recapped the pen and consulted his paper. Hugh Sebald? Hugh folded his hands over his stomach. He swiveled in his chair as if he couldn't hold still. Kensington, he said, loud and clear. It almost sounded like he was daring anyone to disagree with him. Kenzie mentally applauded and threw him kisses. She was so happy to see her name on the board with a tally mark. Guy Trado? Harrison moved things along with efficiency. Kenzie should have bought him a gavel for this meeting. He would have loved it. Just so we're clear, Guy pointed at the board. Anyone who participated in the last vote is eligible. Is that right? That's correct, Harrison affirmed. Guy tipped his head and sucked air in through his teeth as if someone were trying to stitch up a gash in his arm. Nash Westport. What? Kenzie and Raquel shot to their feet in tandem. Raquel pointed one long finger at Nash. He's not part of this. Kenzie glanced down at Nash. His jaw was hard, the muscles on the side pulsing an uneven beat. His eyes were round with surprise. Harrison. Kenzie worked to calm her voice. She would not lose control, not when she was so close to the finish line. Guy wasn't volunteering any information about why he'd chosen Nash over her, but she didn't like it. Can they vote for Nash? Harrison was as tense as a bull in the branding chutes. According to the instructions in the will, any person who participated in the first vote is a potential CEO. Kenzie touched her fingertips to the tabletop. Just the tips, her hands posed like tents. You are the one who drafted the will, Harrison. Is this what Dad had in mind when he had it written? She didn't want to call Harrison out in front of everyone in the room, but if he'd screwed up and cost her a vote, he was going to hear about it. And if he knew Nash was included in the second vote, why didn't he tell her? Raquel smacked her hand on the table. This is ridiculous. Daddy didn't even know this man. He's an opportunist who snuck in here and flim-flammed my sister into thinking she was in love. The hair on Kenzie's arms stood up. No one flim-flammed me, Raquel. I love Nash. There. She said it out loud in front of her sister and the board and Harrison and the angels in heaven. Harrison put his hands up to stop the two of them. The will was written with the exact intent of your father. Then why didn't you tell us that when it was pertinent? Kenzie threw all her unspoken accusations at him with her eyes. He should have told her that her business husband would become her competition. She looked down at Nash again. Did you know about this? Of course he knew about it. Raquel huffed. Why do you think he whisked you away to get married while Dad was on his deathbed? And don't patronize me by saying it was love. You two hardly know each other. The heads at the table swiveled her direction. Kenzie balked. She couldn't exactly blurt out that she'd hired Nash to marry her. She lifted her chin. I'm insulted that you insinuate that the only reason a man would want to marry me is because he wanted to take over the company. Ladies. Harrison cut in. Can we please continue? Kenzie parked herself in her seat. Yes. Let's. She glanced at Nash. He shook his head as if saying, I had no idea. Raquel guided herself into her chair and flipped her hair over her shoulder. Proceed. Wonderful. Harrison ran his finger down the list in front of him. Everett Verub? Everett glanced at Guy, and suddenly Kenzie knew. She knew she'd lost. The loss was nothing she could have prepared herself for, because Nash was supposed to be on her side. Nash Westport. Harrison swiped a tally mark under Nash's name. In the event of a tie, the third name will be stricken from the list and there will be a revote. Kenzie cast a furtive look at Nash. He was leaning away from her, resting his chin. His temple throbbed and his fist was tight. He wasn't here to betray her, was he? No. There was no way he could have known what was going to happen today. She didn't know. And she'd been there when he championed her for this position. Besides, unless Aunt Pamela was staging a hostile takeover and had planned this coup from the wedding, Nash could not have known he was even a contender. No. She had to believe Nash was innocent in this. He was a solid businessman with more experience than her. Yes. But he wasn't ruthless, and he loved her. Except he hadn't exactly said he loved her. Hugh Sebald? Nash Westport. Wait. Raquel turned purple as she leaned over the table, her fists buried in her stomach. You cannot vote Nash Westport as the CEO. Raquel. Harrison's voice held a warning. She ignored him and half stood, ready to pounce. You all think he's something wonderful, but the truth is Nash is a criminal. Kenzie pressed her fingers to her forehead. She wasn't sure this was legal, or happening, or some kind of test from the executive committee, but Raquel didn't need to slander Nash. Raquel, this has gone far enough. You're making things up. I'm not exactly thrilled with this. She swallowed the ice chips of defeat and they scratched and slipped their way into her belly, where they proceeded to shred her with disappointment. But the vote is sound. For now. She and Nash were going to have a long, long talk later on. She tried to catch his eye, but he wouldn't look at her. A coat of sorrow fell across his shoulders and weighed him down. Kenzie could feel it hanging there. Raquel glared at the board. Google him. It's not that hard to find. Everett put up a palm. We've already checked him out. Kenzie's brain froze up and her tongue became thick. They weren't arguing on Nash's behalf, they seemed to collaborate with Raquel's accusations. What do you mean? Everett turned to her. I mean, we know about his time in prison. I did a background check. The words, like the sharp tines of a trident, scratched understanding into her head and her heart. Nash, in prison? She turned to Nash. What are they talking about? Nash shook his head ever so slightly, saying I'll explain later with the movement. He addressed the room. I withdraw myself from the vote. It's too late. Guy got to his feet and buttoned the front of his suit coat. I have dinner reservations. Wait. Raquel sprinted after him, physically pulling on him to bring him back. Kenzie's face burned with shame for her behavior. Raquel stomped her foot. You can't leave. We have to re-vote. My vote stands. Guy pried her hand off his arm. Yes, Mr. Westport served time for defrauding stockholders. Kenzie gasped. Her whole body began to shake and her heart, torn in two, seemed to stop beating, or maybe time was slowing down. She couldn't quite tell. The room tilted. Nash was a criminal? She begged him with her eyes to tell her it wasn't so. His nostrils flared and his hands gripped the edge of the table, making the cords in his forearms stand out and his shirt strain against his shoulders. I happened to know the man he was working for at the time. Everett stood as well. I went to college with him. He's a tool. And he used guys like Nash, hungry go-getters, to do his dirty work. He ruined a bunch of lives, and I didn't try to stop him. He tugged on his shirt sleeve. I can make up for some of that here and now. I wouldn't have voted for him if I didn't think he could do the job and do it well. But maybe this will even things out when I stand before God. Nash stood. His back was round under the weight of what was happening, or maybe it was the weight of his guilt. He'd withheld pertinent information from Kenzie, information he knew he should have told her. She could see that he knew it in the way he averted his eyes and the tick-tick of the vein in his temple. Even now, he looked at Everett instead of her. I wasn't innocent. I knew something was going on, but I thought that was how the world worked. I should have looked deeper into things. I should have cared more. Guy nodded once. Seems like you care now. I do. But Kenzie doesn't have your experience. Guy cut him off. It's because of what you've been though that I know you're the one to take this company to the next level, and I look forward to working with you. But Raquel called after his retreating figure. What he said. Everett stared Raquel down and smiled sadly at Kenzie. And then he was out the door. Julia shrugged and got to her feet. I have a copy editor to check on. Leo stopped to hug Kenzie. His brown eyes hung low with disappointment. My vote will always be for you, Pumpkin. She leaned against him for an extra moment, needed support. Her world was crumbling and she was grabbing at rubble, everything slipping and sliding out from under her. Thank you. With only family left in the room, the tension crackled. The betrayal from each person before her was too much to face, and yet she couldn't walk away without letting them each know how deeply they'd cut. She aimed for Harrison first. His was the first deception, the one that started the wonky ball rolling. All this time you knew about his record, and that's why you've been rude to Nash from day one. Don't deny it. Harrison didn't look up from the papers he arranged and rearranged. I did. Why didn't you tell me? I am under strict confidentiality, Kenzie spat. You can step in your confidentiality agreements, because they're horse crap and you know it. He lifted his head and squared his shoulders. Oh, cut the lawyer stance. I've seen you snort I see out your nose. You should have told me Harrison, as my friend. I work for Aunt Pamela Kenzie. I couldn't treat you different than any other client. What does Aunt Pamela have to do with this? Raquel asked eagerly. Beside Kenzie, Nash stiffened. He grabbed her forearm, his fingers gentle but cold. She turned to see a warning in the firm line of his jaw. Yeah, like she was dumb enough to tell Raquel how she'd married him. And why he'd married her. And that they had a pending divorce. One she was sure she didn't want only 20 minutes ago, and now. Now she was confused and hurt. Was any of this real to you? She asked him, ignoring her sister's hunger for drama. All of it. Harrison grunted. Don't listen to him. He's only in this for himself. Her eyes stung and she tasted sorrow on her tongue. Tell me you didn't want to be CEO. And don't lie, Nash. The truth is easier to live with than a lie. He looked pointedly at her. I'm not the only one who has lied here. Kenzie reared back. I may have lied to them. She threw her arm out, indicating the empty seats and her open-mouthed sister. But I never lied to you. Tears, hot and insistent, burned her eyes. Not to you. He took her by the arms, his hands running up and down them, coaxing her to believe what he was about to say. His touch did the same thing to her that it always did, it warmed her and sent her pulse pounding. This company is ripe for expansion, Kenzie. It's ready to explode into the market and be the biggest dairy supplier in the western United States. She swatted away the feelings of contentment being near him brought to the surface as her mind rolled things over. And you want to take it there? I can't say I don't want the opportunity. It's what I prayed for, what I worked for. But I never wanted to take this from you. This is your dream, and you should have it. I'm so sorry. I'll step down. If that's what you want, I'll sign whatever I have to. She turned away from him. He gently took her chin between his fingers and brought her gaze back to him. I begged God for an opportunity to prove to the world and to myself that I'm not the guy they put in prison. The tears pooled in her eyes, hot and heavy against her lids. And you think taking my company is the answer to your prayers? No, he released her and ran his hands through his hair. Dang it, Kenzie. I didn't plan for this to happen. I'm not even sure what just happened. Raquel stepped forward. It's called betrayal or disloyalty, take your pick. Kenzie spun on her sister, feeling she needed to defend Nash at the same time she wanted to throttle him. You're as bad as he is. I'm nothing like him. Nash pointed her direction. Is that why you tried to blackmail me into leaving your sister? Raquel, for the first time in her graceful, beautiful Southern life, was struck silent. Not even her impeccable manners could save her now. Kenzie closed her eyes. Thank you, Raquel. I wondered if there would be anything left for the two of us after this was over. I guess I have my answer. She moved to leave, and all three of them called for her to wait. She paused but didn't turn around. It's over. She flipped on them. You. She pointed at Raquel. Have destroyed my family. And you. She pointed at Harrison. Have broken our friendship. And you. She pointed at Nash, her hand shaking so badly she felt it all the way to her shoulder. Have broken my heart. Her voice cracked on heart. And stolen my life's work. I think you should pat one another on the back for a job well done. Nash stepped closer. The last thing I ever wanted was to hurt you, Kenzie. She wanted to believe him, wanted it with her whole heart and soul. She thought she could count on him, that he was different than Clyde, that he wouldn't use her for his own gain. But he wasn't. She was trapped in some self-destructive cycle where she fell for men that took from her. She had to get out. I don't believe you, she whispered. Nash retreated from her. She watched as he laid bricks between them, closing off his heart and his soul from her, leaving behind a coldness that had her rubbing her arms. The emotions that had overtaken her carried her right on out the door, her vision blurred by the tears that fell without care. Ben met her, her laptop bag over his shoulder, and ushered her to the back of the town car. Where should I take you? Asked Mick. Kenzie stared at the back of the chair. It doesn't matter. She leaned over her knees, clutching her arms to her chest. She needed to cover the place that ached from the weight of a dozen bad decisions. If only she hadn't stepped into Aunt Pamela's office. With a jerk, she sat up. Mick was politely staring through the windshield to allow her some privacy in her pain. She wiped her eyes. Aunt Pamela's office, please. She was going to have a word with her aunt. Chapter 33. Nash stared after Kenzie, his heart as weak as peanut butter ripple made with too much milk. He stared in a daze, his mind turning over the half-dozen options he could have explored that would have brought a different outcome. First and foremost, he should have told her about his sentence. His fear of losing her had paralyzed him into a corner, and he hated being backed into a corner. Yet he'd gone willingly, rationalizing his actions as protecting Kenzie when all he'd done was work to protect himself. In his haze, he felt movement in the room. When his eyes focused on Harrison right in front of him, his brain was a half step behind and he took the full force of Harrison's fist in his face. Raquel clapped. Nash stumbled backward, groping for a chair or the table or anything to break his fall. He landed awkwardly over the arm of a chair. His ribs argued the position. He twisted to get his butt in the seat. Harrison loomed over him. "If I knew how you pulled this off, I would have you thrown back in the slammer." Nash hadn't taken anything in prison. If some guy got up in his grill, he let him have it. He wasn't about to be run over. The only thing keeping him from taking Harrison to the ground and knocking his teeth out was his hope that he could salvage his marriage. Kenzie loved her cousin, and Nash loved Kenzie more than he cared about his pride. "You're the one who came up with the whole marriage idea." "I knew it." Raquel lifted a fist in triumph. Harrison glared at her. His body inflated when he sucked in air. "I purposely didn't tell the board they could vote for you." "How did you know?" "I didn't." Nash protested. His cheek was on fire and the bones screamed for him to protect them, but he forced his hands to grip the armrest. Harrison grabbed the front of his shirt. "Who told them, then?" "Arthur did." Everyone spun around to see Everett standing in the doorway. He cracked his knuckles, his hands thick and beefy. "It's been a few years, but you can have a go at me if you'd like." He made a come-on motion with his fingers, inviting Harrison to throw the first punch. Harrison shook out his hands, which had wrinkled the front of Nash's shirt. "My fight isn't with you." "It might be." He strolled into the room and took Nash by the shoulder, swiveling his chair around, examining his cheek. "That's a nice bruise you've got there." Nash grunted. "I deserve it." "Don't be a martyr, kid." He tapped the back of Nash's head and faced Raquel. "About 2 years ago, when they started running scans and tests, your dad pulled me into his office and we talked about all the things he wanted to do with the company and how he was afraid he might not be able to do them. Even then, he had a feeling that his time was short." He rested his hand on Nash's shoulder and spoke right to him. "Talking to you that day over lunch was like sitting down with my friend again. It was like Arthur was standing behind you, feeding you lines." He paused for a moment as if gathering his emotions, and yet not a stitch of them showed on his face. "I knew what I had to do. It wasn't easy." He shook his head. "Kensington deserved better." "Ah. What about me?" Raquel jabbed a finger into her chest. Everett stepped away from Nash and put his arm around Raquel. "You reminded Arthur so much of your mom that he said he felt like an angel lived in the house." "He said that?" she asked in disbelief. Nash tried not to roll his eyes at how easily Raquel was distracted from her question. Everett had sidestepped her anger with flattery and a tender message. Nash could give him some props for that, and possibly learn something too. "Kept your picture right by his computer screen." Everett guided her out of the room, leaving Nash alone with Harrison. The man had probably come in just to break up a potential fight. He was a decent guy, and if Nash couldn't get Kenzie back in her office, then he'd be happy to work with him. He peered up at Harrison from his chair, contemplating the possibility of the lawyer throwing another punch. Everett's interruption seemed to have restored Harrison's level head, at least for the moment. The man's arms hung so low his swollen knuckles scraped the ground. "I don't want to hurt her." Nash's eyesight went fuzzy as he thought back to the moment that meant the most to him. "She's," a quiet moment on Front Porch Farm with a bowl of peach cobbler and a hand-stitched quilt. Harrison sagged into the seat next to him. She took you to the farm? Nash nodded. Well, crap. Harrison dragged his hand down his face. She's in love with you. Nash leaned his arms on the table, needing something to help hold him up. He'd screwed up. Kenzie was right in that he should have told her. He knew he should have told her. The whole time they were together, his secret was in the back of his head, begging to be out in the open. The funny thing was, she seemed more upset that he'd not told her about prison than she was about him actually being in prison. She might have been in love with me. She'd said she was, and he'd wanted to tell her he loved her too. But I've messed that up pretty good. He dropped his head to the table, the thunk echoing in his sore cheek. That was really going to hurt tomorrow. Harrison shook his head. No. If she took you to the farm, she was sure of how she felt. Nash had no experience with a woman that would give him a frame of reference for this situation. He hadn't been able to make amends with his family, and they knew him as the child who'd made his mom go back inside the store and pay for the grapes she'd sampled in the produce department before buying the bag, and they still thought he was capable of wanting to hurt others. He truly didn't. What am I supposed to do? I can't believe I'm saying this. Go after her. No. Harrison stood up. I don't particularly like you, but I think Everett was right. You're the man Arthur would have chosen for this company, and you might just be the man he'd like to see with his daughter. If you can swallow your pride and beg her forgiveness. Nash slapped his hand on the table. Done. I have no pride. He jumped to his feet and rushed out the door in time to see the town car pull away from the curb. Ben. Ben flinched. Yes, sir? He said sir like he wasn't quite sure that was the correct title. Surely the man had listened in on the meeting and knew Nash had been made CEO. The front desk was a mere 10 feet from the open conference room door. Where's Mrs. Westport? He shifted from foot to foot. I don't know. Call the driver and find out. I need to speak to her immediately. Ben scampered to make the call. Nash paced across the softwood floors. He'd find Kenzie and convince her he loved her. He'd give up being CEO, and he'd walk away from Hazel's and from Kenzie without a backward glance. Well, maybe one glance, just to see her smile one more time. Chapter 34. Kenzie stormed the B&B offices like an army battalion. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she marched past Trish at the receptionist's desk. Can I help you? Called the tiny redhead. No thank you, I know the way. Trish seized the receiver and pressed a button. Security. The rest of her conversation faded as Kenzie stomped the carpet in the hallway as flat as possible. She passed Harrison's office and slipped his nameplate off the door, tossing it over her shoulder. Traitor. Aunt Pamela's door was open. Kenzie didn't bother to knock, but she did knock over the chair in front of the desk. Aunt Pamela raised one perfectly shaped eyebrow. Kensington, darling, it's good to see you. Cut the crap, Aunt Pamela. I know you set me up. Pamela stared pointedly at the chair. A younger, less angry Kenzie may have picked up the chair, penitent and eager to please, but grown-up Kenzie wasn't feeling repentant. She'd been played. Why, Auntie dear? Why would you play with your family like chess pieces? I'm not a pawn to be pushed around the table and sacrificed for the queen. She pounded her chest as her voice rose in pitch. I have a heart. Pamela rushed to her side and clutched Kenzie to her bosom. Honey. Oh, honey. It was your heart I was looking out for. Well, you did a horrible job, because it's crushed. Pamela handed her a perfectly square box of tissues. She whipped 2 out of the top and blew her nose. 2 more took care of the tears on her cheeks. She threw them on the floor next to the chair. Pamela could clean up the mess. Once her initial outburst settled, Pamela tugged her around the desk and settled Kenzie into her own chair. Kenzie's memory betrayed her, summoning the peaceful image of sitting in this same office as a child and pretending she was the boss. Aunt Pamela had given her a pad of paper and a pen and told her to write down all the things she had to do that day. A daily to-do list was a habit for success, she'd said. That one moment spurred a love of to-do lists that took Kenzie through high school with straight A's, college with the same. She had a notepad on her desk back at the barn awaiting her. Except those to-dos were no longer her responsibility. Of all the questions she had for her aunt, there was one that surpassed all others. Why Nash Westport? When I came to you, why did you think of Nash? Pamela leaned against the desk and crossed one ankle over the other. Because he's the man you needed. Kenzie dropped her eyes. He stole the company right out from under me, Aunt Pamela. I didn't need that. Pamela's lips curved with bemusement. I didn't pick him for the company, Kensington darling. I picked him to fill the place in your heart that has been empty your whole life long. He just happened to come with business training. Kenzie studied her hands. There was a place inside of her that had been filled when Nash came into her life. Like she'd finally found the flavor she'd been missing. You chose wrong. He's a thief and a liar, Aunt Pamela. Don't pretend you didn't know about his past. I wasn't worried about his past. I don't care what he did, I only cared about what he could do for you. Her fingers brushed Kenzie's temple. You push so hard and take on so much. You needed someone who could carry those burdens with you. Nash is that man. I stand by my match. I can't believe what I'm hearing. You think I can't lead my family's company without a man at my side? You're as bad as Harrison. Pamela heaved a weary sigh. A marriage, a good one, is a partnership. You aren't perfect, darling. You are young, inexperienced, and, I'm sorry to say, lack vision. In time, you won't be young, you'll have experience, and you may be able to see past the next fiscal quarter, but you could have all of those things now if you embraced Nash and what he could give you. Kenzie worried her lip between her teeth. If all that was true, which she wasn't admitting that it was, what did she have to offer Nash? The snarky side of her answered, you already gave him the company. What more could he want? The romantic side of her wilted like a cut rose in the middle of winter. She didn't have anything. Compared to her graceful and stunning sisters, she was bookish and dull. And thanks to the overwhelming lack of confidence from the board, she now knew she was incompetent and lacked vision. Kenzie thought back to the conference room, to the betrayal. I can't. He took the one thing that mattered most to me, knowing how much I wanted it. I don't know how he can make that right. Or how I can feel right about that. At least enough right to be with him. Pamela's face fell, and it was like watching Tinkerbell gasp for breath, pleading with Wendy Darling to clap her hands. Are you asking for an annulment? Despite everything Kenzie had just said and thought, she couldn't bring herself to end the marriage. Not yet. There was a light tapping at the door. Ms. Jones. Your appointment has just arrived. Thank you, Trish. We're just about done here. Kenzie knew a brush-off when she heard one. I'll be out of town for a while. Where are you going? Pamela's brow lifted with alarm. Someplace I can think. Kenzie kissed her auntie on the cheek and left. She didn't owe Pamela an explanation as to her whereabouts, and she certainly wasn't going to give her the chance to fill anyone in on where she was headed. She'd struck out on her own once in life. Granted, her stay in jolly old England hadn't gone all that well, but she could do it again. Only this time she'd stay stateside. She'd hole up and nurse her broken heart, and when she was strong enough to look at Nash without having the whole thing crumble to pieces again, she'd come home and ask for that annulment. Chapter 35. 1 month later. Nash tapped a pen on Kenzie's desk as he contemplated the new packaging design on Kenzie's computer screen. He'd sat in this chair for a month, had his name on the door for just over 3 weeks. Ben was efficient like that. And he couldn't bring himself to call it his office. Not when he'd unwittingly stolen it from Kenzie. Despite Everett and Guy's assurances that this is what Arthur would have wanted, Nash couldn't get over the guilt. The betrayal on Kenzie's face was deeper than the company. She'd told him she loved him, and in return, he'd taken her most precious dream. He'd tracked Kenzie to Pamela Jones's office only to have the trail disappear after that. With nothing left to do, he'd gone to work the next day and taken over running the company. Someone had to do it. If only Kenzie would return his calls, answer an email, or reply to a text, he could tell her how terribly sorry he was about all of this. With an iron will, he refocused on the design. The colors, teal and red with dark chocolate-colored fonts, were somewhat garish, but they'd work to make the product stand out on the shelf, and they'd brand the company as new and fresh, while the use of standard fonts gave a nod to Hazel's long-standing reputation. And the new containers. Not boxes. He'd ruled those out as too cheap. Could translate over into the line of milk flavors rolling out at the end of the month. They were starting with strawberry, chocolate, banana, and vanilla flavors. Once those caught on, they would add cookies and cream, cherry, strawberry and banana, salted caramel chocolate, and dark chocolate. Their retail stores already had old-fashioned counters and bar stools like the one he'd spent a month at in the tasting room. Adding milkshakes and the ability to customize their current offerings had been as easy as plugging in a few blenders and stocking the fridge. Minimal training took place with employees, but everyone seemed to catch on quickly. It was almost like the company was begging for the addition of new products, and when they arrived, there was a sigh of relief. His phone dinged and his eyes fell on it fast, his heart leaping to the conclusion that Kenzie had finally texted him back. However, it was just a reminder to pick up his dry cleaning. He wouldn't need to, the maid would see to that. Was it creepy that he still lived in Kenzie's suite? It was as creepy as skin floating on the top of warm milk. He just couldn't bring himself to move out. Her shampoo was still in the shower. Her bedroom door hung open. Not that he'd gone in there since she left. That would be crossing from creepy to creeper. He couldn't move out of her home and couldn't claim her desk because he clung to everything she'd left behind the day she evaporated into thin air. Her things were all he had left to hold of the woman he loved. He'd driven out to the farm looking for her, sure that she'd stop in for some of Gladys's apple cobbler and a homemade sympathy. He ate the cobbler and took the sympathy, but didn't find Kenzie. Gladys told him to keep on looking. Kensington had traveled the world before, and she could be anywhere. He didn't leave feeling encouraged. Ben cleared his throat. Nash lowered his eyebrows. Ben wasn't an kind of person. Whatever he had to say had thrown the unflappable receptionist for a loop. There's a woman out here who says she's your sister. Nash came halfway out of his seat and then hovered there, not daring to believe that Ben told the truth. She doesn't have an appointment, but I can't say no to a woman in tears, so I told her I would check with you. Behind Ben, Alice came into view. Her hair was shorter than it had been 3.5 years ago, shorter in the back and brushing her shoulders in the front. Stylish in a classical beauty way. She wore a pair of cream-colored dress pants and a navy button-up ironed to a crisp. He stood slowly, his legs forgetting how to straighten on their own and needing additional encouragement. Alice, he said to prove that it was really her. That she was here in Kenzie's office. All traces of the horror and embarrassment she'd worn thicker than a fur coat when she visited him in prison were gone. The tears that splashed down her cheeks were happy tears. Ben melted out of the room. I got your text. Alice laughed lightly and scrubbed at her face. I shouldn't have put on makeup today. She laughed again. He circled the desk. How did you know where to find me? There was an article online about the new CEO of Hazel's Dairy Delights. I cried for hours. Nash. My keyboard is ruined. It was his turn to laugh, and he opened his arms for her to step in. She did, her hands clasping behind his back as if she thought he would fly away. She shouldn't have worried, he'd waited years for this moment. Prayed for it, even. I'm so glad you came. Why didn't you come home? Her voice was muffled by his jacket. I couldn't. Not until I'd made something of myself again. She hugged tight before letting go. How about now? You feel good about being CEO? He motioned for her to take one of the two chairs in front of his desk, and he took the other. I feel horrible about it, Alice. What? Why? He took a deep breath. He'd just gotten his sister back. Could he really tell a story that made him look every bit the villain she'd thought he was? He looked at her, taking in the straight nose they'd inherited from their father and the defined jawline they'd gotten from their mother. Hiding his past had cost him Kenzie. He wasn't going to make that mistake again. So he told her everything that had happened, from the trip to Park City to the arranged marriage to the day he lost Kenzie. And I can't find her anywhere. I'm ready to hire a private investigator. What about her cousin, the lawyer? Nash chewed his lip. He and Harrison had come to a loose truce. He doesn't know. He was the one who suggested the farm, but she wasn't there. And her sister? Raquel had thrown herself into prepping for the California bar exam. She walked around with large textbooks draped over her arm and a pencil between her teeth. She probably had a long-term revenge scheme going. The first step was becoming a lawyer, the second step was suing Nash. She and I aren't exactly on speaking terms. Alice shook her head as she patted Nash's knee. I can't say I blame her after what happened. I didn't mean to take over. He needed someone to believe him. Although why he thought it would be Alice, he wasn't sure. But out of all the people in the world, his family's opinion of him mattered most. Well, his family and Kenzie. But then Kenzie was family. How he wished he could get rid of the technicality and be her husband in every sense of the word. No, you're just too good at what you do to go unnoticed. She cocked her head. Despite your big success, I sense a hollowness inside of you. You miss her. More than I missed fresh air while in prison. Alice shivered, and he regretted bringing up his incarceration. He'd owned up to it, had to. When Julia had written the press release that declared to the world he was the new CEO, she hadn't tap-danced around his prison time. She'd laid it all out there for the world to see, and he was forced to accept his past as a part of what made him the man he was today. Not that he was grateful for his trials. He wasn't that saintly, and if that was the path God had for him, then it was going to be a long road for the both of them. I'll pray she comes back to you. Alice patted his knee again. The band around Nash's heart loosened slightly. Prayer will work. I've been praying to see you again. Alice's eyes welled up with tears and she smacked his arm. Don't say stuff like that. He tipped his head back and laughed. Come on. Let's go see Charlie. Charlie? Our resident ice cream specialist and the server of free samples. He rubbed his hands together, excited to show Alice the tasting room. Well, why didn't you say so? Alice hopped up. I've heard good things about the new cherry flavor. There's a funny story about that flavor. Nash's heart and mind were still heavy over Kenzie's disappearance, and he missed her so much he could officially be called melancholy. But today, his sister was here and he was going to eat some ice cream and find out all he could about his nephews. A small part of the life he'd had before prison had come back to him. Please, Lord, bring Kenzie back too. Chapter 36. Kenzie set aside her Kindle. The sweet romance she'd downloaded last night was a great distraction in the early hours of the morning when memories of Nash filled her mind and she couldn't sleep. But in the light of day, all she wanted to do was stare off over the lake and drink in the bird calls, cricket chirps, and gentle lapping of the water on shore and feel blah. She'd had several homes to pick from when she fled California, but the Wyoming cabin had called to her like a siren. She'd walked the shoreline, skipped rocks across Gooseberry Lake, and had a bonfire on the smooth stones. She'd hiked the hillside, birdwatched, read, slept, and roasted more than her share of marshmallows. And her heart still called out for Nash. She'd given herself stern talking TOS, allowed herself to cry, and just about everything in between in an effort to cleanse him from her system. All to no avail. Without effort, she could picture him in a polo shirt or a t-shirt or a button-up with the top button open and his sleeves rolled up. She knew every cord on his forearms, every muscle in his jaw, and the varying shades of gray and green swirled together in his eyes. He was with her even though she was hundreds of miles away. The crunch of gravel under tires had her jerking out of her chair. The staff used the back entrance, which meant whoever was coming was family or friend. Had Nash found her at last? She'd hidden from him to become stronger, but each day weakened her ability to resist him. If that was him in the black Range Rover with frustratingly dark tinted windows, she'd throw her arms around his neck and kiss him until she couldn't breathe. Then she'd smack him for what he'd done. And then she'd kiss him again. And then she didn't know what she'd do, because she was still mixed up inside. Who hid something like prison from their wife? The car stopped and the engine cut. The oxygen supply went low and Kenzie struggled to suck in a breath. The back door flew open and 2 tiny designer shoes appeared, followed by 2 tan legs and pink shorts. "Aunt Kenzie!" screamed Hattie. Her whole face lit up, and Kenzie sobbed with relief to see her niece. They ran to one another, their arms open wide. Kenzie scooped Hattie up and spun in circles, peppering her cheeks with kisses while she giggled and Kenzie laughed and cried at the same time. It wasn't Nash, but it was the next best way to lift her spirits. She hugged Hattie tight, her hand on the back of the girl's head. "I am so glad to see you." Hattie leaned back and placed both hands on Kenzie's cheeks. "Miss you." "I missed you too." Lunette got out from behind the wheel, moving at a slower pace, but still moving toward them. She had an oversized bag over one arm and giant sunglasses. Kenzie prayed she hadn't driven hungover. She nuzzled Hattie's cheek. Lunette paused a few feet shy of hugging distance. Hey! Hey! Lunette pulled off her glasses with one finger, revealing a haggardness that didn't fit with her natural beauty. There was a story behind those dark circles under her eyes. Kenzie's angel mama whispered that the driveway wasn't the place for that story to unfold. "Let's go inside. I have hot chocolate." "Yay!" Hattie bounced on Kenzie's hip. Kenzie laughed and set her down to run ahead. "She's bigger. We've both grown up a little." Kenzie regarded her little sister and remembered what Nash had said. That knowing someone loves you can make all the difference. She linked their elbows and meandered up the stairs, across the massive deck, and into the kitchen via the sliding glass doors. "This place hasn't changed since we were in high school." Lunette ran her hand over the picture of Mama, who was holding up a fish and making a disgusted face. That sat on the side table. She helped Hattie belly up to the bar and then took a seat herself. "Daddy bought this place after you went to college. Did you ever come here with the family?" Kenzie nodded. "Just that time Dad brought us here to tell us he was dying." The word dying hung in the air like a bat waiting to swoop down and bite their sensitive feelings. Both women managed to keep it in the rafters. "So why'd you come here now?" Kenzie lifted a shoulder. She put a saucepan on the stove and poured in milk, adding a dusting of cocoa powder and a heaping spoonful of coconut sugar. "I remembered how peaceful it was, how Dad was centered when he was here. Even with his prognosis." "Yeah." Lunette rubbed Hattie's back. "He was so weird about dying." Kenzie chuckled. "You could say that." The liquid began to steam, and she whisked until it became frothy and she could pour it into mugs. Hattie got 2 marshmallows, which brought a smile to her face. Kenzie blew the steam off the top of the liquid before taking a sip. "Why'd you come?" Lunette stirred her cocoa. "Clyde is a despicable human being." "Yep." Kenzie popped the P on the end of the word. "But his mother is perfectly wretched." "Perfectly?" "I don't think anyone on earth has worked as hard to perfect their wretchedness as Lady Frederick." Kenzie almost snorted cocoa out her nose. Hattie leaned back to avoid the possible spray, which was such a grown-up move that it made Kenzie's already suffering heart clench. Neither of them deserved Hattie. "Agreed." Kenzie clinked her cup against Lunette's. Hattie perked up. "Me too." She lifted her cup, the marshmallows wobbling inside. Kenzie touched their mugs. Then Hattie wanted to do it with her mom. Then Kenzie again. "Drink up before it gets cold," Lunette encouraged her. Hattie settled back into making a chocolate mustache. Lunette sipped delicately at her cocoa. "So, what happened to wedded bliss? When I left town, you were moon-eyed and ready to take over the world." Kenzie set her mug on the counter and traced the gingerbread man on the side. The mugs reminded her of their mother, who loved all things Christmas. "I have a confession." Lunette hitched herself up on her elbows and supplied a mischievous grin. "Do tell." Kenzie mentally chewed her options and decided that she'd spill. Lunette hadn't been involved in the fight over the company, and she was sober, probably more so than Kenzie had seen her in the last year. "I hired Nash to marry me." Lunette glanced at Hattie. "Is this PG?" "Yes." Kenzie glared. "You know about the clause in Dad's will?" "Well, I found out about it a few days before, and She faltered over how much she should reveal about Aunt Pamela and Harrison and B&B. In the end, she decided to leave Pamela's business behind closed doors. "Found Nash and convinced him to marry me." "I doff my hat to you. That was genius." "Yeah, until I went and fell in love with him." "I caught that. I think that's what makes it so delicious, because he fell for you, too. We could all see it. Except he didn't." "No?" "No. I guess there was a stipulation. One Harrison neglected to inform me about. That made it possible for Nash to be voted CEO. I wasn't the only one falling in love with him," the board proposed, "and he is now the CEO of Hazel's Dairy Delights, and I am nothing." She pushed her mug of lukewarm chocolate away. "He was no better than Clyde, using me to get what he wanted." "Mama, I wanna play." Lunette cupped Hattie's cheek. "Do you remember where the playroom is?" Hattie nodded. "Okay, I'll be in soon." Hattie scampered off, unaware of the world crumbling around Kenzie. Lunette watched her go, and then she spun around, her eyes sharp. "Nash is 100 times better than Clyde. They aren't even on the same scale." "What are you talking about?" Lunette pulled out her phone, tapped the screen a couple times, and then shoved it across the bar to Kenzie. "Have you seen the quarterly report? Sales are up since he took over. 35% up. So he's good at business. Don't you see? He's doing what you always wanted to do with the company." "Yeah. He's doing it instead of me. I just rolled my eyes so hard I sprained a muscle." "Kenzie. Wake up. You were always looking in the past, wanting to preserve the family tradition." She pounded her finger on the phone. "You couldn't have done this." Kenzie wanted to cover her ears and hide behind the counter. She didn't want to see her faults. She didn't want to admit that Nash, a stranger, had a better grasp on the company than she'd grown up in. But then, maybe that was part of the problem. Whenever she walked into the Red Barn, she felt like she was coming home, and people didn't want home to change. Not when it had an ice cream bar in the basement and unlimited samples. And Charlie. And Ben. And the walls echoed with memories of when her family was whole and complete and no one had gone missing. I know it's hard to hear, but you've got to see it. You mean like you see you're drinking? Kenzie slapped her hand over her mouth. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lashed out at you like that. Lunette plucked her shirt away from her body. I deserve that. I deserve a lot more. Kenzie was more than ready to turn the looking glass away for a few minutes. What happened in London? Lunette drummed her fingers. I hit bottom. I don't want to talk about it, really. She covered her arms across her chest. I just want to move forward, and one of the steps is to apologize and make restitution for what I've done. It sounded like Lunette was talking about the AA steps. Kenzie did an internal happy dance. So, I came to apologize for ruining your engagement, your wedding, and for sleeping with your fiancé. Kenzie laughed. You say that so smoothly, like people do those things every day. Lunette grimaced. People don't. And trust me, I practiced that a billion times on the plane ride home. Kenzie came around the bar and wrapped her sister in a hug. You're forgiven 100%. Lunette soaked in the hug, and then she said, and for restitution, I need to get you back with your husband. Kenzie let go so fast Lunette toppled forward. Thanks, but I'm good. Really? When was the last time you ate a bowl of ice cream? She pinched Kenzie's loose skin. It's been a while. Uh-huh. Which means you're all mixed up inside. That's a great name for a new flavor. Don't change the subject. Then don't talk about things I don't want to hear. Lunette paused. Let me ask you one question. Kenzie pulled her arms close to her chest, knowing full well she didn't want to hear this question, let alone answer it. You've been gone a month. What do you really miss, Hazel's or Nash? The long hours on the beach, the time spent staring into the fire, almost all of it had been about nursing a broken heart. And her heart may have been broken, but it wasn't the company that did it. The company was the tool Nash used. There was a difference, and she hadn't seen it until this moment. Nash, she said without hesitation. Lunette leaned closer. Hattie told me how she went to wake you up on the farm and Nash was holding your hand. I did not sleep with him. I mean, we fell asleep on the bed, but we weren't. You know. I know. She waved off Kenzie's stuttering. But what I don't know is why you would throw that away. He's a criminal. And I'm an alcoholic. Kenzie was so shocked to hear Lunette say the words that she lost her ability to speak. Lunette took her hand. But you didn't give up on me, and you never stopped loving Dad. You're my sister, she rationalized. He's your husband. Business husband. Then get to the business of being his wife. Kenzie hid behind her hands. You're asking me to be okay with what he did, his lies of omission, and suck it up over what happened with the company. Yep. Lunette pulled her hands down. It's time to move on, Kenzie. We need to let it go, all of it. Mama, Dad, Hazel's. We need to build a new life, one we can all be happy in. And I don't think you're happy without Nash. Do you really think we can rebuild our family? I hate feeling orphaned. I'm counting on it. Kenzie closed her eyes. She pictured the red barn in the palms of her hands, the beautiful recaptured wood accents, the distressed receptionist station, the kitchens in the basement, the tasting room, and their family picture behind the bar. She took a deep breath in and blew against the side of the building. It crumbled like dust in her hands, blowing in the universe and turning it all over to God. Whatever would become of Hazel's was in his hands. The dust swirled and twisted and then, as clear as the scent of mint in the tasting kitchen, Nash's face floated before her. His handsomeness never ceased to make her catch her breath, and this time was no exception. If this was how it was meant to be, that she had to give up the thing she thought she wanted most in the world to have Nash, then so be it. She opened her eyes. You didn't happen to see if there were any flights home tonight, did you? Lunette tipped her head back and laughed. No. I need you to watch Hattie so I can go to a meeting at 8. Kenzie pranced in place. Okay, but we'll get the nanny here and then I'm leaving. You got it. Chapter 37. Kenzie's flight options were limited on such short notice. In the end, she paid a fortune for a trip that included an interminable layover in Vegas. She paced the terminal, reciting 100 different hellos she could say to Nash. None of them seemed right. She'd run away to shore up her heart, and instead she was going to lay it before him. Because when she truly thought about what had happened, and was honest with herself inside and out, Nash was the better choice for CEO. Oh, how it tore her up inside to admit that. Even if it was just to herself. Her flight was announced and she was finally let on the plane. A woman carrying a fabric purse took the empty seat beside her. Hello. Hi. Kenzie turned back to the window after the greeting, still smarting from facing her faults and knowing others had seen them clearer than her. They taxied onto the runway and she flattened her hand against her stomach to quiet the butterflies. She'd be home in less than 2 hours. Are you sick? Asked the woman. No, nervous. Me too. Yeah. Kenzie crossed her legs and mumbled, I'm sorry to hear that. She twisted her ring around her finger and kept her gaze on the clouds floating below them. Her seatmate shifted and knitted and stewed. The flight passed quickly and took too long. Soon, she was charging out of the airport behind the same woman who had sat next to her. They both lifted their hands to hail a cab at the same moment. They exchanged smiles. I've only been in a cab a few times, said the woman. Where are you going? She named the area where the red barn was. Kenzie felt bad about freezing her out on the plane. Helping her through this small part of her trip was an easy act of kindness. I'm going to the same area. We can share a cab. That would be lovely. I'm Samantha, by the way. Kensington. A cab pulled to the curb in front of them, and Kenzie took charge of getting the driver to load their luggage and giving him directions. You're a godsend. I'm reuniting with my son, and I'm afraid I'm having a hard time feeling brave. Why is that? I was unkind to him. Cruel, really. To my own son. Can you believe that? I was so caught up in what his actions had done to me that I couldn't see what they were doing to him. I think that's natural. Kenzie ran her hand back and forth along the leather strap on her purse. Perhaps, but that doesn't mean it's right. They pulled up to Hazel's headquarters. Well, this is the place. Thanks again for getting me here. I hope things go well for you. I'm sorry, what did you say you were nervous about? Kenzie stared at her, her mouth hanging open. But this is my stop. Samantha's eyebrows knitted together. What? No, this is my son's place of business. Kenzie stared at the woman with a sharp jawline and blue-gray eyes. Eyes that swirled with colors. You're Nash's mother. Her words rasped out as her mouth had gone dry. He misses you. Nash Westport, yes. She nodded slowly. How did you know? You have his stunning eyes. She blushed prettily. Thank you. Do you know him? I married him, Kenzie blurted before she could think. Samantha grabbed her arms. Kenzie? She searched Kenzie's face with all the attention of a mother. Oh my goodness, does he know you're coming? Kenzie shook her head, wondering how this woman knew she and Nash had been apart. What are you waiting for? He's been pining after you, girl. Pining, I say. But you should go first. You're his mom. Are you mad? You're all he's talked about the few times we've spoken on the phone. He's so in love with you, and he's been tearing himself apart without you around. She plopped her purse in her lap and folded her hands over the clasp. I'm not moving until you take your pretty little self inside that building and find my son. Kenzie glanced at the driver. He shrugged. She can sit here all she wants, I'm on the clock. Kenzie pinched her cheeks to make sure this was happening. She took 3 quick breaths in and then was lightheaded. Go. Samantha pushed her. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. She kept repeating the phrase as she walked through the doors. Ben jumped when he saw her. Where have you been? The world tilted as she caught Nash's name on her office door. The crazy thing was that she didn't care about that anymore. She'd had plenty of time to mull over Lynette's words, and as much as she hated to admit that her sister was right, she was. He was the best person for the job, for now. She wasn't going to give up on being a part of the company her family built. It doesn't matter. I'm back now. She pointed to the open door. Is he in? A slow smile spread across Ben's face. Boo-hoo. She laughed at his teasing. Shut it. He's been waiting his whole life for you to walk through that door. I've been gone a month. I know. Ben winked and headed back to his desk. With a happy sigh, he said, I love where I work. Kenzie rolled her eyes and put one foot in front of the other. At the door, she paused to take in the sight of Nash. If she thought she was ready to see him again, she wasn't. If she thought she could see him and be unaffected, she couldn't. If she thought she could live her life without Nash in it, she was wrong. So wrong. Her arms ached to wrap around his solid frame, and her cheek begged to lie on his chest, and her lips? Her lips were tugging her into the room to be closer to him. He was turned to the side, staring at the computer screen. His right arm rested on the desk, a pen poised over a piece of crisp white paper. He muttered as he jotted down information and clicked through screens. He was delicious. His dark hair was longer and he had a 5 o'clock shadow that hinted at that bad boy, alpha male side of him that created warm puddles of desire in her belly. He was just as fit, if not more. Ice cream and swimming would do that to a man. They wouldn't do that to a woman, but a guy could get away with it. There were feathery lines around his eyes and faint circles under his eyes. His skin was tan but dull. He needed a weekend on the farm where the sun and the fresh air and Gladys's cooking could bring him back to glowing health. She could stand there and stare at him all day long. And she probably would have if he hadn't glanced up and seen her. His pen dropped. His jaw dropped. Kenzie's heart pounded, and she knew without a doubt that Nash was worth whatever price she had to pay. She loved him with her whole heart, her whole soul, and her whole body. There was life before Nash and there would be life with Nash, and the time before him would fade in her memory as she built a family with this man. If he would have her. Hi. Hi, he replied, his voice deep. The one syllable reverberated through her body and created a hum that stayed with her and gave her the courage to do what she needed to do. Chapter 38. Nash stared at Kenzie, afraid to blink in case he was imagining her there. He'd done that very thing so many times over the last month and a half that he couldn't determine if she was real or not. She stepped into the office, her gaze locked on him. You're in my seat. It was her all right. He shot to his feet. It's yours. All the speeches he'd spoken to the empty house flew through his mind at once. He rushed to the other side of the desk. I'll step down today. I only stayed because we couldn't find you and someone had to run things, and he ran his hand through his hair. Kenzie, I didn't mean for this to happen. I had no idea. I swear. Please say you believe me. Please say something. Kenzie reached for him and he stilled, afraid he'd scare her off if he moved. I wanted to preserve what my grandfather and dad built. She glanced around the room. It's still standing. He covered her hand with his. Could she feel his heart race under her palm? Did she have any idea what she did to him with just one touch? And I think it's better than it has ever been. She brought her gaze back to him. Thank you. He tugged gently on her hand, and she stepped closer. She was almost close enough to hold. Please don't say that. I don't deserve your thanks. Nash. His name on her lips was exquisite pain. He'd longed to hear her say it for so long, and he was afraid she was only saying now in goodbye. His hand tightened over hers. Don't leave. She smiled. I came to kick you out of my office. Done. Just like that? He tipped his head from side to side. I will miss arguing with Everett and brainstorming with Guy and poring over reports. But I would miss you so much more. I'd give up everything for you, Kenzie. Why? She leaned into him. You're this successful CEO, and I am a big fat failure. He took a chance and pressed his lips to her forehead. Her skin was like warm velvet. If only you could see yourself the way I see you. You're contentment, home, traditional, and exciting. You're smart, faithful, and goodness. You're everything I lost because of the path I took. He kissed her again just in case he didn't get the chance later. I thought I'd lost everything on that path, but I'd take it again because it brought me to you. You'd go through prison and losing your family? Her eyes sparkled. All of it. If it meant I could have you. He brushed her hair over her shoulder, feeling brave in the face of the biggest truth in his heart. I love you, Kensington Westport. A smile lit up the room. I love you too, Nash Westport. Nash's skin tingled. He leaned down, pausing just a moment to make sure Kenzie knew that he fully intended to kiss her. She rose up on her toes, and they closed the distance between them together. Don't think, she said between kisses, that this means I'm not. Kiss. Coming after your job. I would expect. Kiss. Nothing else. They both smiled so wide they had to momentarily stop kissing. Oh my gosh! Kenzie jumped back. I totally forgot. She took his hand and pulled him toward the door. What? He laughed at her excitement. Your mom is outside. We shared a cab. Nash yanked back on her arm, spinning her into his chest and then backing her up against the wall right next to the door. Her cheeks pinked and her breathing came in desperate gasps. She can wait a few more minutes. Kenzie lifted her arms and dug her fingers into his hair. He moaned, his eyes dropping shut in pleasure. Her breath was warm on his lips, and he didn't hesitate to express just how happy he was to have her back. And then he told her how much he'd missed her. And then he made sure she understood that he couldn't let her go. Chapter 39. 6 months later. Kensington surveyed the demolished buffet tables and dusted her hands. I'd say that was a successful retirement party. Raquel had made an appearance at the party and then disappeared into her suite once again. She'd failed the bar exam the first time around and was determined to pass the next time. She'd hired a tutor and spent more time with books than she did with people. She hadn't explained why she wanted to be a lawyer and sidestepped the question when asked outright. But she sat with Kenzie and Nash during Sunday brunch each week, and things were civil. Perhaps even borderline friendly. Lunette and Hattie were around a lot more often. Lunette had relapsed 2 months ago. Her downward spiral was much faster this time. Nash and Kenzie took in Hattie for 2 weeks while Lunette checked into a clinic. She attended regular support meetings and worked to be stable for her daughter. She professed a deep desire to see Hattie start school and graduate college. Her desire for family warred with her addiction at times, but she was making steady progress, and Kenzie hoped that her sister could win the battle her father didn't fight. Nash came up behind Kenzie and wrapped his arms around her stomach. He kissed her neck and then her earlobe, sending pleasure across her skin. Yes, Mrs. Westwood, but what will Hazel's do without Guy Trado? He's an institution. In the time since she'd returned, Nash had moved into managing the expansion of the company into new markets with new products. The expansion was taking place at an unprecedented rate. It seemed ice cream consumers were more than happy to follow their brand into other areas of the supermarket. They were in the middle of construction on not one but two new plants that would employ over 600 new employees. He'd moved into Dad's empty office and filled it with decisions and plans and success. The room could breathe once again. And what happened to the ice cream division? Why, Kenzie stepped right in to safeguard the standard of excellence consumers had grown to expect from Hazel's. She was doing what she'd always dreamed of doing, and she was good at it. The path may not have been straight or smooth, but like Nash, she wouldn't have taken another destiny. She reached up, burying her fingers in the hair at her husband's nape. His arms tightened around her, drawing her back flush with his chest. "We'll survive. It's what we do. I like surviving with you." His lips were warm on her sensitive skin. She was sensitive every place he kissed, every time he kissed her. It was paradise. She spun in his arms. "How about we start thriving?" She lifted an eyebrow in invitation. "I like the way this is going." He kissed her slow, bringing her temperature to new levels. She giggled. He growled. "That's not the response I was looking for." She laughed. "What's so funny? We're having a communication problem. Then you should come on over to my side of the conversation." He swayed, his hands on her hips. "I did that. That's why we're having this conversation." His swaying slowed. "What exactly are you saying?" "I'm offering you a new job." He waited patiently while she teased him. "It's the best job in the whole world." "Well, second best, if you ask me." She bit her lip. Unable to just blurt out something so wonderful, she went on her tiptoes and whispered into his ear, "You're going to be a daddy." She paused there, the feel of his 5 o'clock shadow against her cheek, holding to the wall before letting go and dropping into this new world. Bliss. He took her hand and placed it over his chest. "I think my heart just grew." She smiled. "I know it will be crazy with both of us working and all, but these things happen when the birds and the bees fall in love." He put a finger over her lips. She kissed it, and he melted a bit. "We're going to be awesome parents." She giggled. "I'm glad you're confident. I could take on the world with you." "Me too. So let's do this. Let's be the best parents ever." She kissed him once again. "What did you mean, second best job?" "Well, being a mom." She started. He cut her off with a kiss and a growl. Kenzie wrapped her arms around his neck and held on as he swept her away in a wave of joy and contentment and love. You've been listening to The Corporate Groom, a billionaire marriage broker's novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your time with Kensington and Nash. I remember with this book, when I was done with it, feeling extremely proud. I loved the dynamic between Kenzie and her sisters. I loved Nash's dilemma of being a good guy put in a hard situation and that he just couldn't win. It seemed like he just couldn't win. And I loved that he kept trying. I loved the chemistry between the two of them. That's part of why I was so excited to share it with you today, is because as I was creating this audiobook, so many of those feelings came back and those memories. So I hope you enjoyed it. Leave me a comment below and let me know what your favorite ice cream flavor is. I would love to hear that. Yeah, subscribe, hit the subscribe button, all those things that help other listeners find these audiobooks and share them with others. And then feel free to share the channel with somebody that you love who could use a boost today. Thanks for being here, you guys. I'll see you next time.